Well, hello everyone, and welcome in. Welcome into our midnight program. We have Linda James. She's known as Apostle Babe. She's your favorite apostate, and she comes on every Saturday night. She burns the midnight oil here at the Six Screens. So, hello, Linda. We're going to bring you on right now. There you are.
Hi, Rick.
So you went to the convention last week.
I did, and I'm actually looking up the app for it because I would be able to look at the names of the talks that I got a chance to go to remotely. It was really, really good. It was very good.
Well, everyone's looking forward to you talking about it, so I'll be listening intently myself. So I'll kind of cut you loose and you can do your job, okay?
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. This is Apostle Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate, and it is a wonderful day of July
Hey, Linda.
here in Southern California, 2023. This year and this month is actually 144 years since the very first Watchtower that Charles Taze Russell put out. And I learned this from researcher Rose. And if you get a chance to see her channel, she's amazing. She's thorough. She's amazing. She knows her stuff. And she posted that on YouTube. So that was neat to find out.
Hey, Linda.
Yes,
Very good. Hey, Linda, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Hi, Mark.
How you been?
Pretty good.
As you may remember, I'm sure you remember me, Mark Taft. How's it going, Linda? I know
You are unforgettable. You are unforgettable.
Really? Well, okay. Good. That's good to hear. That's always good to hear. Thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you. That was very kind of you to say. I always appreciate, that always a little good, motivation helps.
Unforgettable. That's what you are. You are unforgettable, Mark. You have a side to you that is very, very, very caring. And then when you talk about your experiences, you're very passionate, and I can hear it. The stuff you've gone through is not easy. It's not easy at all.
It's not. No, it's not, Linda. And thank you very much. I really appreciate you telling me that. Thank you so very much. But yes, I've been very upfront and honest about it, 100%, as well as even 500%. And yeah, it has not been easy. It's been a very major, major struggle. It gave just a crap load of anxiety. I'm talking major, major anxiety. It affected me to have more issues like with OCD and all that, which isn't good either. I mean, it just really hit me hard. And sometimes you want to deal with it. You do. You really want to deal with it. And I did, but it's just knowing how to deal with it was the biggest problem and the biggest major challenge, because I didn't specifically know how to deal with it, at least not the way that was the right way, if you follow what I'm saying. So, I know a lot of the other ex-JWs out there have the same issues, very much so that I had. So I feel very sorry for them, and I'm very understanding for what they've gone through, because I understand. I get it.
You can identify.
Because they weren't there.
Yeah.
The rest of the world, the other people we know who were never Jehovah's Witnesses don't get it, because they don't know what it's like to go through it and to be a JW and be involved with the Jehovah's Witnesses and, be in the Watchtower. They don't have a clue. So most other people will not understand at all. They'll never understand or ever get it, about who the Jehovah's Witnesses really are and what they're really all about and what the Watchtower is all about, who they really are, and the governing body and who they are really all about. They just don't know. They give this big front like they're, these wonderful, good Christians, wonderful Christians, and the truth is they're not. They're not at all.
Many of them are, and those are the ones that have been bamboozled. But there is a side that is very, very toxic. Yeah. Now, from what I remember, I believe you never got baptized.
No, I never was, and I was smart not to do it, because I knew if I did, I'd be in big trouble. I'd be in real big trouble if I got baptized.
Now, see, I didn't know that at the time, but I ended up dodging a bullet for the same reason. Now, I know there's people out there who have the idea that because we were never baptized, we were never Jehovah's Witnesses, and they can have that opinion. That's fine. But the fact is we grew up in training. We grew up being indoctrinated with every expectation that the only route was to be a baptized Jehovah's Witness. We were given no other choices in life. We were reared and indoctrinated and inculcated in the culture of Jehovah's Witnesses. So we didn't escape any of that. You know, we didn't escape any of it at all. My attitude on this is I beg to differ. I grew up in it. I very much know what it is, but guess what? I learned so much more after I left. Like, things make sense now that I could not make sense of before, right?
I can agree with you in some ways, Linda. I agree with you in some ways. I can't say I totally agree because I really don't, and please appreciate my honesty, but I can't say I totally agree with every opinion you have. No, it's nothing personal. It's nothing personal. It's just that, you know, what I believe is what I believe, and, you know, and that's final, you know, and if I choose not to believe something or not to agree with something, you know, and then I have that right to disagree, you know, and we all have the right to disagree, bottom line. We all have that right to disagree, and God gives us that right. So,
and it's part of our freedom after leaving the organization, that we don't have to be friends because we believe everything the same. We get to have that.
Oh, no.
You know,
so we're not going to always believe everything the same. We're not going to agree with everything the same. We're not going to do everything the same. We're not going to like everything the same. There's no way we're going to like everything the same, and that's okay. I'll still be friends with people even if they don't like everything that I like. That's okay. You know, I'm fine with that. You know, I mean, you just can't expect a perfect friend because there are no perfect friends. I mean, there are no perfect friends in this world, and if anybody thinks there are, they're lying. So.
You know what? You really hit on something that I haven't stopped to think about, but you're right. Our idea of what a perfect friend is, you know, comes from how we're willing to give and what we're needing in return. And some people just are not equipped to give us what we're needing, even though we're yearning for it. You know,
right.
So we sometimes have expectations that are actually unfair to them because it's not their style, it's not their way, but it's still, we can still validate these certain desires that we have. Like, maybe we need to be nurtured, maybe we need to be heard, we need to be understood, stuff, you know.
That's
and
it. Yeah,
kind of a hit and miss.
That's the bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the truth, Linda, and I totally agree. So what it comes down to is that I've come to the conclusion, I've learned this a lot of years as growing up, that, you know, having a friend, as long as they're a good friend to you and they respect you and treat you as a good person, as a good friend, that's what really counts. They don't have to have all the same interests you have. They don't have to agree with everything that you agree with or disagree, you know, everything you disagree with. It doesn't work that way. They don't have to always be on your side about everything either. You know, I mean, kind of like, you know, that's just not how it works, you know, and you can't, you know, be demanding, okay, it's my way or the highway. That's not how you do it with someone. If someone's being that way with you, they're not your friend. In fact, they're not your friend at all if they're demanding, saying it's my way or the highway. Because as soon as they have that attitude of this my way or the highway bullshit, forget it. You don't even bother them. Get rid of them. Just throw them under the bus. They're not your friend, and they really never were, and they never will be. So you got to get rid of them immediately, like right away. Get them out of your life, and just the freaking heartbeat, because they are not your friend when they pull that bullshit with you. You know, because you can't be demanding with anyone that, you know, you have to do everything my way. Oh, you got to do everything my way, and it's my way or the highway. Well, trust me, those people are not your friends. No way. And I've met
very true
out there. I've met many of them. Oh, that was their attitude, and I had to tell them to kiss off and get out of my life in a freaking heartbeat, because they were not true friends, and they weren't doing me any favors. They weren't helping me at all, and they were no inspiration, no motivation, nothing positive about them, nothing positive at all. And a lot of them too will also look to find fault with you on a regular basis. Always trying to find fault. You know, all your faults, all your flaws, everything you do wrong, all your mistakes. They will constantly harass you about it. And then, you know, right there and then, when they do bullshit like that, they are not your friends. Okay? That's the truth.
Yeah.
You don't have to agree with me, but that's the truth. Okay?
It's,
So, you know, so we got to, you know, watch our step. And we know that's always been the attitude with the Jehovah's Witnesses and the cults out there, all those stupid cults, every damn one of them, including the Jehovah's Witnesses. That's always their attitude. So I want no part of them. And and I'm sure you don't either. So, and
No.
just with friends in general, any friends in general, we really got to watch our step, because, you never know. They can be your friend at first, and then before you know it, they're trying to take advantage of you and use you and be this demanding jerk saying, it's my way or the highway. That's their big bullshit attitude. No, they have to go.
That can happen. Yeah, that can happen.
Immediately. Yeah, it happens all the time. You got to get rid of people as soon as you notice that. See the red flags.
And you know what? I'm glad you're bringing this up, Mark, because this is called no contact. So if I found you toxic in my life, I would have to end our friendship because it was unhealthy for me.
You have to.
But it's not the same as shunning.
Anyone.
What did you say?
Not quite, but it's, yeah, no, okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. If someone is toxic, I get what you mean, and it's not necessarily the same as.
And you're not toxic. I was just using it as. But that's very different than shunning. Shunning is a punishment.
Different. Totally different. Totally different.
Yes. Shunning is a punishment, but no contact is more or less you're protecting yourself from an unhealthy environment. Like when you said the friendship will go bad.
Person, unhealthy person, or unhealthy people, or person, or crowds, or whatever. Any of these types of people or persons, or I mean, you have to do that at all times, and that's perfectly fine. God has no problem with that. He's got no problem with that at all. You would expect us to do that, but it's shunning, that's totally different. That's involving some demand of some stupid religion or some stupid cult demanding, well, you can't talk to this person because they did this and they did that, and you can't associate with them. You can't be friends with them. No. It's that's a total separate issue. But when you go no contact, there's a reason that person has wronged you way too many times, just way too. They gotta go.
You are familiar with that term, okay? Good.
They're going to destroy you. They're going to just destroy you. They will do, if they can. They might even drive you to suicide. What do they care? They wouldn't care if you did it, right?
Unfortunately,
with you.
If someone, there's a scale, like a narcissist. If you can picture a narcissistic scale, on one side it's on the lower end, and the other side on the higher end. We all kind of fall somewhere on this scale of narcissism, because we do have an ego, and
that's true.
So
true. I agree. But it can't become the actual narcissist, because remember, those people are very toxic and very dangerous, and they're the people who's all about them and all about them only, most if not even all the time. So you got to watch it with them. They can really suck up to people and pretend to be your friend. They'll suck up. They'll kiss your ass. They'll be these fakes and phonies, big time pretenders. They will just play games with you like you wouldn't believe. They will just, big time kiss ass people. And before you know it, they're looking to destroy you. So that's where you got to really watch it with narcissists, because they are really evil, tricky people. Yes.
And most cult leaders and even people within like the owners of big businesses and politics, the ones that are higher up in politics, those tend to be on the higher scale. That's just what studies have shown, and they were able to get in that characteristic of theirs. So,
yep, that is correct.
The more we know about the characteristics of someone that's narcissistic, the more we will know about the characteristics of a high demand, high control culture. So cult comes from the word culture,
yes,
right? And
exactly.
What makes them toxic and damaging is when they isolate them from society at large. So there's society at large, and then they isolate them from that. As Jehovah's Witnesses, we learned how to self-isolate, right? And once we get them,
that's not good.
No, that becomes dangerous. When you get that from a boyfriend, from a husband, from even a good friend from school or whatever, or a workmate, it could be a buddy at your job. Pay attention to those things, because the purpose of isolating is. Say that again. What?
I said exactly. exactly. That's what narcissists specifically and directly do. They don't care, but that's also what cults do too. Cults do the same
Yes.
exact thing, including the Jehovah's Witnesses. Oh, they do it big time, Jehovah's Witnesses. So they take you away from everything, and they don't give a shit. You tell them, how bad you feel, and hey man, you're really, and I would do it. I tell people flat out. I would be so forward and upfront with them. I would tell them straight to their face, flat out. I would talk to them. Whether sometimes I'd be mad and furious, and I'd be more calm, but I would directly address it to them, specifically and directly say, hey, come on, you're really hurting me. This is not helping. This is hurting me. This is harming me. I'm offended. I'm insulted. It makes me feel depressed and gives me nothing but negative crap in my life. It's not making me happy. You're not, and I tell them, you're not helping me. You are not helping me at all. You're not doing me any favors. You got no business, being this negative, toxic person toward me. And on top of that, I can't have any friends. I can't have friends over. I can't be friends with these people. I can't, like this or like that. I can't own this or own that. No.
Right.
You're not being fair. Oh, I'm just trying to help you. You can't do this because this will happen, that'll happen. You'll be this way or that way. You'll just, go and turn into some psycho or something. What the hell do they know? But that was the attitude of all of the Jehovah's Witnesses and any narcissists I dealt with, including narcissists in my family and so-called narcissist people. I've not so-called actual narcissist people, I should say, like people I had as friends, so-called friends, keep in mind, or co-workers, them too, actual co-workers, or just people you knew in just general. I mean, that's how they would be, trying to isolate you, make sure you got no friends, no nothing, and anything you like or anything you own that you like, you interest you, they try to, what they do? They take it away from you. They take it away from you and you never see it again, and they don't give a shit. If you tell them, well, I'm going to go to the police about this, oh, you do that, and I'll really do you good. I'll nail your ass right to the wall. I will hurt you good. I will embarrass you. I will humiliate you. I will make you homeless. I will destroy you even more.
That I'll make you pay mode.
Big one they hit you with.
What's really clever is when someone ends up talking you into giving up something you like. So
exactly. That's happened a lot. And I have no choice, and I throw up my arms and I give up and give in. I'm like, but still I was very angry and pissed off at them. I wasn't, agreeing with them. I wasn't, I was just doing it because they forced me. It was full force. They forced me to do it. And then the big attitude when they hit you, and I know this makes sense, but narcissists and these sociopaths and psychopaths will always do with that threat that if you expose them or you tell anyone what they did, they don't give a shit. You go to the authorities, anything, they're going to fuck with you all the way until the goddamn cows come home. And pardon me for saying that, Linda, but that's the truth.
I hear you.
Do you?
I hear you. And I hear your passion. We've experienced this. You and I both have experienced this. I know that people that are listening to us have experienced this. And at the same time, when we're in it, it makes no sense. Yep. It's like, how is this loving? How is this Jehovah's plan? How is this?
You mean it makes no sense about their behavior? Is that what you mean?
Right. Like, for instance, we were taught growing up that elders were put there by the Holy Spirit. So if our parents are raising us to be a Jehovah's Witness, I call it a Jehovah's Witness in training, and the elders are telling us the same things that our parents are telling us, which, by the way, the organization puts the responsibility on the parents to make sure that they raise children that do become baptized Jehovah's Witnesses. So we've actually given our parents a really bad name, whether we realize it or not. We're making them look bad amongst their JW buddies. But I didn't even come to realize it until a friend told me like 2 years ago. I'm like, oh my God, you're right. But anyways, where was I going with this? The thing is we're raised to believe that these are people of authority. These are people of power and authority. And we're taught that if they're put there by the Holy Spirit, it's the same as listening to the directions from God. I mean, I can remember a Watchtower talking about a prophet-like organization, that's what the organization is, a prophet-like organization. So we were to look at the governing body as though they are prophets, that they are speaking to us what God wants us to know. And they literally, when they start to recruit somebody, God's always had an organization that spoke for him, right? So we're growing up and it's being inculcated in our head that following their directions, being obedient to them, being loyal to them and our parents, and obeying all these rules, that's also being loyal to Jehovah. Now, what really blows me away is that there's this commission that we're supposed to go door to door and preach the gospel, right? This is the thing.
Right.
We don't go door to door and talk about the death of Jesus and how his blood has cleansed us and that we now get to be in relationship with God, okay? Because of the mediator being Jesus, okay? What we do is
That's
we
right.
teach them that the most important thing is to sanctify Jehovah God's name. This is not gospel. This is not gospel. This is like, we have to make sure he has a good name and that his reputation is clean. And if we misbehave, then that reflects on God. What an unfair burden that is to put on people, right?
That's right.
Especially small children.
So none of their attitude and teachings and their behavior and thinking makes any sense. In fact, it does not make any sense at all. Zero. It makes no sense in any way at all whatsoever, and it never did. I mean, so I'm glad you agree.
I am agreeing, but what they do is this thing that does make sense, but then they'll teach the opposite. Probably 3 or 4 sentences later, say the exact opposite, and you're like in your head going, but didn't they just say this? And now they're saying something else that's totally opposite. And then that's cognitive dissonance.
What's going on here?
Right?
You're just wondering what the bloody hell is going on here, because they're not making any sense at all. They're making no sense. So, I mean, I'm glad you're on the same page with me, Linda. And I'm just stressing this stuff because I think it's a good idea that, I address this to you and, of course, anyone out there listening, that, we have to be aware of both the cults and the cult leaders and Jehovah's Witnesses and the narcissists and the sociopaths, because they're out there, and it seems like the world's getting more and more. So we got to be super careful now about who in the bloody hell we're dealing with. Does that make sense to you?
It does. It does. And by the way, if your political beliefs are different than mine, I want to just start, I don't even know what to call it. I believe that there's something going on in this world to divide and conquer. And I believe that if you and I have the same or different beliefs, that we can still be friends, and that will make sure that we are not going to be conquered. So the more that is, introduced in friendships, I hope that there can be reconciliation and still bottom line love. Let me give you an example. Dan and Angela, we have different beliefs on a lot of things, but I hang out, if I'm hanging out with them on the phone or whatever, it is such an easy friendship with them. They make it easy. They never demand that I think any differently than I do. I never ask them to think any differently. And we have this appreciation for each other, and we get each other's love. And I so value that, so value that. And I just want to encourage people that if you can have that without it being toxic, without it being unhealthy, I really want to encourage that.
Right.
Because there's a divide and conquer intention.
That's good.
And let's not divide.
That's good.
That's
good.
Let's enjoy our freedom. After leaving the Lord, we get to think differently.
I agree with you, Linda. I totally agree with you 100%. I do agree with you, and that's good. And Dan and Angela Clark are very good people. They're very understanding, and they're okay, if you have different beliefs than them in some ways. They're really down-to-earth people. They really are. Very down-to-earth. They're great people. I must agree. So, absolutely. And they're very supportive, and that's what really counts, when it comes to a friendship. It really counts,
You know what? You say a good thing.
That's fine.
I'm really glad you said that. Being supportive. That means
we all need it.
And what they're aiming for.
We all need it.
Yeah, and we're supporting each other.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. And I'm with you there. I'm with you there, Linda. I'm with you there 100%.
Yeah.
Any comment?
Yes. Hi. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, Bob.
Just backpacking off that other gentleman's comment about friends. As I was growing up, there would be worldly, in quotation marks there, worldly kids that wanted to be friends with me, and my parents were always like, oh, no, they're not, true friends. And then I would always say something like, well, some of these friends are better than the friends I have as Jehovah's Witnesses. And my parents' reply was always, oh, but they're not going to encourage you to be a Jehovah's Witness or to, pursue this. That is factually incorrect. I've had friends in the world after I left who were like, if you were ever going to join back up, we'd support you. We'd make sure that you got, because I don't drive, we'd make sure you got to the meetings on time and things like that. So it's factually untrue to just keep you away from actual true friends and just keep you with that aren't your true friends.
That's true friendship. Yeah, that's what friends are for. It's when you have a true friend, they are willing to do that. Support you in what you say you're about, unless
correct.
It's walking through fire barefooted or something, they might pass on that one, but still, it's yeah.
It is very good. Well, that is very true, and I agree, and I support that 100%. That was a very good, very strong point you made there, sir. Good job. Excellent job.
So,
may I say something?
Sure. Who is this?
Hi, Linda. This is Beverly in North Carolina.
Hi, beautiful. It's good to hear your voice.
Hi, Beverly.
Good to hear you.
Hi, Beverly. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you, Mark?
I'm okay. Pretty good. In North Carolina, I actually like that state. That's a very nice state, North Carolina, and I will tell you, Beverly, since you live there, I actually give you 2 thumbs up and 500 stars on that, because down south, what really impresses me, and I'm going to be truthful with you right now. You don't have to agree with me, but I'm real truth with you about down south in the southern states, all the southern states. I'll include Texas and Oklahoma, but including North Carolina, the people there are far more friendlier, nicer, laid back, down to earth, open-minded, and just more respectful, good people with more manners in my experience. I just want you to know that. They really are.
Well,
As for that too, this is Eric, and I live in the South right now, and I was raised in the North, in Rhode Island, and there is a difference for sure. Like, Northern people are really rough and abrasive, but they are loving, and like they have a closer community kind of, but they don't let people in very much. And Southern people are like, I can talk to anybody. I do my anti-witnessing work, and I just talk to people, and at the grocery store, say, and be like, I'll find an opportunity to talk about Jehovah's Witnesses, and basically tell them they knock on your door and they're a cult, and stay away because they'll hurt you. And I was one, and I'm sorry for knocking on your door. I've had a lot of really cool experiences from sharing that to people. It's a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I've heard all kinds of stories of people of having interactions with Jehovah's Witnesses, kind of touched by the tentacles of Watchtower. Everybody kind of gets a little sting from it. But sorry, I didn't mean to babble.
No, thank you for that, Eric. Thank you. What's on your mind, Beverly?
I was going to say we all have different interests, but our common denominator, we're ex-Jehovah's, we're ex-JW.
Yes.
And when it comes to issues regarding this subject, we either pull together or will be pulled apart.
Yes. Yes. Very well said.
Good job.
And
good job.
People that want to criticize you or down you, growing up or joining the cult, especially when you're so young, the old saying in the song, before you abuse, criticize, and accuse, walk a mile in my shoes.
Yes. Yes.
No doubt. No doubt.
I mean, nobody wakes up one day and thinks to themselves, I'm going to go find a really unhealthy group to start hanging out with, and they'll abuse me. Well, first they're going to love me, and it's going to be really awesome. But then they're going to eventually abuse me. Yeah, I'm going to choose that and decide to join that. Nobody does this. Nobody. They end up being recruited by deception and by love bombing.
That's right.
So when they do join, they think that they're joining something that supports the belief systems they have or any cause that they might be for. And they find out later that it's really not that way. But it's so, just so disturbing in the head, and there's a lot of investment that's gone into it. And there's a demand of loyalty as well. That the loyalty for the organization is the same as loyalty for Jehovah. Go ahead.
They're creating their own utopia.
Yeah.
They're trying to
correct.
create their own utopia.
Yeah. Yeah.
100% correct. I do agree. That's a strong point you've made. I would agree with that. And they do a lot of sucking up to people, kiss people's ass. That's what Jehovah's Witnesses, I think, are all about too. Linda, would you agree with that or not?
Well, there's this thing about reciprocity. Like if you give somebody something, that other person will have a sense of obligation to give you something back.
Right.
Reciprocity. So if somebody that is, involved in a group like this, whether they're a member or a leader or whatever, they'll be giving you some gifts. But know this, they will have some expectations later. And you will have a sense of obligation to tell your family, no, you're not going to make it there for Christmas. You have a commitment here with this group. You know what I'm saying? And you'll have this sense of obligation to do it. And you've been taught that those that are not Jehovah's Witnesses are unhealthy. So it seems like the wise thing to do, because all of these things have been backed up by the Bible. Jesus is no part of this world. We don't want to be part of this world. And then it gets very us and them. This was tough for me to grasp as I was growing up. Us, the ones that are safe within or under the umbrella of the organization, and them, everybody outside of the organization, are under the influence of the devil. Us, we're under the protection of Jehovah. This is black and white thinking. This is us and them thinking. Us being the good guys, them being the bad guys. So this discourages us from ever wanting to hang out with those that are under the influence of the devil, right? So
that's yeah.
They don't tell you that at the door when they're first telling you about, Jehovah's going to wipe out every tear from their eyes and death will be no more. You're not told about this at first, so you don't get to make an informed consent when you join. And another thing, let me just have a little rant here. Children, making a verbal contract is illegal. Children do not have the mental capacity to make a contract, whether they sign their names or it's a verbal contract, which is exactly what the baptism is, a verbal contract, which you will be held accountable. You will be held to this commitment. And that's illegal if you are a child being under 18. They don't let 12-year-olds drive off the car lot with the car.
Right.
They don't.
I know of a state in the union that accepts a contract that is made under the age of 18 that is legally binding.
Right. And then there's the Jesus from the Bible was what, 30? He waited a while for some reason, I don't know, but still his example was not getting baptized underage. Like the organization tells the children, you can't depend to be off, to be protected under your parents anymore. So they scare the crap out of the kids. It's expected to be to happen to be baptized, and children want to please their parents. They do.
I agree.
I did a little bit. I did much little of a rant than I thought I would. I'm kind of impressed with myself because I could have gone off there.
Hey, Linda?
Yes.
Linda, yeah. Well, I was just trying to get straight, or just trying to
Someone has the program on in the background. If you could push *6, please. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I'm just getting an echo.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Okay, I think it might have stopped.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, it stopped. Thank you.
Okay, great. I was going to say, Linda, I was just wondering if you were on the same page as me or in any agreement with me in regards to saying, that when Joe wants to dish out stuff like love bombing, actual love bombing, that's the same thing from what I would say, no doubt, is the exact same thing as, kissing somebody's ass, sucking up to them, pretending, being just like a player, pretending all that stuff and being a fake and a phony. Does that make sense to you or not?
Yes, and this is actually very strategic. What is often used is what is called mirroring. So if I hung out with you, Mark, I would take up your mannerisms. I would agree with you with everything you liked. I would behave like you.
Good.
And what ends up happening is you would hang out with me more because I'm just like you. I'm mirroring you and your behaviors and your likes. So when it comes to like an intimate relationship, unfortunately, the predator gets the victim to fall in love with them, but the victim actually just fell in love with themselves because they think they're, they've got somebody that they're going to be able to get along with. But yes, it's deception. They're using something called mirroring.
Yeah, that's the bottom line, and that is 100% correct. Yeah, just like sucking up to someone or kissing their ass, being a fake and a phony pretender, just playing games with them or playing up to them. That's exactly what it is. So it's the same thing as love bombing, big time love bombing, and you're right, mirroring. It's all that. It's all the same exact category and meaning. Does that make sense to you?
Oh yeah. Do you like fried bologna sandwiches? I love fried bologna sandwiches. With mayonnaise? No. I noticed the last time you didn't make it with mayonnaise, so no. It's like that.
Well, it does. I hope it makes sense to you, Linda.
I know I just pulled that one out of my hat, which I'm wearing one tonight, so.
Okay.
The things that are done.
It's Eric again, and when you all talk about like a mirror,
yes,
it connects to me a lot because my wife considers herself like a mirror, and it's true. I've witnessed it. Like for some reason, people who have really negative and toxic behaviors will react really badly to my wife, and take their shit out on her. It's I don't know how to explain it. It's like they see their flaws when they look at her in themselves because of like my wife's behavior, and she's not even exposing or doing anything. It's a really bizarre thing, and I witnessed it with my mother doing it to my wife. She just reacts, and my mother's just not a good woman. She's not, and my wife is a good woman. And I think she's having a reaction to it, and she sees herself in the mirror, and she's aggravated with it, but she's dumb, and she doesn't realize that that she's seeing herself, that she's seeing things in another woman that overshadows her and makes her feel like shit, basically.
Okay. No, you know what? Very much a characteristic of narcissists is that they're in competition with you, but you might not know you signed up for it. Matter of fact, you usually didn't, but they become very competitive with you. And the reason why is they sit down with you, they see these different qualities in you, and it intimidates them, and they are pissed. Okay, they are pissed. because you're doing right just much
like
better than they are.
Psychiatrist lesson from you, because like you hit the nail on the head, and you you make me feel like yeah, what I'm saying is the truth, and that's what they're doing. That's what my mother's doing, and that's who she is. She's a narcissist, dude.
Right. And if she's one of those mothers that there's mothers that need to make sure their sons or daughters have this loyalty even past the children's adulthood, that will confirm this loyalty to their parents, which is unnatural, especially after you get married. So when they lose that loyalty because you've grown up and you're doing life, it freaks them out. Like, they feed off of that. That's something that gives them energy. That's something that feeds them. So when they're not getting that, and then, well, gosh, you got this really awesome wife, right? She's the enemy, because she's getting your attention. She's getting your, loyalty. And then she's enemy by just sitting there being awesome, right? So sad. I'm sorry for laughing. I'm laughing at the ridiculousness of it.
When my mother met my wife, when we were dating, she there was another girl. Like, we went. It's a long story, but we met at in Florida, where my wife lived, and because we met on America Online in the 90s, at the dial-up.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I used to hear it.
We met on the Jehovah's Witness thing on AOL, and that's how we met. And it was really bizarre, because we had like a lot of weird things in common. Like my aunt, who lived, because I have family in Florida where she lived, and she went to the same high school that my father did, and in that high school, my aunt was her librarian. And it's just bizarre how we met, and how like we didn't just meet, but like everybody, like everything lined up. And my mother rejected her, and she told me, this girl Desiree is such a sweet woman. She really is. I can't say enough. Like, you know how like I think there's an expression for every good man is a great woman, that help come along the way. And that's how I feel about Des. I really do think that she made me a better man. And my mother just never wanted her. She wanted me to be with this other chick that we went on when we went on a date. We were in not Disney World, but what's the other one? MGM. We were there, and that was our first date. And my mother said you should be with her friend, because she was extroverted. My wife's introverted. My mother can't stand introverted people. But
well, that's because your mother can't read them. She can't read them.
The girl who she wanted me to marry is like on her fourth or third like marriage, and like left or has been in and out of the organization. So in her world, it wouldn't have been an ideal thing. But I just think that it's part of Jehovah's Witnesses, how they control us. They want to control us in every way, even our family members. They use the religion as a weapon, and to control their own life too. But sorry, I know I'm rambling on your show.
No, this is a really good subject, because if your mother maybe made a few requests or gave the one she wanted you to be with a few orders, go do this or go do that, and she did it, that would be the reason why she would want you to marry that one. Desiree, your beautiful wife. Isn't that her name?
Desiree and I were separated for a little while, and we worked things out, and we got back together. And my mother told me, I'm so disappointed in you for getting back together with Desiree. And I shouldn't swear, but that's effed up.
No, it is. And I dare say it's because
my decision, Mom.
Your mother can't get to her.
This about
I dare say it's because your mother can't read her enough to get to her to manipulate her. Or anytime she's tried, it hasn't worked.
Enough stimulation from her. I think it was because she didn't get dopamine from her, because my mother's addicted to dopamine because she's an extrovert who just wants to party all the time, always want to be with people. She can't be alone for 2 seconds. She has to always be around people. And my wife is an introvert, but she can be very extroverted, especially on the show. Sometimes she lifts comments and she talks and talks because when she's comfortable with somebody or in her situation, she can talk. And my mother never saw that, like, when Desiree was out of service, like, with other people, and because, like, my mother's energy was bad, it would shut her down. But when she was with other people and their energy was good, they would have fun together out in service. And my mother would get really mad that, like, she couldn't have that same experience with Desiree. And it's sad because the organization has hurt people so much, like my mother, that, like, they're selfish. I'm sorry. The witnesses have really, like, lost a lot of their goodness, if you will. I'm not saying they're all bad. It's just.
No, I do understand what you're saying. It was much more Christian at the beginning. And yes, there was some pretty horrendous stuff, but there was actually a time Jehovah's Witnesses worshiped Jesus. Today, we don't, Jehovah's Witnesses will not worship Jesus because we don't worship the creation. We worship the Creator, Jehovah, not the creation, Michael the Archangel. So, it had a more Christian, and then Rutherford showed up. After he got out of prison, he was like, he's taking over. But yeah, that's, I can go off on Rutherford, but Watchtower History is doing some really good stuff about Rutherford now. It's WT History. Yes?
Mark, it sounds as if your mother has never cut the apron strings.
You may be talking to Eric?
Eric, I'm Eric.
Yeah,
Mark.
I'm sorry. Why would you not want you to you have to let your children spread their wings and fly.
Mm-hmm.
You have to. You have to.
Yeah. Sure.
It can be difficult, but I mean, not difficult. You know what? You don't. Your children are always your children, but they grow up. You have to let them spread their wings and fly.
Yeah, I was kept down from my family pretty bad. I don't know why either. Like my mother was like, what do you want to do for a living? And I'm like, I want to be a mechanic. And they both said, my mother and father said no. And I'm like, why? And they're like, because you're a hemophiliac. I have a blood disorder. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, what do you want me to do? They're like, something on computers. And I'm like, what? And like, they didn't have an answer. And you know what? I ended up doing auto body anyways. And I blew my arms out from it, and I don't regret it because it taught me a lot in life. I did it for about 17 years. And I got to work on really nice cars, and screw my parents for keeping me down. I wish I was a mechanic because it's actually less repetitive motions that would have like been better for me. And the reason why I'm talking about this is not just to have a psychiatrist session. It's more like the Jehovah's Witnesses just keep you down.
Yes.
I saw a post on Reddit where a kid wants to be a firefighter, and I brought this up already, but like, isn't this crappy? He's like, he's asking, what do I do? How do I like tell my parents I want to be a firefighter? He's 14 years old. I'm like, okay, yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses will come down on you for that. And that's just sad because like, you're a hero. You're going into I'm sorry, firefighters are heroes. They are.
Yes, they are. They are. Emergency workers, all of them like that. Like they have a personality that can run towards, chaos and emergencies. And then there's others that are like running away. I'm one of the running away. but they have the strength and they've tapped into it and they know they can be good in this situation. And that makes them that hero category. Absolutely.
You know why they don't want them to be firefighters?
They'll miss the meetings or the assemblies.
Yes. In the 70s, during the recessions, some of the brothers became firefighters. There were, I think, 3 of them. Well, they had to work 24 hours on, 24 hours off, or 24 hours on and 48 hours off. And it was 90% interfering with their good old meeting attendance.
Yes. That's anytime.
I saw a YouTube video, and I don't know what country it was in. I can't remember. It was Europe, I think. And there were a bunch of firefighters, and they were all watching a soccer game, like football. And they were like really into it. And the alarm went off, and they had to go. And nobody, like, it was so honorable. Even in the comment sections of this video, none of these firemen even looked at the screen at the TV. They put their shit on. They got out of there in 2 seconds. Sorry, I swore.
Wow. No, that's impressive.
Got out of there immediately.
Yeah.
They didn't even bat an eyelash. They were there to serve us,
Yes.
I think they're, and then when this kid has to feel like he's 14 years old and that's what he wants to do, and he has to feel ashamed for it. That's so sad, because you know what? I said in the comment section, this was in Quora, and I know I'm repeating myself from my show.
Quora is kind of fun, yeah.
I told the kid that Watchtower has their own fire department.
Yeah, at Warwick. It's like its own.
They have their own fire department, so it's like they're hypocrites as crap.
You're right. Wasn't it Gage that?
Go ahead, buddy. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead, Brad. And then I'm sorry, honey.
My oldest brother, who's an elder, he's a firefighter, and he never got any backlash for trying to be a firefighter. And it took him like a year to become one.
Wow. So does his time at work ever interrupt with meetings or assemblies?
I've never asked him about that, because they kept it secret that he became an elder, so I don't know how his work affects elderly duties or whatever. He was the one that came over and gave a memorial talk that I wasn't invited to, or I was uninvited to. But
that like goes down in history. That's so messed up.
Yeah, I have the record.
It didn't go wrong. Every year, all of us XJWs are talking about, yep, I got an invitation. And you're like, yeah, I got a non-invitation directly telling me not to show up. That never happened.
You call yourself an apostate?
No, it's all about them, not you. And what it really says is how scared they are. They are scared of your presence and what you will expose. That's really what's going on, darling.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They did not want me talking to other people there, which is fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
They've never talked badly about him being a firefighter. In fact, it's always the opposite. It's always spoken as normal firefighters are spoken about, as in you're a hero kind of thing, which is worse to me, because now it's like he's a double hero with my family, because he's an elder as well as a
That's
firefighter,
right.
and that is annoying.
Elder and firefighter, yeah.
So he's got 2 hero statuses, and I've got 0.
You know what you have? You've got some education in being a lawyer. I call that badass.
Yeah,
and I think
I
it's
got
pretty
invited to the memorial.
What? And what?
I got uninvited to the memorial. And no one else has that, so that's still pretty cool. I'm quite proud of that. I know that sounds stupid, but I am.
It's so like never happens. It's so bad of
You were uninvited because you're an attorney?
No. I was uninvited because my brother, who had just been made an elder, was giving the memorial talk, and I have been pretty vocal about how my other brother had been sexually abused by Jehovah's Witnesses, and because it was like my oldest brother's big first memorial talk, they didn't want me there, so they uninvited me.
Oh.
But I am studying to be a lawyer. That's where the lawyer stuff came from.
You go for it. You reach for the stars and you grab onto it and run with it.
Oh yeah, I'm flying to the moon.
Brad, are you trying to pass the bar? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Really?
I'm only at the start. Yeah. I've only passed one course so far, and it'll be about 8 years before I finish it because I'm doing part-time because I work as well and have a family and stuff. But yeah. After I finish the Royal Australian
You'll
Commission,
be my attorney when I get in trouble.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
After
fuck yeah,
seeing the
man.
Royal Australian Commission, I said, I want to do what that guy does.
I'm sorry, I'm swearing.
No,
Sorry,
you're right.
everyone.
You saw the Australian Royal Commission and you said to yourself, you want to do what who does?
What our boyfriend does.
Our boyfriend, Angus. I thought so. The first night this guy, Brad, calls, we're kind of seeing where I'm at in my head. And then when we started talking to Angus, I'm like, oh my God, he's my boyfriend. And he goes, he's my boyfriend. It was so great. But no, to watch Angus question these people of authority that we could never reach, that never answered to us. They demanded all of our loyalty, but gave us none. It was empowering.
And forcing answers, getting the answers that we were demanding for so long, and knowing more about the Bible than they did.
I loved Angus going, well, you know, that's highly contested. Meaning, yeah, we think you're full of shit. We don't think you're telling the truth. He was just, Angus is a class act. And just, wow. Yeah.
All class.
Yeah.
One of my children is a physician.
They are?
Awesome.
What kind of physician? Did you say all of them?
No, one they've all graduated college. They're all professionals. But, Beth is a physician. She's a specialist. She's a neonatologist. She takes care of the premature babies.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's such a vulnerable time for the parents. That's amazing.
She's real quick to tell someone as she's attending to the preemie, we need this child needs blood, get a court order.
She knows not to dilly-dally around. Good. Good for her. And yeah, I'm really glad to hear that. It's the way it is now is if an adult chooses to not take a blood transfusion, society at large has considered that a religious right, human right. But to have our children not take a blood transfusion because of the convictions of their parents, because it's a life and death matter, that's what they do. They get a court order. Go ahead.
I said, absolutely, you're right.
Wow, good for her. I can remember my mother carrying the blood card in her wallet, and there came a time when we got older, my sister and I, she's 2 years younger than me, and my mother had us sign one, and carry it in our own wallets. And I just did not like it. I never agreed with it, but that was how it had to. That I had no other choice but to accept that that's what Jehovah wanted. I didn't like it. But
You were a child.
knowing that my mother would let me die because of her devotion to Jehovah did not seem to settle well as an understandable loyalty to God at all. You know,
It's not something that God has ever required.
that's true.
They are stuck on stupid. As we say.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's see, and that's the thing about cult members. The best ones are very intelligent. They're highly effective people. They are busy, busy bees, and um, work a lot for Jehovah's approval, and don't do certain things because then Jehovah will disapprove of them, right? That you've heard many talks. In order to please Jehovah, we're going to do this. If we displease Jehovah, it's like we're going to fall out of his grace, if there ever was grace. But still, it's such a manipulative tool,
Is there any other religion that refuses blood transfusions?
Fascinating you say this. Now, I have something interesting to tell you. Okay, so I've listened to this podcast called Falling Out, and it's about the Unification Church, the Moonies. And the picture of falling out is a moon that has like a piece taken out of it, almost like the shape of somebody cut a pie piece out of the moon, and it's up high. And then there's like this person that's fell out of the moon on its way down, and it's called falling out because it's a Mooney thing. So these are children that grew up in the Moonies, and so Reverend Moon had these mass weddings that he's known for, right? Well, certain years, there's some kind of a significance of specialness to some certain years. So what I found out was whatever those years were that are of the specialness, the children that come from that are not allowed to have blood transfusions. They can't mix. It's like there's some kind of a royalty something or another. And I was just so intrigued when I was listening to one of the podcasts, and I about, but I'd never heard anybody else say such a thing until then.
I did not know that.
Yeah, isn't that fascinating? So it's like, I don't know, weddings from 1965 or 75 or something. Any children from that mass wedding are not allowed to have blood transfusions. I'm not sure if it's the 75. I'm just giving an example. And
I'll research that.
There's a lot of
religions or denominations that don't allow blood transfusions as well.
Say that again.
There's a few religions or denominations that don't allow blood transfusions out there. But
okay.
They're not as well known as Jehovah's Witnesses. So one of them, if you don't mind me cutting in here, are the Christadelphians.
That's fascinating. I just had a friend request from some guy that's Christadelphian everything.
There you go. They refuse them. Certain Adventist groups, like the Seventh-day Adventist Reform Movement and the Church of God, they also don't allow blood transfusions. The Assembly of Yahweh.
Oh.
So never heard of. They're not allowed. And Holiness and Pentecostal groups. Some of the denominations from Holiness and Pentecostal denominations also refuse blood transfusions. There's more than just Jehovah's Witnesses. It's just that Jehovah's Witnesses have been the most vocal about it, or there's the most of them, I guess.
Right.
Thank you for that wealth of information.
You're very welcome. I found it interesting as well because I thought that was one thing that Jehovah's Witnesses were alone in. That was something that only they can. But so I did a little bit of research and found that there's a few. It's just that they're not huge organizations, I think.
Right.
When you become an attorney, you may be appointed by the court at any given moment to become a guardian ad litem.
Yeah. Elaborate, please.
What does that mean?
You may be called to, a judge may order you to, even pro bono, to go talk to a minor that may be 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, that, let's see, I'm trying to recall from experiences at the firm. Say their parents had them committed to a behavioral center. Well, the judge wants to know if the child thinks that they need to be there. And so the attorney goes and they talk with the child. And if the attorney agrees with the child, then he presents the case before the judge. And voila,
I can do that.
The judge will, most of the time, will say, okay, release the child. But on some occasions, they're like, I'm sorry, but speaking with your doctors, I do think you should stay. Will you stay a few more days? And go back to the judge and say that the child has consented to stay. And okay, well, you're still this child's guardian ad litem until this is resolved.
That's a pretty heavy decision to have to make.
Well, it was never burdensome and it was never a hard decision for the attorney I was working with.
Yeah. Okay. I will prepare myself to have to make those decisions. Yay.
So would these be...
Going in this with the... No, you go.
Would these be like, say a teenager did some kind of a shoplifting or broke the law of some sort, and then that's a consequence to... No? What would have to happen for them to find themselves in one of those behavioral places?
Typical teenage rebellion where the parent thinks they've lost their mind.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's kind of falls under the teen industry. Yeah, cults.
In the state of North Carolina, a child is required to go to church with the family if the parents request. But once they turn 14, they cannot be forced to attend.
Is that right? Huh. That's fascinating. But then again, things that are illegal are not necessarily acknowledged as legal within the house of Jehovah's Witness parents. So they'll go into the zone of the ends justifies the means to get the child to go to the meeting.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
They're going to take paper billboards in every county, city, state, nationwide, and say, if you have a legal issue, call a lawyer. Ask for a lawyer.
And see, people hesitate because they don't have money. Should that be a reason to hesitate?
No. The court
And why
system,
not?
the court system deemed who qualifies for an attorney pro bono. The
That's
court
right.
can always choose to step in on the behalf of a minor.
Okay.
Doesn't mean they always will, but many times they will.
Yeah. So you used to work at a law firm? A law firm?
Yes, I was a paralegal.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I think that kind of a career is pretty amazing. My dad used to tell me, like when I would come up to him and like be like, he'd give me the what for, and I'd be giving him the what about this back, and he'd be like, you should be a lawyer. He would tell me that.
Well,
I took it as a compliment. Evidently, I pleaded my case pretty well. Wow. I've wondered, so when people go to lawyer school, because I know nothing about this, when they first get out, do they have to be like one of those lawyers that is a criminal lawyer? Or can they go into a specialty or?
most attorneys do settle into certain, either one or even multiple areas of expertise.
Okay. So if they choose not to become a criminal lawyer, they might not have to?
You have to study criminal law. You have to pass the bar. You have to hit on all of it. But this attorney that I worked with, real estate, the old traffic tickets, DUIs, but also federal criminal. So
Okay.
they find their niche, what they want to delve into, and there's room for everyone.
Yeah. It's fascinating. Just a few things Pixie has said, like sometimes Pixie will come on the show, and her previous gentleman was a lawyer, and the things that she had learned from him, she'll share on this show, or things that she's read. It's just been so intriguing to me, and I'm just so proud of Brad being so motivated to get himself into these classes and to do them as he's doing them. I'm just so
happy for him.
proud. Yeah. Fortunately, he doesn't, live a lifestyle that he has to make it to the meetings and go to the assemblies. And to be honest, I think that's why there are many janitors and window washers within the culture of Jehovah's Witnesses or any of those high demand groups, because it's actually you're a independent contractor, you're running your own business, you're making your own hours. That's the gift of doing that kind of work. So you don't have to rely on somebody that's over you to be able to make it to the assembly or whatever. And you can plan that ahead of time. Janitors, like my mother had a business of janitorial business. So I've been working since I was 11, and I worked with my mother in these janitorial jobs, and they're not that hard, they're not that hard at all. So you spend a certain amount time there, and you have a routine. We used to put the radio on because everybody's gone, and it would be done, within a certain amount of time, or the time felt as though it went by fast when it was, an hour or 2 hour job. So we'd get into a routine, and it was. Kind of cool.
Be your own boss. Never get stuck behind a desk, and only take cash. From the movie The Coneheads.
I don't remember that, but oh my God, I would break out in hives if I had to work at a desk. That would just, and there's other people that like that's their realm. I'm too artsy fartsy to, and I'm too dyslexic and learning disabilities and all. I just would not be able to do it very well. It doesn't come natural, but I really like knowing that there's people out there that are good at it. You know, I have a theory about the blood transfusions and the Watchtower, and it's only a theory. It's just my theory. I believe that when you sign your blood card, what you're doing is you're giving power of attorney over to the organization or the liaison team, something to that effect. And then they are the ones that approve of the kind of treatment a patient, Jehovah's Witness patient, will receive. Sometimes they will suggest that they go to a different hospital. Unfortunately, there's been a few times when it's been too late, so the patient was too weak to be, taken to another hospital, and have ended up dying and stuff like this. But then there's been very successful ones that they go to the hospitals that specialize in bloodless medicine is what they call it. And I believe that, so it was under Nathan Homer Knorr that the blood transfusions began. And I believe that we got signed up for trials, clinical trials, so that they could perfect it, the process of using bloodless medicine. And I believe it's for those that end up going into combat and they're injured. I believe it's so that they'll have bloodless medicine on hand to be able to give it to these soldiers and stuff out on wherever they're at, fighting the wars of whatever they are. You know what I'm saying? So that's my theory.
It is a possibility, but I think that is that's bad medicine, bad science, medical science. But it is a possibility.
And what does that term mean, bad science? Is there a meaning behind that?
Yes, they should not try to do that, in my opinion.
I agree. I agree. And I don't think that the ordinary Jehovah's Witness, if this was the case, would even know that that's happening.
They would probably know.
Yeah. So that's my theory. And
It is a possibility.
yeah, it is a possibility because the members are reliant on the liaison team that they have the wisdom and the knowledge of what's best for them. And they show up, the liaison team shows up and gives the doctors what they're allowed and not allowed to do. And it's like, wow. But I've gone and, when I do my own self-studies, and I'll put in Jehovah's Witnesses, like in different fields of medicines and stuff, I'll always put in Jehovah's Witnesses. And a lot of them have to do with, because Jehovah's Witnesses do not take blood transfusions, how to care for one, how to care for a patient that won't accept blood, and the techniques and things that they are to go through to treat this patient with dignity and stuff. And so I've read tons of those. they never say the person's name. They just say a Jehovah's Witness male in 54 or whatever, having to get a certain operation, and how successful it was. So it didn't say their names. So yeah. When so last weekend, I got a chance to go to, I'm sorry, what?
It is a possibility.
Yeah. And it would be unbeknownst to the members, which is, maybe they're told just before, maybe they're told just before that this is still experimental and would be all too fine to say, okay, I don't know, because it's a safer route than receiving blood. What did you say?
Soldiers on the field, regarding soldiers on the field, it would be extremely helpful if they had alternative bloodless
Yes.
of saving someone's life, but I don't know. I think that should be left within the military.
I think the fact that the military doesn't have that kind of shows where we are with it medical-wise. They always get the best stuff first. If they can't cut an arm off and then fix it without any blood, then medicine isn't there yet.
Now that you're saying this, I don't know for sure if they do have that or not at this point. I'm assuming that they don't, so I might be misspeaking.
I'm assuming that as well.
I'd have to do some more research.
I don't know. I like to do research. I like to delve into things.
Mm-hmm. I do too. This past weekend, I got to go to a conference that happens once a year, and it was through ICSA, ICSA, International Cultic Association, Studies Association, and I've been a member of this for quite a while now, and they, you may have seen them on Facebook or Twitter or something like that. They'll put out articles of all these different groups that are kind of fall under new religious movements or high demand groups. The group itself does not have a list of these are bad groups. They don't. But from their resources, you get to learn about how to decipher whether a group is a bad group or not. So that gets to be something you can view and you can decide. And they do not say that they are or not, or they are not. So, there's groups that are like maybe 5 people or 1,000 to 2,000 and odd names and stuff like this. So I'm always getting to read about different groups that have so many of the same techniques and tactics that were used in the Watchtower. It just blows me away. It's like there's this unwritten handbook that they all seem to have, but it's not written. It's not written down. But what I can resort to is the characteristics of a person that's on the spectrum of being high on the narcissistic scale. So there's usually they're very charismatic, and just the techniques and tactics that are used. It's not so much what they believe, but the techniques and tactics that are used to get you to believe these things. That's what's unethical. That's what's deceptive. like I said earlier, people don't get up in the morning and decide, I'm going to go join something that's really unhealthy for me. They are deceived. They are recruited into something that's totally different than what it turns out to be, you know? So those that, like I can look back now and see why my mother joined this religion. I was born in it. I didn't get a choice. And yeah, that sucks. Um, I was raised to conform or be cast out. It was just, I hated it, hated it. Yet I was a true believer. You know, when I was younger, it just seemed so confining and oppressive. I just didn't have words. I just knew that I was always bad because I wanted to do certain things that I've come to find out later was actually normal. But it used to be called, you know, rebellion, and I was called the demonized bitch. So there was something wrong with me for wanting to do these things. So I was really trained in that kind of stinking thinking. So there was different people that gave different talks, and one of the talks really talked about spousal abuse and how common it is within these groups that are high demand, high control cultures, and that are, you know, totalitarian, and but it's a God backing kind of thing. You need to, you know, much like what I've heard as far as the culture of the organization. There's been an article where, you know, there's a gal that tells this Bible study conductor that that their husband hit them again because they said something that they disagreed with their husband, and you know, so she's complaining about it, and her Bible study conductor is like letting her know that to endure is the best thing, rather than encourage them to maybe make a few choices with their safety in mind. It's more like, listen, the more you endure, it would help them come to Jehovah. It's like, wow. So there's a lot of that going on within these cults. So that was interesting to hear. I have usually at this time I don't have a whole lot on my brain because I have learning disabilities. So what I end up doing is I end up taking my notes or recording something, and I go over and over and over again, and then when I get it, I've got it, and that's a good place to be. But I'm still at the beginning of taking it in and letting it land somewhere that's associated with something that's already there, you know, kind of like building blocks. But it was, by the way, Michael, who has a YouTube channel and podcast called Shunned. He was there on the first day, which was not a day that people showed up for, like somebody like myself that was going to attend. It was only like people that are part of the group of ICSA. They were there to listen to him give a talk. And he gave this really cool talk. And the reason I got to see it is because he has it on his channel, Shunned. He's like this white guy that's kind of bald, and he has become a life coach, and he'll have people on his show to tell their stories, and they'll be like 1 hour, 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours. And yeah, that's a long time for some people to listen to, but I dig them. I don't mind listening to podcasts or shows that last that long when I don't have to be staring at it the whole time. I'm listening, and he's very good at validating what somebody has gone through. So an example would be after they've talked about this, that, and the other, he's like, well, no wonder you were going through this and you were going through that. So he has the words for it. He has the reasons why it happened. he's very validating to his guests. And again, he has the YouTube channel called Shunned, and it's also a podcast. Before he started that, he came up with This JW Life or My JW Life. I think it's This JW Life. And he tells his testimony in, I think, maybe 5 podcast shows. If you ever get a chance to Google This JW Life, and you'll see like a large J and a W. Why I can't think of his last name, I don't know, but that's a really good series to listen to, because you understand how he grew up in the organization, how he met his wife, and how they got together, and how they found themselves at a place of, yeah, this isn't for us. And it wasn't very like talk crap about the organization. It was just things were not clicking. And another thing is they had built up some debt, and they wanted to really pay it off. So they took a year to just work really hard to pay off this debt. So they actually like missed some meetings and stuff. And of course they got all kinds of crap for that, right? But they made that a top priority to pay off all of their debts. And during that time, they were listening to a few podcasts that they had learned some things about. He didn't know he had ADHD or ADD, which made things click into place for him on why certain things had happened in his life and it couldn't connect, So he talks a lot about himself on This JW Life. But since the show that he started called Shunned, you're hearing stories about all these different people, what their experiences were, what it was like for them. And it's very casual. It's very casual. He really opens up a comfortable place for guests to come on. And when you can tell that they seem that a guest might be running out of words or something like that, he just like intuitively knows what to ask next, and just really encourages them to come back into the conversation. It's not uncommon to disassociate when you might be triggered, and when you tell your own stories, sometimes you disassociate mentally because you kind of trigger yourself, right? So this actually happens, and I'm laughing because it just is. I want to laugh because it's embarrassing, but it's not. It's not so much that. It's just you're going along, dun 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 dun, dun, and then you're just kind of lost. You're just kind of lost, and there's more to tell, but you really need some coaching from someone who knows you. And if you have a friend that might have been in a cult or whatever, that you can see that sometimes they just kind of space out and look like they're kind of daydreaming or something, you can just kind of ask them, where were you when you were thinking just, a few minutes ago? And it kind of helps them center themselves to get back into their mindset of in their physical body, and for their feet to be touching the floor, to feel anchored, because that sense of disassociating is almost a sense of not really being present. And for groups that had a lot of meditation, that was something that they were used to doing a lot. Go ahead.
Is this the couple that live in Ireland?
No. They live in the United States.
I'll Google Shunned.
Yes, yeah. His name is Michael. I can't think of his last name. He's a white guy, bald-headed.
I'll Google it.
Okay. And the studio he's in, for doing the shows, he has a black background with a few lights pointing in a few different directions, not to be like stage lights, but just ambiance. Okay. So back to that sense of being disassociated. There's groups that are doing that, maybe did some transcendental meditation or did a lot of chanting, maybe did some spinning, and it was intentionally for to kind of get high and to kind of get a buzz, okay, within their own bodies without taking substances, okay? And because they were so used to doing that, sometimes it'll just happen later after they leave the group without even intending to do it. It just happens. So that's not an uncommon thing. And if people have gone through trauma, you've heard stories where, you know, they just left their body or something to that effect. That's a real clever thing that the body does to self-protect, you know, to help their mind get through this horrifying traumatic experience. And if they had been experiencing trauma on such a regular basis, they might naturally do it without even attempting to, at the point of when they're attempting to heal and stuff like that. So when you see somebody that you know of that may have experienced any of that, whether it was in a group or just their childhood or maybe an abusive relationship and they've left, they might still do that. And it's a common thing. And I learned that from Margaret Sanger, who was a pretty big cult specialist back in the day, worked out of Berkeley up north in California. She actually was a expert witness with the Patty Hearst case. And Patty Hearst was kidnapped from a group. Did you want to say something? I missed what you're saying.
No. I just said right. I remember I was a teenager.
Yeah. So yes, so we do remember it, and I think there's younger people here that may not have ever heard of it. But so she was the granddaughter of the guy that had a newspaper, extremely wealthy, owned the Hearst Castle.
Yeah.
You know,
right.
He was a man of wealth. And anyway, she was at a time where she was in college and had a boyfriend. And she ended up being kidnapped by this group of people. Oh, I can't remember the name. Something.
Army. Yeah.
Yeah. Say that again, please.
Something Army.
Something Army. Yes.
I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
Okay. So Margaret Sanger was an expert witness, so that she showed up to basically say this is not something she would have ordinarily done. But because Patty Hearst was thrown in a closet, raped and beaten numerous times, given a different name, which is not uncommon for cults. They will either give you a different name or ask you to come up with one. And that's to change your identity. To take you away, that promotes the cult self as opposed to the authentic self of who you truly are. So they gave her another name, and then they had her involved in a robbery, a bank robbery, like holding a automatic weapon and stuff. And so she ended up having to go to prison for this. It turned out to be.
I remember that well.
Yeah, it was just like, wait a minute, Tanya? Wasn't that the name that she had? Tanya, I think. Whereas her original name is Patricia Hearst, Patty Hearst. So when you're that traumatized, and these are definitely cases of coercive control, and it happens. This is not something she would have done just for the kicks of it, you know. It was something that she did basically for survival. So that's what Margaret Sanger came as an expert witness to say for her trial, you know. But she ended up going to prison, and I don't remember how many years, but it ended up being shortened. And then Jimmy Carter, who was a president, had something to do with making that time even less. So she did get out, and because she wasn't really a threat to society at large, and she was a true victim of this group that kidnapped her. There's also this also makes me think of Stockholm syndrome. But going back to Patty, so anyways, Margaret Sanger is old school and knew about the techniques and tactics. Her and Robert J. Lipton would correspond with each other. Jolly West. These are all old school people that were studying the outcomes of prisoners of war, Chinese, Korean, and so it was kind of like the beginnings of the education for cult info. And I have great respect for these people, and there's been some bad things that have happened along the way that I'm not promoting, but if you ever look them up, you'll find out what they are. Basically, there was an elephant involved, and it didn't end well. And it was, I believe, an accident. The way I've read it, it was an accident experiment, and so that was a really too bad thing with Jolly West. So yeah. Do you want to add anything to that, Beverly?
When human beings suffer trauma, I mean, you're talking about sometimes we'll disconnect. I mean, it's just a natural thing. It's our body and mind's way of being able to survive.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Who was talking earlier? Was it Mark about obsessive compulsive disorder?
I don't know. I wasn't listening all the way today, but I really.
I think right when you first came on.
Okay. He might have. I don't recall.
Michael or Mark. I totally get where he's coming from.
Hello.
Hi. Who's this?
How you doing, my lady, Miss Linda? This is Christopher.
Christopher, I have not emailed you. I'm so sorry. Last time you were on, I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to email you. I airheaded. I'm so sorry. Welcome to the show.
Oh yeah. And you know, I was listening to you. I was trying to charge my phone up so I could get on and talk without being cut off. We share some similarities. I grew up doing janitorial work also. My family had a janitorial business.
Yeah. Beverly, this is Christopher, and Christopher, this is Beverly.
Hello, how you doing?
Hello, Christopher. I'm doing well, and you also had.
Okay, yeah. I heard somebody say something. I think it was Brad. He mentioned the Christadelphians. Did anybody kind of elaborate a little more or expand on them? Because they are a important point.
Why do you say that? I'm looking down because I've had my laptop on, and I just want to turn it off.
There's a connection between the Bible students and the Christadelphians, aren't there?
Right. I'll give you a quick little synopsis of how it is. They're a denomination that definitely a large portion of Jehovah's Witnesses are very unfamiliar with, and a lot of non-Jehovah's Witnesses or mainstream religious people, because we all know that the Witnesses, their statement to fame is that, you know, there's nobody out here like us. You know, we preach, you know, a different message, and we follow Jehovah's instructions in Jesus. Now, I say that to say this. The founder of the Christadelphians was a guy named John Thomas. I'm going to start with the similarities first between him and Russell. Russell changed religions. I think it was due to his mother's death. He was uncertain about things. And of course, you know, in the Proclaimer's book, they make it seem nostalgic. He stumbles onto the Adventists. John Thomas, similar, he was coming over to America, his ship almost wrecked, and it was a life-changing experience. He said that, you know, if he lived through this, that he was search for Bible, listen to the wording, Bible truths, and I'm gonna show you why those words are similar too. So he was gonna search for Bible truths. What he did when he got to America, he went through the Campbellites and a couple of other people, and he was connected with. He was also connected with the guy's name is slipping my mind, but the author of the emphatic dialogue Russell ended up buying. They were also connected. Now, here's the similarities, and this is going to be amazing for some people because a lot of people don't know. I would say at least, if I had to guess a number, I would say 98% of Jehovah's Witnesses have never heard of these people because, like I said, their claim to fame, as we know, is nobody out there is similar to us. Now,
right.
This. Now, John Thomas was about 33 years before Russell.
Okay.
Their belief is that we have to uphold God's name. They use the Tetragrammaton, the YHWH, and they call him Yahweh. So their creed was to always put that first. Same way Jehovah's Witnesses are. You know, we have to vindicate God's name by restoring it in the Bible. But the Christadelphians were doing it first. Now,
okay.
Also rejected the hellfire teaching.
Did they?
Teaching, a pagan teaching, same as Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, they also say that the Bible is the only source of truth, and you have to gain that truth from the Bible. Now, here's the thing that's going to be shocking. The Christadelphians believe and taught that the Holy Spirit is an impersonal force. It's just God's power in action. These same witnesses say it's just similar to electricity. It has no personality, no personification. It's just personal. But the Christadelphians were already doing this. They also rejected the immortality of the soul. They didn't believe that the dead had a soul, so they believe in soul sleep. You remain in the ground until resurrection. Now, also, they were the first ones to use this term, disfellowship. This was used for members who were not continually abiding by the proper laws and regulations of Jesus. Also, now, they would gather, and this is really going to sound familiar to all the ex-witnesses out there. They would gather for Bible worship one day a week in their homes. Now, they also, on Sundays, their difference is on Sundays, they would have the bread and wine, honoring Jesus until his return, which that's the way you're supposed to do it. If you want to commemorate him once a year, once a day, he said, just keep doing this in remembrance of me. But they would do this every Sunday service. Now, guess what they call that service? They call it the memorial service.
Wow.
The exact same wording as the witnesses. Now, here's a few other things. They called the outside worship of the world, just like the JWs added people of the world. Now, all their members were called by brother and sister. They also rejected military and war service, and this was during the time of the Civil War, so they were conscientious, objectors. Now, they also preached or did a preaching work, and they said that this was their primary duty of all members, the exact same way as the witnesses. Now, those similarities are too coincidental. Now, guess what? they also did not believe that Jesus was God, according to mainstream religion. They believed he was a created angel.
Okay.
This brings us to the point. How can you have so many similarities? Because one thing we all know, the older we get, or I like to say the wiser that we get, there are no real coincidences that add up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 like this. Those things, like I said I think on your show and another show, that Russell, he repackaged.
Oh, just wait a little bit. I'm actually going to do that for you. I was just about to go down. Yeah, all good.
Brad? Hey, Brad, can you push *6 for me, unless you're going to comment?
I was going to comment, but I can do both of those things.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were with a client. Forgive me. I'll shut up now. Please go on, Christopher.
Oh, yeah. But the last thing I was going to say is that those things are too coincidental. And like I said, John Thomas was about 30-some years before Russell.
Right.
And like I said, lastly, he didn't believe that Jesus was a God himself, or God incarnate, or more in the, I don't like to say Trinitarian, but more in that in union 3 in 1. So all those things bring us to this point. The witnesses were not the witnesses. They are a copy or a format from the Christadelphians. Russell repackaged that. Now where he got most of these things from, and like I said here before, and to Jehovah's Witnesses and elders that I talked to, do you know who Henry Grew is? Henry Grew took a lot of these things and placed them into Russell's psyche. So it's not a coincidence that the Christadelphians preach. They do memorial service. They call their meeting places, or their gathering as a group, congregations. So it's the same vernacular as far as the wording. It's the same policies as far as disfellowshipping, having no military service, believing in the preaching work. But if you tell a Jehovah's Witness that, they'll be shocked. Now, you can go on jw.org, and there's a small space where they mention the Christadelphians, and they say that, well, they could not have been God's chosen people because they didn't use the name of Jehovah. So really, they're just nitpicking wordplay, saying that they were divided, or they had different secular groups that sprung out of them. But that's no different than the witnesses. And a lot of people don't realize they have offshot groups that have come out of the Bible students, and then later the Jehovah's Witnesses. So they sort of downplay them. But if all these things, let's say if we could time travel and go back to the time when the Christadelphians were in their prime, you would almost have to say that, or assume that Jehovah is blessing him if he's got all these things in order. Because in the modern time right now, the witnesses in their approach to world religion is saying, well, we are blessed, Russell was blessed, and we are the only earthly organization. Look at our structure. Look at the things we do versus mainstream Christianity. But they don't know that their whole system was just photocopied.
Wow. Wow. Eisenhower, his mother, Eisenhower ended up becoming president, and he had brothers and stuff. None of them became a Bible student. His mother was, a Bible student. And I believe his father was a Christadelphian. Do you recall that? Whether that was the case? You do? Okay. Something very similar to it if it wasn't Christadelphians. And I remember thinking, how did they do that? Father's Christadelphian and mom's, Bible student. And she used to have Bible study at her home. Now, after hearing this, they're birds of a feather, you know? This is making so much sense, right? Wow.
Well, the Christadelphians are the birds. Russell just used the feathers to have the appearance of that same bird.
Yes, which is very common for when someone starts a new group, um, to take a little bit of here, a little bit there, you know, and come up with their own eclectic gathering of what they've come up with to start their movement or a Bible study or this, that, and the other, you know. It's very common. Wow, I'm really thankful you brought that up.
I think I was Googling something and I became, Christadelphians popped up. And I think I read probably 30, 45 minutes on the Christadelphians. That's why I'm a little bit familiar with what you're talking about.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. I thought you meant you did it tonight. Like, I'm thinking, 30, all this time and we barely been. You meant another time. Okay. Yeah. Somebody friend requested me.
I appreciate you talking about that.
No problem. But it's something that we need. Even the ex-JW community. That's sort of like something they can put into their arsenal to tell witnesses, hey, really, we when we were part of them, or now you guys aren't really as original as you proclaim to be or make the appearance of.
If you ever get to hear someone from the Bible Students Association, which still is active today, they'll let you know that Jehovah's Witnesses are the apostates, okay? Because we branched off of them. We're the ones that,
Seventh-day Adventists will tell you that Charles Russell was never a baptized member of their church.
Okay. I'm really glad, Christopher, you brought up the death of his mother, because he was very young. He was 9 years old when his mother died. And I believe they had 5 kids, and 2 or 3 of them died. Did not make it to adulthood. So he had some death going on as he was growing up.
Yeah, and I give Russell a lot of credit, especially in like the last month or so. Now, I don't know if any of you guys have ever done this, but I'm going to tell you it's very interesting. We've always heard the name Charles Taze Russell, when we were within the organization, and, we kind of admired him without even knowing him. You can go to YouTube and you can actually see the 1080i. Now they've animated it and actually see Charles Taze Russell. And he is a great speaker, very poised, very commanding. And I can see why people follow him then. And he could definitely preach for hours at a time. And he's very convincing. But, I mean, now that we know, looking back, he wasn't as accurate or truly as knowledgeable as he had the appearance.
Right?
Yeah. He had many of his sermons written up in many newspapers. He would do debates with other preachers or whatever. The Eagle newspaper could not stand him. Every chance they got, they're like writing stuff about him, like negative things, okay? Like, like a critic that is someone that goes to restaurants, or a movie critic or a restaurant critic, tell them what it was like when they experienced it. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. No, the Eagle was just like, no, this dude's ain't nobody. He's never been to pastor school. They just called him out on all kinds of stuff.
My husband and I are Baptists, but we're independent. We go to an independent Baptist church. I won't go to a Southern Baptist church. As independent Baptists, govern themselves, just their church.
Okay.
But I made sure that our minister, he received his doctorate of divinity from Duke University.
Okay.
If they don't have their doctorate in divinity, I'm not going to attend or become a member of that church.
This is so wise of you, because Charles Taze Russell did not go to any kind of schooling of divinity. Now, Fred Brand did, but he quit. He didn't finish out the course. So if you show up at a church and you're just checking it out, it is not uncommon for someone to say, "Can I see your list of doctrines?" And they are to give you them. Okay. Oftentimes too, they'll give you their mission statement as well.
Oh yeah, it's on the wall.
But you know what? I mean, a lot of churches, even when they fall under the banner of, they call themselves, I'm putting up the air quotes, non-denominational. And I asked the same thing. I said, well, you say you're non-denominational, but everybody has to have a foundation or creed of doctrines. And I said, well, what do you believe here? What do you believe here? What do you believe here? So even though you say non-denominational, you have to have a core structure as far as going into that Bible.
Yes, but like I said, independent Baptists, and there are members on the board, but everything's brought before the congregation. It's a small church.
And the Christadelphians did the same thing, my lady. The Christadelphians did the same thing. They independently did everything within the congregation. They had a central oversight, but they handled everything individually within the congregations, similar to what you guys do.
Right, but I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you, but there are many Baptist churches in this area, but some are Southern Baptists, some are independent. The independent Baptists, no one comes into their church and tells them how to govern. The congregation works for the minister. The minister works for the congregation. We govern ourselves. I mean, I don't care what religion anyone chooses. Baptist is not the only true religion.
Right.
The Christadelphians, they don't have a hierarchical structure in their religion. So, no governing body, apparently.
How does that work? That's interesting.
I have no idea. They have elected male volunteers called lecturing brethren or managing brethren, and they conduct services on a rotating basis. Oh, here you go. Christadelphians actually means brothers in Christ, so that's why they call each other brothers and sisters. That makes much more sense than Jehovah's Witnesses doing it.
I'm not hearing you, Brad. Okay.
Sorry. Christadelphian actually means brothers of Christ. Or brothers of Christ. So that's why they call them brothers.
Wait a minute. The governing body calls themselves the Brothers of Christ. I said that's what the governing body members call themselves.
Yeah.
Brothers of Christ.
We should be allowed to call them Christadelphians then.
Like they're on par, like almost equal.
So they don't call their churches church. They don't call it going to church, just like Jehovah's Witnesses. They have decided to use a different name, which is ecclesia, which basically means church.
It does, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Back when I was a Christian, I did get baptized in a Baptist church in Montebello, California, and that pastor was a really good man. And I enjoyed going there.
Something else that's different about them is they don't believe in Satan.
They don't believe in Satan.
No, they believe all good and all evil comes from God.
That-
Evil mostly comes from humans, though.
Who believes
from
that?
inside you.
Who believes that?
Christadelphians.
Oh, huh. I don't know anything about them. Thank you. I'll research it.
That's
don't worry.
fascinating.
We're all learning about them at the moment.
It's fascinating to look at the doctrines, you know. I just want to say that if you're involved in a church where the pastor does not answer to somebody else, that's dangerous, because then he can run amok and years down the road, because he's the top-notch authority and he doesn't answer to nobody. In you know, if a pastor has, like, you know, a core group that are kind of like of elders and everything, where they have to agree on things to move forward, that's even better. But usually a certain church will have somebody higher than them that's like a main core place, that so that they don't turn into a cult, basically, is what I'm saying. So keep that in mind. You can ask for a list of their doctrines, and within the organization, we had to believe in each and every doctrine, even as they changed and came back to being the same doctrine again, or, you know, don't believe it at all. When you get involved in a Christian church, go with your intuition. You don't have to believe everything on that paper of their belief system, their list of doctrines, unless this comes natural, unless you have some Bible-based reasons, unless it settles in your spirit with ease, or after a while, you know, it can. But if it doesn't, you don't have to receive that. You don't. You take what you like, or what works with you, for you, and leave the rest. You don't have to be like in the organization. We had to believe in all of the doctrines at all times. Otherwise, if we didn't, we were declared apostate. That's not the way it is in mainstream Christianity. Eventually, it will come to you progressively, or it may never. A certain doctrine may never come to you. You might agree with it or not. But a church is set up so that people that are Christians can gather.
Okay. Yeah, it's
I'm sorry,
okay
what?
to believe that. It's okay not to believe everything.
Yes. That's a big difference from mainstream Christianity and the organization that we were trained in. Yeah. So, you know, there are people that, and what I was saying a minute ago was, you know, we all need community, and a church is a wonderful place for community. So people go to church because they already have a relationship with Christ or desire one, so they meet up with other people that have that in common with them. That's why they go to church. In the organization, we went to the Kingdom Hall and was associated with this organization so that hopefully we would make it through Armageddon and have eternal life. Like, that was the way. That was the way, the truth, and the life, right? Best life ever. Within mainstream Christianity, it's not like that. The church is not the way to God, not the way for a relationship with God. Okay? It's very different.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah.
I was just reading up more about these Christadelphians, and I found this really good paragraph, if you don't mind me reading it.
Please do. I'm going to turn my camera off for a minute because I need to put some food in my mouth, and I don't like to do it on camera, but I'm listening, okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Please do.
Christadelphians hold several beliefs that differ from traditional Christian denominations. They reject the Trinity doctrine and believe that Jesus was just a man. They do not mingle with other Christians, maintaining that they possess the truth and have no interest in ecumenism. Members of the religion do not vote, do not run for political office, or engage in war. That could be the intro for Jehovah's Witnesses.
Right.
Like word for word, that could be on the front cover of a Watchtower magazine, and no witness would say that's not us.
Do you mind repeating it?
Yep. They reject the Trinity doctrine and believe that Jesus Christ was a man. They do not mingle with other Christians, maintaining that they possess the truth and have no interest in ecumenism. Members of this religion do not vote, do not run for political office, or engage in war. So I found the part where they do not mingle with other Christians, maintaining that they possess the truth and have no interest in ecumenism, very similar to Jehovah's Witnesses. For those that don't know, ecumenism is when a group of Christians try and unite all Christians under one belief. Does that make sense?
Yes.
The organised attempt to bring about the cooperation and unity among Christians. That's what that word means, which is exactly like Jehovah's Witnesses. They have the truth, so there's no point in trying to look elsewhere or trying to, learn anything outside of their own religion. They have the truth, and that's all there is to it. If you don't like it, you're dead.
Yeah. And do you think it could also be called interfaith?
Yeah.
For instance, during the Australian Royal Commission, there was a time when all of the groups that were charities could get together to decide what should be the outcome of the redress scheme, what they would give back to victims, which I thought was brilliant, okay? The Jehovah's Witnesses refused to take any part of that because that would be an interfaith activity, meaning they would be working with other religions. Then we had Germany. Yeah. Germany happened a few months back, right? And there was a few churches in town that worked together to create an event to honor the victims. And the organization was not happy about that. But I don't think the organization realized just how much past their congregation that this community, was touched and affected by it. Having an interfaith, a few different denominations get together and come up with a day of, honoring these ones that have lost their lives, I think it was a healthy thing, a really wise thing for the community. Because the whole community was affected by this, So the Jehovah's Witnesses did not take part of that either.
Yeah, and they talk about being good community members, upstanding community citizens and things like that. And then as soon as the community is like, we respect you and we want to help, say how atrocious this was for not just your group, but our whole community, because these people lived in our community, Jehovah's Witnesses don't want any part of it. It's just ridiculous. Mm-hmm. No one should answer their doors to them because they're not answering their doors to anyone else.
Unless you're rightly disposed. Which means willing to be taught The Gospel by Way of the Watchtower.
Who was the president? Let's see, was Nathan Noor the president? Yes, I would love for Billy Graham to have been able to debate Nathan Noor.
Yeah. Why is that? What can you picture?
Billy Graham burying him scripturally.
Yeah. I think Noor was a troubled soul. Very gifted in organizational skills, but a troubled soul.
Do enlighten us.
Say that again? What?
Was a troubled soul. Why do you think he was a troubled soul?
He was kind of trained under Rutherford. The organization didn't allow Bethelites to get married, but there was a rumor that he was gay, and when that happens, and then they married them off to a woman, which happened, it's to squash the rumor of being gay. Was he gay? I don't know. But there was
Rutherford was a womanizer.
Rutherford was, yes. And right now I'm talking about Nathan Noor. But yeah, Rutherford was
Sorry.
way
sorry.
womanizer. You're right.
I apologize.
No worries.
Talking about Rutherford.
Yeah, what you're offering definitely is different than what I'm talking. Definitely different than what I'm talking about. I appreciate that. And you're like, wait a minute. That doesn't sound like the character Rutherford. Oh my God, Rutherford.
It makes sense that Noor would be gay, because like he like, I don't know, he acts very queer.
And see, I haven't seen enough. I would like to think my gaydar could tell, but I.
and he established a disfellowshipping arrangement, and he's kind of a sick bastard for it, you know.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that about him, the way he was. It just goes to show that Jehovah's Witnesses are hypocrites, or the organization at least, like the higher ups.
And like I said, this was a rumor, and then he got married, which is what they did with other people that, you know, society at large thought was gay. You marry them off to a woman, that should end that rumor. And then other people in the org got to get married at Bethel. But before that, it was forbidden. And I would like to think my gaydar is pretty on point, but it's not. Especially with women. I can usually see it on a man first, but I have not seen enough of his mannerisms nor of his teachings or heard his talks. But that was a well-known rumor. So if that was the case, and a culture that you're involved in doesn't allow that would make for a troubled soul. And I remember him. I don't know if it was from the Raymond Franz Crises of Conscience book, but I remember him quoting something meaning Noor, quoting something to the effect of, I'm not real sure about 75 or 1914, something like that. But he brought something else to the table. So he wasn't even convinced of like one of the vital, diehard rules. I mean, not a rule, but a doctrine of the organization. Like you know, I don't know. I don't know enough about him. I found Rutherford, and I'm still not still not past Rutherford. But yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Hey, Linda, can I shed some light on that North thing from a different angle?
Sure. Is this Gigi for GB?
Well, that's me. When you're talking about Nathan Norn, you cannot discount the fact that this man introduced to the Jehovah's Witnesses the New World Translation. You can't, and he did this when he also did this when he was telling everybody that the beast was going to come back from the ocean, and the United Nations was going to be brought back, into existence from the League of Nations. That was their prophecy. But they already knew it. They were in New York. It was in, anybody in real estate. I mean, come on. They have prime property over there, the United Nations. So it was already a given that the United Nations was going to happen. But here Nora is going to the conventions and telling the people that the United Nations is going to emerge from the ocean, like the League of Nations, and the beast comes out. But the point I'm trying to get to is that you can't give credit to these people like if they're Bible scholars or they actually have any good intentions. The history shows that these people are evil because they hide pedophiles. They knowingly lie to you. Nathan Noor is the guy who's making you believe that Frederick Franz is a Bible scholar, when in the court in Scotland, Frederick Franz admits that he doesn't know Koine Greek. He doesn't know biblical Greek. These people are lying.
That's correct.
Step that they take. Their Bible is telling you they're part of the new world. They're not, you can't make this stuff up. So what happens is the mistake that we do as Jehovah's Witnesses, and I'm not going to knock the lady that just said she would like to see a debate with Graham and Dorn. I don't say this in a way to upset her or to challenge her. What I'm saying is, no, you got apples and oranges. Not even that, because apples and oranges are good. Nathan Moore, the fruit is dirty. They're not even in the same realm of the fruit kingdom, So here you have a religious leader that doesn't care about religion. They don't care about the Bible teachings, which shows they're always trying to come up with something that's going to deviate their followers from a normal Christian life to a cult life. They're doing this on purpose.
Now, Gigi wasn't. I'm sorry, may I interrupt you? Wasn't Nor the one that came up with not letting, like, if there was an article written or whatever, to not say who they were that wrote it?
Correct, because remember Rutherford would write the books, and when Nor, now everything goes back to a secret society.
Yeah.
Watchtower society. It goes back to secret societies. So again, that's a great point that you bring out. Everything that they do goes to show that they're like, I wouldn't just say antichrist, but they're just anti-human. They're anti-normal, because instead of having a regular church, they're doing a regular cult. Everything they do is not to promote a church, it's to promote a cult. They even go as far as saying we're not a church. You see, what I'm saying is the mistake I find a lot of apostates that are doing videos, watching the show and everything, and even good people like Barbara Anderson and Rick Farron, is we and myself included, we all fall into this trap of saying, well, maybe they had some good motives, maybe they were trying. No, the leadership has always proven to be very evil. And it's kind of like saying, Linda, it's kind of like saying Adolf Hitler had a good education system and a good economic system. No.
Right.
No.
He wrote a really good book, right? I know you have it.
Adolf Hitler was a good author. He had a really strong command of the German language. No.
And he was a vegetarian. Yes.
Nine. No.
So when the lady just before me, when she was saying that about Graham, I understand. I'm totally in agree. I understand what she's saying. And I'm not trying to challenge her. What I'm just trying to say is that I have fallen, and we all fall into the mistake that we attribute that the governing body member of today and past are good people or just mistaken. Like a lot of people, like even you and me, we say, well, this doctrine is false. Of course it is. It's a group of men that hide pedophiles. It's a group of men who tear out John chapter 8. He that without sin cast the first stone. They tear it out from their Bible.
Yes.
These people steal your kingdom halls that you finance. Everything about them shows that they're not biblical minded people, nor do they care. And like I said in the Rick Farron show earlier today, the leadership, not the people who work there, not the janitors or the cooks, the leadership are so demonic that, Linda, when you suffer, I suffer. When everybody hears these horror stories, they laugh, because that's what demons do. They laugh when you suffer. They laugh when you think. When they hear you argue about the Bible, when they hear you argue, it says, well, this doctrine is false. They're laughing at you because they got you playing their game. And I'm trying to get you to get out of that mental box and say, hey, you have to think like an evil person to understand these people.
It's unfortunate.
Too much.
What you're saying is, unfortunately, I agree with you. I mean, it is unfortunate what you're saying, and I agree with you. And like she was saying, you would blow him out of the water. Go ahead, Tom. Is that you?
This is Tom. Yeah.
Hi, honey.
So when earlier you were saying whatever denomination that you choose, and you choose to believe what you want to believe, and these denominations, say no, you can't just believe what you want to believe. They rely on that scripture about do not rely on your own understanding. So
Yep.
they claim to be superior or whatever, and I don't care what religion or what denomination, and that's what they depend on. Do not rely on your own understanding. So
That should be a red flag anytime you hear that. Red flag.
That one scripture, though, it causes people to, just accept what they're being told because they feel inferior and they're not allowed to make their own decisions. And that their opinion really doesn't count. And this person is, either they believe that they're inspired by God and I'm not, and so we need to believe what they say and not question.
Yes, that's actually part of the technique of gaslighting someone, meaning getting someone to not believe that they have the mental capacity of making the best decisions for themselves.
And I believe that scripture, I don't know who put it in there, if it was John or what, but do not rely on your own understanding that's their go-to scripture as far as you got to believe me because, God has chosen me. And if you don't agree, well, I don't know. I'm just thinking that's just a thought that I think that they use that scripture that way to gain control.
Well,
I agree.
It comes from King Solomon. Now, it's really interesting, though, what you're saying, because every Jehovah's Witness has seen Law and Order or a TV show kind of like Law and Order. And so you would actually say, Your Honor, my client, the attorney, which is the Jehovah's Witness, is leading. And then the judge will say, sustained. You see, what happens is what you have here is the Jehovah's Witness using that Bible text, but will not hear the argument of the other lawyers saying, no, that Bible text is taken out of context. And,
Yes.
and your Honor, let me rebut. So Jehovah's Witnesses want to use the Bible text without any rebuttal. And the reason why is because they're not really interested in your spiritual understanding. You got to get out. You have to understand, Watchtower doesn't care about religion. They don't care about God. They don't care about Jesus. They don't care about your life, your family life. They're demonic. You see, we're playing in two different playgrounds. They're playing in the demonic playground. We're playing in real life. You see how it works? And they're interchanging the two.
Is somebody burping?
And
I'm sorry.
In New York, where they're playing with the ball, and and they're moving the ball, and you have to guess which hand the ball is in. That's
yes. Like a little cup that holds like a little chestnut or something, and they move it around like it's a sleight of hand trickery. Yes.
Yeah. And they got you thinking that they actually care about God. They got you thinking they actually care about King Solomon when he wrote that. They don't care. They'll use any scripture in the Bible to push their agenda. They don't care about the Bible. It's simply a tool for them.
Even if it doesn't make sense, we have to rely on their understanding and not our own understanding, right?
Yes, they use that, the heart is treacherous, who can trust it? Which means don't rely on your own wisdom, don't rely on what your heart. Yeah.
So if you trust your intuition, it's demons. Yep.
Yes. That's how it's presented. If it goes against what's being taught. So that's part of that whole, when a person gets recruited, then they hand over this authority to the leadership. And then we hear that the leadership is the only ones that can interpret scripture. We cannot, or members cannot.
Even if it doesn't make sense at all, and then they're pushing that propaganda now. Like if we say something that doesn't make sense on a human standpoint, you got to believe it. Really, really, same thing. They've just now they're just being more bold about it. Before they just used that scripture. Don't rely on your own understanding. Now they're saying, well, even if it doesn't make sense, don't even think about it because we are right. But
yeah, from a strategic standpoint, I think it's no mistake that this summer's convention is patience. And if you're not patient, then you're being haughty. It's like they're reprimanding you.
In the 80s, they were preaching patience. In the 90s, they were preaching that. They just, I don't know if it was ever a theme, but they really put that patience thing all the time. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. We promise it's coming. And we know because we are God's spokespeople, and don't question it. And
that's right.
Can I add something to this?
Well, read between the lines. Linda James, everything Watchtower says, you have to read between the lines. You can't take it at face value, because this is the reason why. The devil is in the details.
You're right.
Let's look at this. Exercise patience. They're telling you the truth because Satan's always playing with words, and he's telling you the quasi truth, the manipulated truth. So, exercise patience. What does that mean? Exercise patience on the governing body, maybe.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, exercise patience. Let's start reading between the lines, because they're making you think one thing, but really they're telling you something else. Like, I'll give you an example. Pennsylvania and the 14 suspects. Well, Watchtower says we are no part of the world. They're telling you the truth, Linda, because the 14 elders are going to jail, but the governing body's not going to jail because the governing body is not part of the world. they have diplomatic immunity because they belong to the United Nations. You see, so if you're a member of the United Nations and you break a law in America, you won't go to jail because you have diplomatic immunity. Why? Because you're no part of the United States Constitution and you're no part of the Pennsylvania Constitution. But guess what? The 14 elders are part of the U.S. Constitution and part of the Pennsylvania Constitution because the 14 elders are part of the world. The governing body and the members of their select members of the board are not part of the world. So see, they told you the truth. It's just you believe, they made you look over there, but the truth was over here.
Yes. Yes. I have not heard it put that way, but yes, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So Watchtower is always going to be telling you the truth, the twisted truth. It's the twisted truth. So they're always telling you something, but you just have to learn. Like, I'll give you an example: the New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures. Read it backwards. The Holy Scriptures translated by the New World. There's your answer. You see, the truth is always in front of you. It's just twisted by these demons.
You're making me think of something else that the organization does, and I think it's called modeling, where they will have a person, say at an assembly or whatever, get up there and talk about how they turned down a scholarship so that they could be pioneers, right? And they'll also tell stories in articles. They sold their homes to live out the rest of the system of things, right? This is a modeling story. Like, this would be a good behavior for you to follow, talking to members. Yeah. Yet, when it comes down to 1975, they're like, we never told you 1975 was going to be the end of the world. But they did all this modeling and examples, yet they can literally say, we never said to do these things. They just told a story about somebody else who did it. Okay? Yeah. It's so deceiving.
With the 1914 and a generation being 80 if it's mighty, so that meant 1994. In Jehovah's Witnesses' mind, it was 1994, but they didn't actually come out and say 1994, but they made you believe that 1994, so, the generation would be mighty, 70 or 80 years. So it'd be 74 or 84 or 94, that's, but they absolve themselves because they actually don't come out and say it. They just insinuate, and that's with any religion. I think they're all doing the same thing. And yeah,
can I add something?
What you're describing is the oral tradition versus the law. So what happened is Watchtower cannot tell you 1994 or 2014. So what they do is this: the governing body will tell the district overseer back then. They would tell them, they would tell them a story, an example, whatever they say. But then that would be sent. The district overseer would tell it to the circuit overseer, and the circuit overseer would do it in the circuit convention, and then the elders, and then before you know it, you have an oral law, an oral tradition that is handed down to the nation without the government saying, we printed it. So I'll give you an example. Hitler never said kill the Jews. Never. There's no piece of paper. There's nothing ever tying the killing of Jews to Adolf Hitler, because he did it the way the Jews do it. He did it through the oral tradition, and that's how Watchtower does it. A lot of their stuff, they don't put it in writing. It's done via the oral tradition.
I agree. I do remember hearing that if you hear it at a convention or you hear it from a circuit overseer, then that's the law, even if it's not written in the Watchtower. This is what we heard at the convention, and this was our law. You're right, 100%. They did do that a lot. They really did.
Yeah. Of course, I'm I'm GG for GB. Of course I'm right. No, just kidding. But yeah, it's.
You know what, GG for GB, you're making me think. You're reminding me of how they were portrayed. So they were portrayed as cockroaches, as vermin. So all these other names, and what it did was dehumanize them. It made them viewed as evil and coming at like with ill intent. So they needed to be exterminated. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This was the things that was coming out of his mouth, and other people too, like Goebbels, and he, his propaganda is brilliant. Yeah. The organization does this with us apostates, right? We're mentally diseased. We're, all these different things that dehumanizes us and makes it even more so for a Jehovah's Witness to not want to listen to anything we're saying. We've gone and joined the devil, all of this. It's considered dangerous to be involved with us at all. So
now do you understand why King Solomon said there's nothing new under the sun? And I always say that it's a playbook. So what Watchtower is doing, Linda, is no different than what an NFL, baseball, or NBA coach does. They have a book, and that book works. It has all the plays. And then all of the team members get together, the circuit overseers, district overseers, they all get together, and then the coach tells them, okay, we're going to run play number 17. And guess what? It works. It works. Play number 52. It works. So that's it's the same. I'm going to piggyback. Go ahead.
Christopher, is that you? Go ahead.
You said, Ms. Linda? Oh, yeah, this is Christopher again.
Okay, you're closer to the phone now. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to piggyback off of GB's playbook word. The playbook is really when I control what you see, read, and hear, I control your conscience. So I can embed anything into your subconscious. And that's why I'm going to try to sum up everything everybody said. That's why when they say don't lean upon your own understanding, that's how we can place implied teachings based by what we say. And you know how word of mouth spreads in the congregation. So that's the oral law. How do you control young kids when they're younger? You feed them a bedtime story, and they look forward to that. That's that hidden tactic. I'm going to give you a snack, and your snack is new light. That's why witnesses always crave that new light. That's the fairy tale. That's the snack for them. And once they embed into your subconscious and control you through the modeling, and that's almost like a glorified commercial. I remember one story. They were saying that a guy was walking down the street and someone threw a book out, and it had almost hit him. He picked up the book and started studying. Everything has a nostalgic type appearance to it, but you've already got a group of, and I'm going to call the witnesses, children whom you are grooming mentally and subconsciously. Now I can control your actions. I tell you when you go in field service. I tell you what you can do when I take you into a meeting. I'm going to put you on private recruit for this fellowship you. So I'm the judge and jury. If you're not sympathetic and remorseful, then you get this fellowship. But when they place that implied teaching in you, and I'll show you. Here's the implied teaching. They told us that after Armageddon, after 1,000 years, people are going to come back and you're going to grow to perfection. There's nowhere in any scripture from the Old Torah all the way to Revelation that says that a person is going to grow to perfection. They also told us that when people come back, some of these people who didn't know Jehovah, his ways and his laws, we're going to have to teach them.
Yes.
Nothing in the scriptures that said that there's going to be a major preaching campaign to the newly resurrected ones, and the Jehovah's Witnesses are going to be in the forefront. See, that's an implied thing that, we're always going to be needed. We're going to be needed here. We're going to be needed there. But if I come back resurrected, and let's say I live during the dinosaur years, and I don't know anything about modern times, Jehovah's going to automatically embed knowledge of the current situation and where I'm at now. If he wants me to be perfect in my health and my appearance, that's instantaneous. But the Jehovah's Witnesses leadership embeds that implied teaching and understanding, and like GB said, it becomes an oral law. Now you pass it to the kids where Jehovah's going to do this. We're going to be doing this. Like they said, we're going to be the only ones preaching during the end times. Well, if the end times during Armageddon, you know, I said, well, people might come in with guns and your life is in jeopardy. But here's a disease, the CD word, and it stopped all the preaching work. There were no guns. There were no military. You know, Satan wasn't out there telling you don't preach, but it stopped them. So, you know, when you get down to something that's real dramatic, nobody knows how Armageddon is going to be. But if COVID, the other word stops you, then the military is definitely going to stop you, or a lot of them that preaching work. But everything is definitely a control factor, and everything is wordplay. Everything is semantics. Everything is just like I say, I love you, but LOVE on the backside is EVOL. I evolve my love for you, and I might not love you. I might just be in strong white with you, but you hear love. And then you go run and tell the next person, oh, well, Christopher loves me. Oh, really? Well, I saw him a few minutes ago taking another girl out. Oh, but he still loves me because I have already controlled what I want you to think, what I want you to feel. And that's the same way they do to the congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah. Wow, this guy's good, Linda. I don't know where you found
Yes,
it.
he is.
He's good.
He's amazing, and I love the stuff he brings to the table. I love it.
Yeah. You know one, and I know some people don't like this guy, but Rush Limbaugh said, and he was right on the money. He said, "Words mean things," and
Yes.
you know, witnesses don't understand that. But if you live the rest of your life always remembering that words mean things.
Yes.
Like he's talking about love and everything else. They're masters at playing with words. And guess who also did that? Is it true that God says that if you eat, you will not die? You'll die because you will not die. He's and Satan, well, technically could say he's right in a court of law. Well, Your Honor, she didn't die. It's been 36 days, 36 hours. You see, he's playing with the words. So words mean things, and this is how demons do work. The socialists, the fascists, they all do the same thing. They play with words, they twist them, and you're thinking one thing, but they're thinking another.
And this is called loaded language. Loaded language. Either they take one word that means something and they give it a different definition, or they keep the original meaning and add on to it. So it just like what you said, you think it means this, but it's actually meaning something else.
Now we know why when Jesus says, let your yes be yes and your no be no, that's mind-blowing. Because now we're what you just said, Linda, you're right. It's mind-blowing because now we see the big picture of whether you believe in Jesus or not, those words, let your yes be yes and your no be no, and what you just said about loaded language, it really should be mind-blowing that we don't ever want to use the language that we have to twist and to be loaded. That's a sure sign of us being evil. But if we always just say what we mean and mean what we say,
yes, yes.
We're gonna
and then if we find out that we said something and it wasn't, the intention we had, or we chose a poor thing of words, it's okay to apologize and come back and go, you know what?
Yeah.
I was wrong about that. There is strength in that. There's strength in admitting when you're wrong, if you've come to that conclusion,
Yeah. Or you know what? I said it the wrong way. Yeah, that's a better way of saying it. Like that.
Poor choice of words. Yeah, that was a poor choice of words.
Yeah, exactly. That shows what's in your heart, that you really don't want to be a deceitful person. And
That you want to be a deceitful person?
Yeah.
Is that what you said, that you want to be a deceitful person?
No, we don't want to be deceitful.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But you need to have that guy on as your co-host on one of these days.
I agree. He could hold a show all of his own. And he's a barber, by the way, and I'm a hairdresser. So we've got a bit of that creative thing going on too that we've kind of bonded over, which is awesome, because there's like barbershop talk and then there's beauty shop talk, and it's a certain environment. It's a certain place. The conversations that happen in barbershops and beauty shops are not the conversations that happen at any McDonald's, okay? There's a grown camaraderie, you know.
It's called kindred spirits.
Yeah.
Kindred. You ever heard that phrase, kindred spirits?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what you got. You got a kindred spirit there, man.
Yeah. He's good people. Yeah.
Question.
Yes.
I speak up. All right.
Sure.
Well, what about? This is a kind of a different topic, but it's relatable. The new scrolls that are to be opened near the end times.
Oh my God! I'm so glad you're going there, because I was thinking about it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, what is that? Because we have people like Billy Carson with the Anunnaki stuff, aliens and different gods, and so what new scrolls? So they keep finding new scrolls that are actually proving the Bible different, and they're is there any? I don't know what to believe as far as that goes, but I do remember they used to write that and talk and preach that there would be new scrolls open near the end times. And I don't know if it was supposed to be after Armageddon or before, but there would be new scrolls that would open our eyes about different things. Well, that's a different subject, I don't know, but I just thought I really wanted to see what you guys thought about that.
I'm sorry. I thought you were going in a different direction. I don't know what those scrolls are going to be. Where my head was going was how the organization told us last year or the year before during a convention that when it showed somebody opening up a book as though it was the book of life. And Joffrey Jackson was talking about our names being in there, or whoever's names being in there, in pencil. I was just like, pencil? Like God's got a big eraser. I've never heard of the book of life with names written in pencil. That's where my head was heading, but that's different than what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know what those scrolls are going to. It sounds like it's going to be new info.
I know if you think about that for a minute. Just like we found the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, it's been a long time since we found the Dead Sea Scrolls. And with all the archaeological things that are going on, they must have found other scrolls and other information. And where has that led to? Because Jehovah's Witnesses discount everything. That seems like they discount everything that archaeologists do dig up.
Well, let me answer that question, and it has to do with seeds. So maybe if Watchtower does want to do something like this, they're not going to come out and say, "Guess what, everybody? We have a book like the Book of Mormon or like the Urantia book or all these other books." No, that's too much cold water, too much hot water at once. So if what you're saying is true, and I've heard it, then I would believe that they would be doing it little by little. Like they throw in the seed, like Linda said, the last assembly, And if you keep hearing this, then they're germinating that seed for a future. They already have. If that's true, they already have the new Bible, the new scroll. And so I don't know I don't know, but if it's true, I think you'll start seeing them leading in that direction.
Do you remember them saying that?
Yes, but like you, I can't remember if it was before or after Armageddon. I can't remember. But yes, I do.
Hello?
Hi.
Okay. I don't know if you guys are here. I'm just announcing my phone. I can help you guys out with that scroll thing.
Sure.
Okay. The witnesses use that as a tactic. It's not about a Bible. They take, I think it's in Revelation chapter 20, it says that when everybody comes before the throne, they said, and then scrolls were opened, and the dead were judged out of the things written in the scrolls, some to a judgment of death and some to life. The witnesses reverse the order of that chapter in Revelations 20, and what they do, they even I remember being told that during the New Order, which is a Masonic term, just piggybacking off of GB again, that those scrolls are going to be new commandments and new ordinances. We don't know what they are, but they'll be revealed to us. If you read the chapter about that, it has nothing to do with the witnesses or any type of new ordinances or commandments that Jehovah is going to give. Those scrolls are for the people that's going to be judged out of that. Those scrolls are for, let's say a person comes back and they're resurrected. Now, let's say they come back in a perfect condition or we're in a perfect state. Now, they never went through the Great Tribulation and Armageddon like we did. So let's say they come back and they sin when Satan is released out of his captivity after the 1,000-year period. So does Jehovah just destroy them, not giving them a second chance, where he may have resurrected me, where I had chances from my sin and I went through the Great Tribulation and Armageddon? Now that person is going to be judged out of those scrolls based on their deeds and their actions. So it might be a judgment of death, or it might be a judgment of life. But that's the context and the content and proper perspective of those scrolls that the guy was asking about.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Before you were saying, like, is Watchtower going to use that to implement that? That's kind of like one of the questions. And I thought that was very interesting, the caller before you, because he was basically saying, is it possible that Watchtower could probably be using that Bible text to somehow in the future come up with their own version of it? Because you got to understand, you got to put yourself in there. These people are thinking in the future as well. Watchtower's thinking in the future, and not believing in Jesus or the end. They're thinking, okay, what is going to be our business model in the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years?
Yes. And what they do is they keep rebranding themselves. That's why they've lasted so long. There's like a time frame that a group like this would kind of just burn out, but they keep rebranding, so it keeps going and keeps going. That would be something that could be used. You know what, Tom? You sound muffled. Is there any way you can get closer to the phone?
Go ahead.
Are you there, Tom?
Oh no.
I'm hoping he's going to call back. I just wanted him to get closer to the phone.
Don, I thought you were looking for the other guy that was talking. But yeah.
No. Okay, I can hear you much better. Thank you. Can you start over?
Whoever was talking before wasn't me. I brought up the idea of that, the new school being opened, and I just wanted to hear your opinion on that. And
would you like the answer?
But I don't know. I really don't know. It's as if I really don't know. Have they actually? They don't. It's almost like they discount everything that is found archaeologically. They discount it. If they didn't agree with whatever the hell they have for a doctrine, then it was satanic. You know what I mean? So it's like we don't actually get to hear about the new stuff that actually comes out, and then you know what I mean, because they don't want to teach, and I don't.
Well, let me throw a crazy conspiracy theory on this. There's a group of people that believe we didn't go to the moon and that it was televised in Burbank. Okay, let's just say that's true. Let's just say it's true. Now, what would hinder a group of people that study religion, that study mind control? Let's say they work for the United Nations, right? And then they go and they write these scrolls. It's already written. And then they go someplace in Israel, they dig a hole, and they put it in the ground, and then they send archaeologists over there, and then they pull it up and say, look, guys, look what we found. And just like they have a fake moon landing or a fake this or a fake that, or like Kennedy was only shot with one bullet. Everything's fake in this world. So what I'm saying to you about these scrolls, I wouldn't be surprised if a religious organization, say like the Catholic Church, or even a government like the United Nations, would already have a set of scrolls that they're going to put in the ground and make you believe, look what we found.
Yeah, it sounds, I hear what you're saying. And that's really what we're doing. We're speculating. It wouldn't surprise me if any group had this in their back pocket and planning on using it and then labeling it whatever and it being used to coerce the society at large. That would not surprise me.
Yeah.
Hello?
That's a conspiracy, but yes. Yeah.
Hello, Miss Linda.
Yes. Hi, Christopher.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me add to it. I love this conversation too. I kind of live for the time when I call in and get a chance to talk. I don't like to give my opinion, but I'm gonna give my opinion on this one. I try to stay kind of neutral on a lot of things. But I'm gonna put a little bit of my opinion in this. We can be conspiracy theorists as far as scrolls, as far as them doing anything. But let me ask you a question. Do you guys remember that old movie Conan the Barbarian with Arnold Schwarzenegger and James Earl Jones?
Love that movie.
Right. Great movie. Okay, you remember how they were on a conquest for steel or swords, and you remember the part where James Earl Jones, the king, captured Arnold, and he said, you killed my father, over the sword, the steel, for the quest for it. He said, yes, that's when I was younger. He said, but there's a different power now. And remember, he told that girl that was up there, he said, come to me, jump. And she jumped. He said, now that is power. This is what the witnesses have. And this is why they don't care about members leaving or coming or not coming back. Out of all their things, they say, we're infallible, but you still have to follow us. We have a unchallenged policy when it comes to the scriptures. Don't think for yourself or lean on your own understanding, because we think for you. You guys don't even have a mediator anyway. We're your mediator. Matter of fact, Christ is only the mediator for the 144,000, and witnesses are shocked when they hear that. But
yes.
Out of all these things and all these changes with their teachings and understanding and doctrines, they have one that locks witnesses in, and they know it. That's the blood issue. Like what
Miss Linda and I were talking about earlier. If I am infallible and you still follow me, and I change the teaching every year or every 2 years, and you still follow me faithfully, and I tell you that this scripture in Corinthians says that you can't do this or you're going to be kicked out. You die, you go to the point of death for a loved one, for yourself, for your child. You allow them death, and they follow that to the letter. It's just like James Earl Jones telling that girl to come and jump. He doesn't need the gun. He doesn't need to steal anymore. He's got the power to do that. So if you follow me to the point of death, then everything else is just, is nothing. I can make you and control you. I can control your actions all the way to the point of death, all the way to the point of when I tell you to stand, you stand. When you sit, you sit. You're a child to me. And that's what they do. When they have your life and death and you follow that, everything else, it's just child's play. They don't need to say, well, we need scrolls or we need this. I can make you die for me.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
where are the new scrolls? My question is, where are the new scrolls that we're supposed to be hearing about? Because
There are no those.
relied on all the old stuff, and they have worn it right the fuck out, and we haven't heard anything new, and they will not admit anything new. Everything is as it was written back in the stinking rotten 150 years ago. Nothing is new.
They don't need that. They got their core people that's going to believe. And when like Miss Linda said, when they use loaded language and indoctrinate you, it's just like when you begin on a study, they tell you, ask all the questions you want. They eagerly want to answer your questions. But then once you're fully in compliance, then there is no question. You don't question anything. You're basically a mute zombie child, and they embed your thoughts. They embed your actions. They embed your sight. They embed what you hear, what you see. Don't talk to this person. So they basically, right, they control you. They don't need the scrolls. They don't need to go back and look at.
Why do they talk about them? Why do they talk about them if they don't need them?
It's just like the news. Sometimes we can watch Fox, or we can watch another channel, and you have the same story, and it's twist and turn and twist it. But you'll still watch it. They don't need any of that. They don't need a different outlet. They don't need to change their ways or their tactics. They don't have to account for money. They don't have to worry about if it's a tsunami. They're only going to go in there and take care of their people. They're not going to take care of that many of the outside people. And they'll still say, well, we do for the community. So it's that Wizard of Oz type thing, the man behind the screen. You're always going to think he's all powerful.
Yeah, that's a good point, because it to answer that guy's question, you're right, because it's like the news where the reporter says, we're doing this investigation over here, yada 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 yada. But when we get more information, we'll come back and we'll report back to you. And then guess what? They never report back to you. Just like the scrolls that this guy's talking about. He says, "What about the scrolls?" Well, yeah, he's right. They're gonna do an article to talk about the scrolls. But guess what? We're gonna get back to you. It never happens. It's classic. It is that illustration was classic.
And they've already got their model that works, and they're gonna keep you under their control. So if they add anything else, it's going to cause questions, and then they're going to have to change everything, and they don't want to do that. So don't believe anything else you read. If you read about Anunnakis or the Emeralds, tablets, and all that stuff, then, that's all satanic stuff that was planted there to give you a doubts, and that's all that is. Don't listen to them, and don't read it. I honestly believe that, but the thing is that we're opening up new stuff all the time, archaeologically, and they get stuff from way back, and then they're able to actually now kind of put things in order, and it has been so long that nothing has changed since as far as since Jehovah's Witnesses have actually been. They're just playing on their stuff, and they're not allowing any of the new information to even question anything that they're doing. And I just wonder about that, because it did say, and they always said, that there'd be new schools that would open near the end time, that would open our eyes and give us more information. But they don't ever, they don't ever give you any of that. They don't tell you anything about it. And they tell you to, if you hear about it, if it doesn't agree with our philosophy or our doctrine, then it's satanic.
Yeah. And you know, the caller before you, what's your name again?
My name is Mom.
Man, that was so awesome, because you were actually Linda. This guy was proving my point. Everything he said was proving my point, in that the leadership, when he was talking about James Earl Jones, when he's telling that girl to jump, he's proving my point that they're laughing at us. They're like, look, Linda, I don't need guns. I don't need bullets. I don't need anything. I got this person like a Pinocchio little puppet. And they're laughing behind closed doors. They're laughing at us. Because they go, it's just like he said. And when I'm talking about a small group of people at the leadership level of the JW.org religion,
they're in their castles and their mansions. They're sitting there laughing. Yeah. They're sitting at the pool with their martinis and their servants. Their freezer that that devoted their life to Jehovah, thinking that they're actually just servants. Yeah, they're slaves, good enough for slaves.
And what's the difference? What's the difference between them and the Wolf of Wall Street, the movie where the stockbrokers are laughing at the people? See, it's the same thing with the government. It's kind of like Fox News, where Sean Hannity and Lindsey Graham, and he says, "We're going to do an investigation. We're going to do an investigation," and then people on the comment section, you never see it, but they say, "Yeah, what about that investigation 15 years ago? When are you going to get back with us?" See, the people are always laughing at Sean Hannity. They're laughing at Lindsey Graham because they keep saying the same thing. We're going to investigate this. We're going to investigate this, and they never investigate nothing. So whether it's politics, business, in Wall Street, or in religion, it's always the same. They're laughing at you and me.
Religion is actually business. We know that.
Yeah. So, yes, it is.
That it controls people's lives, and the problem is that they hide information and they manipulate. Just like any marketing, it's all about marketing. It's a business, and that's what they do, is they market. And so the problem is that we all know deep inside that there's something that we need to do that's right. We need to follow the right path, and we need to be good people, and we want to be good people. But then every religion has their own different marketing scheme, and so we have to wait and see which one agrees that we agree with. But but we are told, don't rely on your own understanding. So just because we agree with this marketing scheme doesn't mean that we're right, because still we're relying on our own understanding, and then. And it's a snowball effect, and it's terrible, and it's hard, but I still believe that we just have to live our lives by the core standards of Christianity or being a good person. But it's still, it's hard. It's hard to choose. You want to say you want to go to a Baptist church. It's non-denominational, but is that right? I don't know. I want to go here. Is that right? I don't know, because nobody actually has the same understanding, and they don't tell you about the new stuff.
Well, I'll just tell you this one. Jesus said, and Watchtower doesn't talk about this. He said, "Let your light shine before men." Watchtower says, "Shine your light," but it's okay. Let your light shine before men. So if you just live your life showing what you're made out of, rely on your understanding and say, "God, I'm gonna show you the kind of man I can become. I am." And if you just do that, then you're shining your light, like Jesus says. Show me what you're made out of. Please. Jesus says, I gave you 5 gold coins. What are you going to do with these 5 gold talents? Show me. Like Missouri, the show me state.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's about business, you know. That's about
no. We're talking about you as an individual. So now, when you get rid of business, when you get rid of religion, when you get rid of everything, the simple message is we have to show God what we're made out of. He gave us life. He gave us this. He gave us that. Jesus says, show me what you're made out of. Show me. And that's the message. Whereas Watchtower doesn't want you to shine your light. They don't want to show, they want you to shine their light, the light of Watchtower.
I 100% agree with you, because that is the way I try to live my life. I feel that it's just being the best person that I can be towards everybody that I know. And in every action in my life, I just try to be as honest as I can. And I know that sometimes you have to lie because you're trying to protect somebody or whatever. But, you know, and so I know that there are exceptions to the rules, but I just, you know, I really try to do that. And I do believe in karma. And, you know, it's kind of confusing, because the idea of karma is basically the more good that you do for other people, the more good comes back to you. And that is an awesome way to live as far as I'm concerned. It works for me really well. You know, but the thing is, you know, the organized religion thing, that's where it gets complicated. It's like they're all seem to be businesses and not really spiritual paradises. And so it's just really, you know, it's difficult, you know, it's trying to maintain a balance in life. And so I have my balance. My balance is, guess what? Just gonna do what you said. You know, be a good person. You know, and karma will pay me back. And if there's something in the afterlife, then guess what? You know, I think I'm going to be in a good spot. But yeah, other than that, I know my life is actually good now. But then when we get into discussions of all of these doctrines and what the Bible says and what these religions say, and you know, yeah, that all makes sense too, and that is worth looking into. And I think that one of the things that really is important to me that I never quite got any good answers to was the news scrolls that were supposed to be open, and I wonder if you know, they're being open, because I hear about them, the Anunnaki, and I mean that, look them up. That's and the emerald scrolls of the whatever tablets, emerald tablets. You know, that stuff is real, but we don't hear about them on the mainstream. And I wonder about that. You know, it's like, these are the new scrolls that are supposed to enlighten us. What
are you talking about the Akashic Records?
Yeah, that will enlighten us. What's that?
Were you talking about the Akashic Records?
No, I'm just talking with this guy. Billy Carson has this thing about the emerald scrolls, the emerald tablets, and you know, and they have found a lot of, you know, the stuff that has to do with the pyramids and all that stuff. And it just, you know, it just gives a different spin on the whole concept of life and Christianity and everything else. And I'm just wondering, you know, these are things that are being discovered now. You know, they're finding these things in archaeological things, but you don't hear about them because it conflicts with a lot of Christianity.
Yeah.
Why you don't hear about them. But I'm wondering if the new scrolls they're talking about, that was a subject. You've got to agree. You remember hearing that. You've got to apostrophe. You remember hearing that about the new scrolls that are to be opened?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
And I've always considered it like a mystery that we won't find out what's in them until they get opened.
Yeah, so you haven't heard nothing about them since. I mean, all you do is you heard they are going to be. But guess what? You've been alive for 46 years since you started hearing that. And I've heard it since I was a little kid. And I have not heard anything from JWs about any new scrolls, but I have heard from other people and other channels on YouTube about new scrolls. But they conflict with Christianity, so you're not actually hearing the truth.
Yeah, but you also,
that was my point. You know, are those the new scrolls, or are we still waiting for new scrolls? Are those actually satanic scrolls that were actually written to deliberately? That the Jehovah's Witnesses would say they were written by Satan and demonic to deliberately test your faith. But really, did they write those back 10,000 years ago to deliberately test your faith today?
These are good questions, and I'm not familiar. Like, it sounds like a Revelations thing, something that would be in the book of Revelations, and I'm not familiar of the context of, chronologically where it's placed. So it seems I don't have anything to grab onto.
like these.
You haven't really thought about it, right? Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I love that you brought it up, though. I think it's very cool.
In my opinion, those new scroll stuff. I'm gonna answer your question on the new scrolls. In my opinion, it's all a diversion. And listen, those new scrolls, every single one of them that you run into, they don't make you a better husband. They don't make you a better father. They don't make you a better neighbor. They don't make you a better a business owner. But the Sermon on the Mount does make you a better human being. It makes you a better individual. It makes you a better. If your wife tells you, "Hey, honey, read the Sermon on the Mount and stop checking out women's breasts and their rear ends when they walk by," like Jesus says, stop, eyeballing women and drooling over them as they walk by. Jesus addressed that, having that covet in your heart. And so all of these, so what I'm saying is,
yeah.
All you're saying is, I've lost you.
Yeah. Well, it's like in the Shawshank Redemption: get busy living or get busy dying. These scrolls, do they make you a better individual? And I, in my opinion, I tell you that all of these things that they find in the pyramids, all of these new Anunnaki stuff, it doesn't make you a better human being. And
you may be right.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
What do you
if
mean?
It ain't broke.
There's no secret knowledge that makes life better. What do you mean?
No, the knowledge is already there. On the Sermon on the Mount, it takes 15 minutes to read. Even Gandhi's a lot smarter than you and me. And Gandhi says that when you and I put into practice, he was talking to the Viceroy of England. He said, when you and I and our country put into practice the words of Jesus Christ on the Sermon on the Mount, we will have not only solved our problems, but that of the entire world. So when you and I stop judging each other, because Jesus said in Matthew 7:1, Sermon on the Mount, stop judging. When you and I completely stop judging each other, we solve the majority of our problems. So what I'm saying is, there's no Anunnaki text that is going to make you a better person.
No, 10:4 on the Sermon on the Mount and everything Jesus said. I'm not discounting that. You would just include that. That definitely helps your life be 10 times better. But then you find these other scrolls that help explain other things. They don't discount what Jesus said. None of them discount what Jesus said. Jesus was definitely the greatest teacher in the world. I agree. Everything that he said, and Proverbs, everything that David said in the Proverbs was, great for a good life. But because these other scrolls that are open, it doesn't mean that they're going to discount those other ones. It just means it's going to add to your understanding, I think.
No. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I'm gonna
really
listen. Okay, I'm gonna explain it to you. Let me explain to you real quick. Aid to Bible understanding. How did that work out for you? Insight to the scriptures. Watchtower did it. How did that work out for you?
I'll tell you.
That's what I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it's the same playbook. It's the same playbook. How about this one? Reasoning from the scriptures.
What's that?
Okay, Reasoning from the Scriptures. You ever heard of that book?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You see it all the same?
Yeah.
Anunnaki, Reasoning from the Scriptures, it's all the same. It's a diversion. It's a diversion. It's a diversion. Look over here.
Really?
Jesus said,
it was there 10,000 years ago or 15,000 years ago. How can it be a diversion? Because it doesn't agree 100% with what you have.
Then go down. Hey! The universe is huge. Go down that road, buddy. Go ahead. Enjoy the ride.
Going down that road. I am asking. The Bible said there are going to be new scrolls open, and I am wondering what they are. I have not heard anything about any new scrolls, but I'll tell you what. I have heard about that stuff, and it's new. Just
maybe
Jehovah's Witnesses don't out it. But those are new scrolls that are open.
Right.
So what in the hell? Do you remember hearing about new scrolls being open?
I think I said my piece, man. Hey, maybe Jeff. Maybe.
And you know what? I can appreciate both of your perspectives.
I don't know anything about them. I'm just saying new scrolls being open.
Okay.
There's a scripture that Jehovah's Witnesses inculcated in our heads. That near the end of the days, there will be new scrolls open that would help.
Okay.
I'm just confused. And I'm wondering what they are. And I was like, those new scrolls. I'm not pushing them at all. I don't know. I have not actually studied them at all. All I know is that one of the things that are new, that honestly, just so you know, and I'm not discounting everything that we know from Jesus, because Jesus and everything that we know about him and everything he said is definitely great, and everything that's in the Bible is awesome. And I'm not saying anything against it. I'm just wondering, what are the new scrolls? Where are they? We heard about them. We haven't heard since then from the society what the new scrolls are. What are they?
I guess it boils down to this. I'm happy with what I got. I don't need anything more. But some people want more. And hold on, there's nothing wrong with that. Doubting Thomas wanted something more. Go get it. Get it, and enjoy the ride.
Really? So if somebody finds something that nobody knew about, but guess what? Ooh, wow, this was written.
Go ahead, have it.
This is written.
You can have it. Have it.
No, so
I don't want it.
Your mind is blocked to other information, really.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy. That's all I'm saying. I'm happy.
I wonder if I could comment on this issue.
That's cool. That's why.
Yes, please do.
I get the same because they're happy.
And what I'm really hearing is two personality types. That's really what I'm hearing as far as a difference, Who is it that wanted to join the conversation?
Hi there.
Hi.
Brian.
Hi, Brian. Welcome.
Hi. How are you doing?
Good. Are you coming down with the cold?
Hi, everybody. Hey, I just thought I'd comment on this poor dead horses getting kicked and beaten about new scrolls. The gentleman that's asking about the new scrolls, what's your name?
Tom.
That's Tom. Okay, Tom. So Tom was asking about the new scrolls, and then I think that's Gilbert. That's Gilbert. That's you've been answering him, right? Is that Gilbert?
Yes.
Okay. So, first off, just a couple of things. I think part of you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Gilbert, but this is just for Tom's information. From previous discussions with Gilbert, Gilbert does not accept the other portions of the Bible as inspired, only the things that Jesus said. Is that correct, Gilbert?
No. I just said if you have the words of Jesus Christ, I mean, why are you concentrating all your attention on everything else? That's all I'm saying. You know, if Jesus Christ lives outside of the physical universe and he comes to earth and he starts talking, then why are we talking about Moses and Paul? Because Paul and Moses would say, if Paul and Moses were alive today, this is all I'm saying. If Paul and Moses were alive today, they say, tell me about Jesus. That's all I'm saying. Tell me, they would. Paul and Moses today in 2023, if they were alive on Earth and they were on the Apostle Babe show on the 6 screens, Moses and Paul would be saying, talk to me about Jesus. That's all. That's all I'm saying. It's a real simple concept to understand. I think.
Yeah,
But
it is. It is a very simple concept to understand. But if the person that you're talking to doesn't realize that that as far as you're concerned, the other portions of Scripture are not of any use, all you have to only listen to what Jesus has to say, then they're not going to understand where you're coming from.
Oh.
So you will classify any other scrolls as their. In fact, the book of Revelation, I assume the book of Revelation where this passage occurs, that as far as you're concerned, there's not even any reason to worry about what it says in the book of Revelation, correct?
Is there? Jesus says, stop worrying. Don't worry about the future. Tomorrow.
Well, I'm using the word. I'm using the word worry in the general sense. And I'm just trying to get to clarity. I'm just trying to get some clarity here.
I'll answer that question. If you can live the next 100 years of your life, the next 100 years, we're still living the same way, and you never read the book of Revelation. Let's say all of our forefathers never read the book of Revelation because it hasn't come to fulfillment. Their life would be just as beautiful as it was back then, because they had the words of Jesus Christ in the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. That's all I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, a lot of times this Revelation stuff, we dwell on all of these concepts, which I love. You know, I want to know who Babylon the Great is and stuff like that. We dwell on all this, but it's a diversion, in my opinion, of the things that really do matter, and that is what's happening today, July 10th. 2023.
Right. So anyway, okay. So that's a good way of putting it. So Tom, just for your information, that's where he's coming from. So these other scrolls, don't worry about it. Now, just to get to the very specific question that you had, Tom. As there are 2 interpretations of that passage that I've read over the years. Those interpretations are as follows, that in God's kingdom, there will be more scriptures written, is what that passage is suggesting. So, and this is how some people interpret it. Because as you know, in ancient times, what we now call the Bible, it was in scrolls. So that's the word they used to describe more inspired word of God coming in during the kingdom of God. Other people interpret that passage as that those are very specific scrolls that only have to do with judging people. And those are the two interpretations that I've heard. The Watchtower Society took the former, but they're not alone in that. There are other commentators who say the same thing, that there will be more, for lack of a better word, scripture, more Bible, more scripture come during the kingdom era. So anyway, the point is, in either case, both of those are future. So I do remember Watchtower talking, when we studied the book of Revelation, they would talk about this issue that in the kingdom of God, God will continue to communicate with mankind through inspired writings. And that's what those new scrolls are. So they have no reason to comment about it further themselves, because as far as they're concerned, that's something that's going to happen when the kingdom comes. But these other things that you've been talking about, namely various. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When Rampapo comes, that's their kingdom.
What is it? Rampapo?
Ramapo, that new media center that they're building.
Oh, okay. I'm not up to date.
Yeah, because they're always changing the Bible anyway, making their own, taking words out, putting words in. So that's their scrolls, preacher scrolls, according to what you were saying about Revelation.
Well, at any rate, what he was talking about, what Tom had brought up was our archaeological finds that have been discovered in the 20th century, and there have been some very remarkable ones. Most famous being the so-called Dead Sea Scrolls, the Qumran scrolls that were found in more than one cave, several caves along the Dead Sea. They found these pots with that were receptacles for preserving scrolls, and the whole place had been abandoned, and nobody had gone in there for over into some of these caves and found these scrolls for a millennium and a half. Anyway, when they opened them up, what they found and unraveled the scrolls, what they found was two things of significance primarily. The first thing that they found that was of primary importance was they found ancient Hebrew scrolls of what we now call the Bible, portions of the Bible, particularly one it's now called Dead Sea Isaiah. And it was a scroll, a copy of Isaiah that dated the Masoretic text by about 1,200 years. The Masoretic text is the one that most modern Bibles are translated from, which is a 10th century Common Era Hebrew manuscript created by Jews. And what they found is that essentially in that 1,200 years, nothing of any true essence had been corrupted in the Isaiah that we had from the 10th century. The 2nd century BC scroll was essentially the same. There were spelling differences and a few other odds and sods that did not amount to anything significant. A letter here, a different spelling of another word there, that type of thing, which was highly touted by most people who believe in the Bible and in the essential integrity of Scripture as it has come down to us in the 20th century. Believing Christians and believing Jews took great delight in the fact that Dead Sea Isaiah, which was 1,200 years older than anything else that we had, was essentially the same as what we already had. The other thing that they found in these scrolls were the religious writings, or in these pots, were other scrolls that were the religious writings of a sect that we knew that in history this sect was known to exist. They were called the Essenes, and there were a few other groups like them, but they were they lived out in the desert. They're away from the rest of the Jews, and they tried to live a very devout, ascetic, spiritual life. And they had other scrolls and writings of various things that they thought were scripture. and some of them were apocalyptic writings. Some of them were rules of how to live and stuff like that. So from a historical viewpoint, it's all interesting, but Jehovah's Witnesses would not be the only Christians who would say, okay, those scrolls are not significant for us, except in a general sense. They're not going to change what we believe to be the written word of God. So most other Protestants besides Jehovah's Witnesses and Roman Catholics, if they're Bible believing, would say, okay, that's interesting history, throw some light upon what early Judaism was like and what a Jewish sect was like in those days. But other than that, it does not change the fact that we believe in the Bible or we believe in Jesus Christ. But it does throw a lot of light on the Hebrew language, Hebrew writing, and all of that. So that's the main, those were the Dead Sea Scrolls were the main scrolls found during the 20th century. There was another major find in Egypt called the Nag Hammadi scrolls, which were primarily writings of Gnostic Christians. And Gnostic Christians were a sort of type of Christian who had borrowed a whole bunch of beliefs from other religions and syncretized it into a type of Christianity. And that stuff is very interesting too, because it throws light on some of the writings in the New Testament and some of the writings of the early church fathers, what they were writing about. These Gnostics were castigated by early Christian writers as being apostates. And now in the 20th century, we found their actual writings. So it's just interesting stuff, really. It's just interesting history. But anyway, that's what those scrolls are, just for the record. And they're not the new scrolls, I don't think, of the book that the Book of Revelation talks about. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say on that subject. Just those couple of clarifications.
Hey, Brian. Can you hear me? No. Brian?
Is this Brad?
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Yeah. I'm good. How are you?
Really good. Really good. Yeah.
Hey, a while ago, you had brought up this super interesting subject, and I can't remember the name of the person, and my Googling doesn't seem to find what I'm looking for. You brought up a guy who had figured out some sort of code within the Bible to work out that it was inspired by God.
Yes, his name is Ivan Panin.
Ivan Panin.
P-A-N. His first name is Ivan, I-V-A-N. Last name is Panin, yep. P-A-N-I-N.
P-A-N-I-N. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. That's all.
Yeah, I was Bible Numerics. By the way, while I got you on the line here, I don't remember, like maybe 6 months ago, one time we were talking, and I brought up Josh Rivera that used to be on Six Screens a lot 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, and, the guy that you were looking to find. I found him.
And he's kind of disappeared and stuff. And whenever I ask if anybody knows what's happened to him, nobody's talked to him for quite a while. And you said you were going to search around to see if you could figure out how to get a hold of him. Oh yeah,
I found him. Yeah,
okay, what's he doing?
Looking really well. He's looking really well and healthy. When I did find him, which was 6 months ago, it was on that night that I said I'd look for him. I sent some information. I sent his information to Linda because I didn't have your information. But when I saw him, he was still quite into protesting and organising things based around Black Lives Matter. and like what do we call ourselves here? What do you call that when you're working for a social cause? I can't remember what that's called. That wording for it.
Activist.
That's it.
Activist, maybe. I guess.
Yeah. He seems to still be an activist. I mean, he looks really healthy. He's a handsome guy.
Yeah. Did you talk to him at all, or just you saw? His
No.
videos?
I just found all his social media profiles and everything like that.
No, he's a really good shit. But he really got, to my mind, he started to not like people just because they were white. And that kind of disappointed me because it was not what he was like before. And I don't know. It was kind of sad to see him go that far.
Word it.
But
I
he's
didn't
a
know how
nice
to word
guy.
it to Linda, but he seems to still be in that mindset, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Yeah. It is a little too bad. He seems like, from everything that he's posted that I saw, I haven't looked into him in a while, but everything that I posted that I saw, very intelligent, very good writer, kind, loving, very nice guy, but very into
nice guy. He's super nice.
Very into the activism, very into it, and he had. I think when I found him, he had maybe 7 days earlier organised a protest somewhere around the Black Lives Matter thing as well. So he's still very into it.
Oh yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks.
But he looks very healthy and happy. So what more could you want?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
From what I recall, I don't recall him being anti-white, but anti-Trump. I do remember that. If that was, I haven't seen
what?
Trump, number 45.
Oh, Trump, yeah. Still very much, from what I saw, still very much anti-Trump.
Okay, so if that's the case, I haven't seen it yet, and it could be, but I just haven't seen it yet.
But Brian, he wasn't very difficult to find either. So if you Google his name and then go to images and find a picture of his face, because that's the way I did it first.
Well, has he got a website that he's running?
No website, but he's got a Facebook page that he uses a lot. And I believe he has Instagram as well. But I could easily message him. I just didn't know
where's he living? Where's he living now?
Oh, I don't remember that. Sorry, man. Let me see.
See, when he was on Six Screens before, and I don't know, he had some type of falling out with Rick. I don't know exactly what his beef was, but anyway, he had a program himself for a while, and he was really, really gung ho. And then when he quit doing stuff on Six Screens, like his own program, he also, for some reason, left New York City at the time. And I remember talking to him quite a bit. He was in Springfield, Illinois, for quite a while. His mom, when he was first on Six Screens, his mom was still an active witness. And they were having a little bit of trouble there. And he was also having a kind of a falling out with the woman he was married to at the time. And anyway, he and his mom ended up together, living together out in Springfield. And he would call into Six Screens sometimes at night. And his mom kind of quit going to the meetings as well. And they were kind of doing okay. Living there in Springfield, but I think he moved back to New York. So that's all. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe one of these nights when I got some time, I'll see if I can find get his Facebook page and send him a message myself. Just to
yeah, absolutely do that. Next time I find his page, I'm just looking through my phone to see if I can find it again, but I think it was misplaced. But next time I find it, I'll message him and tell him that Brian? Do you mind telling me your last name, or is that?
Oh yeah. No, just Brian. He'll know me by Brian. Yeah.
Brian. I'll message him and tell him that Brian from Canada is saying hello, and that I'm from Six Strings. He wouldn't have anything against a random person from Six Strings, would he?
Oh, I don't think so. No.
Okay, cool, perfect. Then I'll message him next time.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, but he looks well.
Brian, when you got finished giving like explanations of what you've come to find, would be related to the scrolls being opened that Tom was talking about. Did I hear you say at the end that wasn't what you were talking about? Did I misunderstand you, or because it sounded like you began with like there's this idea and then there's that idea way of thinking, and usually that comes from like Bible scholars and what you would find in concordances and stuff. Is that about right, or?
Well, yeah. What I was saying at first was just that that passage in Revelation, pretty well everybody that interprets that, whether that's Catholic or Protestant or even the JWs are no different than anybody else. It's something that's going to happen in the kingdom of God, way off in the future. It doesn't have anything to do with them. I mean, I suppose some wacko, anybody, wouldn't have to be a JW, could say, and I'll bet you if we looked on the internet, we would probably find somebody. Because nowadays, it doesn't matter what crazy idea there is. There's definitely somebody that's got it. So right. I'm afraid to mention it, if just in case it hasn't been thought up yet. But yeah, somebody somewhere is probably claiming that they have the new scrolls, because there's 6 or 7 popes out there right now, and so that tells you how crazy the world is. And there's but anyway, the point is that throughout history, anybody that interpreted that passage, they said either it was new scriptures that were going to be written in the kingdom era.
Okay.
Or it was very specific books about judgment of the people at either at the end of the millennium or something like that. Judgment of.
Because I just wanted to bring it up because you were saying like some people think this. It's not just the ordinary person. It's like people that are known to be scholars, like known that this is what they do in life. They compare these different things, and it's a big deal for them. It's
Tom
not
was
like
wondering or surmising. Yeah, but see, Tom was wondering or surmising whether or not that had anything to do with scrolls that are found in, that were found by archaeologists. Well, so those are the exact opposite of new scrolls. They're old scrolls. So that's all I was saying. That's all I was saying, really, in a nutshell.
That makes sense. Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, those scrolls are already out there, Linda. This is Gilbert. Look at one of them is called the Urantia book, and these ex-Jehovah's Witnesses have a website called the Christ Experiment. They're ex-Jehovah's Witnesses who started a new religion based off an old book over 100 years ago about a guy that was getting messages while he was in a spiritual trance, like he was in a trance, and it's documented on Wikipedia. But here you have a group of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses who started a new religion, and they called it the Christ Experiment. And I get their emails all the time because I want to, these guys, they're whack jobs. Now I have a good friend of mine, and this is where the caller, the guy right here, and we should probably debate on the Linda James show, because listen, I have a good friend of mine. I love him dearly, and he was he left the Jehovah's Witnesses, and he read the Book of Revelations I don't know how many times. And he was just like a lot of these Christians that, they start talking Revelation, and all they talk about is the Book of Revelation. And now this guy, I love him to death. I don't want to say his name. I don't want to hurt him. But he actually sent me 3 books, and he goes, these are the new scrolls of the Bible. These are the new scrolls of the Bible. So this guy, this guy's right. I've already identified 2 groups that already have the new scrolls of the Bible.
Let me ask you something about that, Gilbert. This Christ experiment, what did they call it? The Christ experiment? Is that what you said their name was?
No, what happened is these ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, I really do believe they were writers in the writing department in Watchtower. They're eloquent writers. So they had a website, which was, I forget the first one. It's called, it catered to the Jehovah's Witness teaching. So in 2016, all of the apostates were talking about 607 and all these other topics and eating from the bread and the wine. And so I forget the name. It'll come to me in a little bit. But so they had this website that was directed towards to the witnesses, and then they had another website. It was called the Faith Sons of God. So if you were Jehovah's Witness and you liked that web page, they would direct you to another one called the Faith Sons of God. And then after that, they directed you to the Christ experiment, where now you're going to be, and they quote the Urantia book, like chapter 7, verse so and so, just like the Bible. And their whole, and they have a ministry, and they teach people how to, and they have an app on a phone, just like the Jehovah's Witnesses. They're an identical replica, carbon copy of the Jehovah's Witnesses, but they did it stealthily. They got you going to one.
Like a front group.
Yeah, so they got you going to one web page, then they got you going to the second one, and then they got you on the religion on the third. And I think it was called. I think it was a name, but it had to do with anointed JW, like anointed something JWs. And then the second web page was Faith Sons of God.
Well,
and that
I do
was
know
their
one
message.
thing. The people that go out and get really, really super religious after leaving JWs, some of them go really off their rocker, wacko weird. But I did want to ask you. So as far as I remember, like I did talk with a guy for quite a while. I talked with a guy. I don't know if you remember this, but this website, they shut themselves down here about, it was a website called Topics, Topix. And Topics, they shut themselves down here, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. They just completely shut down their website. To me, it seemed like they were a very successful website. They had tons and tons of threads on it. And it was for any topic that you wanted, you could talk about. And there was one main thread that was all kinds of ex-JWs from all over the world and some actual JWs. And there was a whack of really crazy people on like every idea that you can think of. And one of the guys was he was addicted to the Urantia book. Which I think this guy was from Scotland, actually, if I remember correctly. But anyway, he would go on and on. Every question that came up, he would quote something from the Urantia book. And for people who don't know, who are listening now, I'm only going by a faint memory on this one. Maybe you know more about this than I do, Gilbert. The Urantia book, that was some guy, he was an ex-Seventh-day Adventist, wasn't it, that wrote that? Yeah. Or a group of them? Yeah. A group, 2 or 3 ex-Seventh-day Adventists that figured God had started talking to them, right?
He would go into a trance. This is on Wikipedia, guys. This is on Wikipedia. He would go in, and this is public knowledge for them. They don't deny it. He would go into like a trance, like say every Sunday or Saturday, he would go in a trance, and a spirit would speak, and the people that you're talking about that would write it were the ones that were taking the notes as he was speaking, while a spirit was going through him. And the spirit, and what happened, the reason why it was so popular 100 some years ago, before Google, before radio, before TV, is they were telling stories of things that later on scientists had uncovered. Like, I'll give you an example. Let's say he just in the Urantia book, they were talking about radio before radio came. So then when radio came, everybody was like, oh, it must be inspired of God, because, or not inspired of God, but it was like, we're the good angels, and we're giving you this good information. You know, we're giving you extra stuff about Jesus based off of John, when John says all of the things that Jesus did could not be contained in books. So these people are like, well, we can tell you all the other stuff that he did, you know.
Right.
And,
right. Yeah.
And that's what this book is about. Yeah. In a nutshell.
Wasn't there a movie about these guys? Some movie that there.
Yeah.
There's a movie about them, wasn't it?
Yeah,
what was that? Did anybody else see that? Like, I remember I was reading about this Urantia book. It was the first time I ever heard about it, like I say, about 10 years ago, something like that. And then, lo and behold, I came into the living room one day, and my wife's watching this movie, and it turns out it's these guys.
Wow.
Yeah, but I can't remember what the movie was called. But anyhow, just for anybody else that's listening, if you never heard of it, it's very strange stuff. I don't recommend it, but the fact of the matter is, it's out there. And now Gilbert is telling us that these guys are saying that these are the new scrolls. So there you go. I guess if you can think it up, but somebody will have actually done the damn thing that you think up. So there you go.
Yeah, actually, now they changed their website again to askseekandknock.org.
Say that again?
It's askseekandknock.org.
Act, speak, and nod.
Askseekandknock.org. And then before that, it was the ChristExperiment.org. And before that, it was Faith Sons of God and Anointed JW. So what it was like, this is the appetizer, this is the salad, this is the meal, and now you got this. So they have all of these different websites, and they have videos, just like Watchtower. They have an app where you can, like, if you download the app and I download the app, we're like, oh, look, Linda's only 5 miles from me. Let's get together, you know.
Oh, wow. So they'd be able to find other people that.
They're Jehovah's Witnesses. And so this is what I said, and they write just like a Watchtower writer would write. But this is what I told you, Linda, that I would not doubt that Watchtower funded these people and says, hey, we're going out of business. We need to put some money over here and put some money over there. I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't either. And it's fascinating that, we had that thought a few minutes ago that somebody could take that theory and run with it before what's expected of it to show up after, the time of the kingdom.
Yeah. And they tried to get me in, but I saw right through, I was like, no way, but and also, Faith Sons of God. And the reason I never liked them is because at first they were anonymous, and I hate anonymity. Because Satan was anonymous, in Genesis. I just don't like anonymous, especially when you're running a full-fledged religion,
Right.
Yeah, that's very suspicious.
Well, you know what? You know what? This guy that was on Topics, I don't know if any of you other guys were ever on Topics, but there's quite a big JW community on it, and there was a lot of people who were very, very argumentative. A lot of people hated religion, hated the Bible. A lot of them had gone into very satanic type stuff. A lot of them, there was a few current JWs who were on there who were defending everything that the Watchtower said and did. and stuff like that. And the arguments were quite. And the thing was, most people, you couldn't reason with most people. They were. It was just there. Everyone was there just a bitch. So I didn't do too much there after I found out how hard it was to get along with him. But getting back to the guy that was onto the Urantia book, he did strike me as a bit secretive too, for some reason. Can't remember. I mean, this is going back 10 years ago. Can't remember exactly what he was all about, but that does ring a bell when you say they seemed like a bit secretive.
I found it. These guys, anointedjw.org. That's the first web page that they use to get you to another one, and then finally get you into the Urantia. It's kind of like so. It's called Anointed.
That's bizarre.
Do you remember? I don't know if you remember, but like in 2016, 2015, YouTube was filled with eating and drinking of the bread and the wine, crashing the memorials. Remember, Tony Prime crashed the memorials. It was just that was.
By the way, Tony Prime is the one who gave me the title Apostate Babe. He gave that to me, by the way.
Yeah,
I just say that.
I do remember that. To my mind, this Kingdom Wall crashing, I thought it was BS, but I don't know why people would do that. I mean, just once you decide you don't want to be there, then just leave. That's my way of looking at it. I'm not. I mean, I know some people say that the whole thing is just a business. I don't believe that either. I think there is business with regard to every church. There's a certain amount of business. Some do more than others, but it's definitely some type of a church. Whether the guys at the top have any integrity at all left, I don't think there's much integrity left in the leadership, and so that's. That part of the criticism is probably true, but I mean, I know for like any of the congregations that I was in, most of the people were very sincere. Now, yes, there were nut jobs in each congregation, people who were narcissists and stuff like that. But I don't actually remember. And I don't know why I can't remember this guy's name right. I can't pull it off the tip of my tongue. I was talking to Kurt about it yesterday or the day before. But he's the guy. He was I think he's either a Finnish or Norwegian scholar, and his area of expertise is ancient. I think ancient Assyrian writings and stuff like that. And he's a professor of that stuff at some university in either Finland or Norway. I can't remember which. And he recently left Jehovah's Witnesses after a lifetime. And he's written a book about his finally not being able to take it anymore. I think he might have even got disciplined for something. I can't remember for sure, but do you guys
Are you talking Olaf? I can't think of his full name.
No, not Carl Olaf Johnson. Carl was a long time ago. This is a new, relatively new, as far as him appearing on the internet. He's written a book about leaving the JWs. I think he called it "Leaving Jehovah's Witnesses, My Beloved Religion."
That is Olaf.
If you were happy as a Jehovah's Witness and believed that you were worshiping the true God and all of that, it is very sad being forced to leave. Especially if you loved. There were many of the years that my wife and I were active. they were good years. We enjoyed our life as Jehovah's Witnesses, and we had a lot of very close friends, and you know, we thought that we were doing the right thing, and there's a lot of happiness and joy in being successful as a JW, and the idea, I mean, if you do believe in God and you believe in the Christian God, then the JW version of the Christian God is to my mind, is a very palatable thing. I know some people, it seems like you will hear some people, especially people who were brought up in the religion they were born and raised, that the parents were extremely crude in the way that they inculcated the teaching into them, with threats, kind of like even in other Christian churches. Sometimes children are threatened with going to hell.
Along those same lines, yeah.
With their version of hell, you know, dying at Armageddon and so on. Mm-hmm. And using the rod unsparingly to discipline their kids, and therefore, you know, the people have a very negative view of Jehovah because they think that Jehovah is some terrible, mean God. What the scriptures teach is that the Son of God came to earth and revealed the true nature of God. That's what it says in the opening verses of the book of John, is that Christ revealed what the Father is really like. And so anyway, bottom line is, if you were a Jehovah's Witness and you had a good relationship, a good prayer relationship with God and Jesus, and you enjoyed studying the Bible, and you enjoyed talking to people about the Bible in the ministry, and if you enjoyed the meetings and the hymns that we sang and all of that, that part of it was all very enjoyable to me for many years. And it was very sad to have to decide that I couldn't do it anymore because of contradictions and some hypocrisies and stuff. And that's what, boy, I sure wish, I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on his name. He's quite famous, this guy. Can any of you guys remember who I'm talking about? He's quite a famous scholar in his own right, but he was a witness, and it's either Finland or Norway.
Witnesses use him as well, like as a scholar?
I think he was quoted quite a bit in years gone by on different subjects in the Wake and Watchtower magazine. I think so. Yes. Shoot. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quit talking about that right now.
Maybe you can Google the book and it'll say his name.
Google it and see if I can find his name, and I'll come back on after I do that.
Okay. If it's the person I'm thinking of, he was a scholar, and the organization would quote him a lot, and then he came out with that book, which pretty much got him disfellowshipped, with like the wordage of my beloved religion. And then last I heard, about 3 months ago, his wife died. And then I've heard that he died as well, like 6 weeks after his wife or something. if it's the person I'm thinking of, and maybe not. He also helped with Norway, with what was going on over there, the person I'm thinking of. And see, I can't think of his full name, so I'm really sorry, guys, but I don't. we're just kind of in the conversation, so I'm hoping that, yeah, Brian does Google it and then comes back on and makes it clear. It's amazing. Yeah, like what Brian was talking about. I think it amounts to, in spite of the.
I found it right away. Rolf Peruli.
Yes, him.
Peruli is his name.
And the name of the book is?
And he's a professor at university. He taught.
And you sound muffled.
Early history, early writings and stuff like that. I forget exactly. It's been quite a while since
but when I just Googled it right
now, I hear you better.
What it says,
the first thing that came up, I just typed in "My Beloved Religion," and what it says here is the name of the book.
Now you're muffled again.
Religion and the Governing Body. The third edition of the book, My Beloved Religion and the Governing Body, can be downloaded free of charge.
Yes, like he has a page for that.
Had some difference of opinion about something important with the governing body, and they were basically assholes to him, and he had to leave.
Yeah. Can you check Wikipedia to see, because Wikipedia usually will say date of birth and death. I think this person has died. And he was really brokenhearted when his wife died. And then he shortly after passed away. But it hasn't been talked about a whole lot. And or wherever you want to go to see. I put my computer down, so I'm not looking it up.
It's saying something about the. I'll read you something here. It says about the author, because I just at the page that has his. It's about his book.
Okay.
Hey, this is kind of interesting, guys. Rolf J. Feruli has been lecturer in Semitic languages, and for more than a decade, he has taught courses in Akkadian, Aramaic, Ethiopic, Hebrew, Phoenician, Syriac, and Ugaritic.
Wow.
There's also Arabic, Greek, Latin, Middle Egyptian, and applied linguistics, and has translated many documents from the aforementioned Semitic languages and Sumerian into Norwegian and English.
Yes, he was actually very helpful in the case for Norway. He had a part in that, helping that to for them to come down on the org.
Yeah, like for example, see, he wrote one of the things that's different in the New World Translation is their use of how they treat the consecutive verbs in the Hebrew Bible. They do it a little bit different than some people. There's and he wrote a defense of it in 2002.
Okay.
Yeah, this guy, he was brilliant, dude.
Yeah.
But you say he died. You say he died recently.
Yes. And I hope I'm not mistaken, and I hope I'm not saying false information, but I came across that, and I was saddened. I was first saddened when I heard his wife died,
Huh.
That's why I was asking you to check on Wikipedia for his name, because it would usually.
I'll see what the Wikipedia article says.
And I know Wikipedia is not one of the favorite things to go to. I agree. But the reason I go to it is it'll usually say like date of birth and death. But but whatever's talked about, then there's lots of resources underneath to check things out. So some of it's pretty vital, and that's why I do go to Wikipedia.
Okay, well, according to the Wikipedia article, and usually they're updated pretty quick if something happens, just says Rolf Johan Feruli, born December 19th, 1942, is a Norwegian linguist.
Okay.
And as of December of last year, he was 80 years old.
Okay.
But doesn't say anything about him dying, and it doesn't say. But it does say something about his life here. Let's see.
So I could be wrong on that, but yeah, I would love to be wrong, to be honest. I would love to be wrong about it.
Okay, here's a little bit. Feruli was a Jehovah's Witness and served as an elder for 56 years. Also positions as a circuit overseer and a district overseer. In 2020, Feruli published a book entitled My Beloved Religion and the Governing Body, in which he maintains that the denomination's core doctrines and interpretations of biblical chronology are correct, but challenges the authority of the Jehovah's Witnesses leadership.
Okay.
On June 17th, 2020, he was disfellowshipped from the denomination.
Yeah. That was actually very courageous of him to put the book out there and to even, make that statement. So Jonas from Goat-Like Personality channel, shortly after that book came out, or maybe just before, got in touch with him and talked with him a bit. And Jonas said that, he's still very much a believer, which goes right along with what you're saying. Even though he got disfellowshipped, he was still very much a believer, which is not uncommon when people do leave, whether they're disfellowshipped or they choose to leave. A lot of their core beliefs are still what was learned within the organization. And it's not uncommon to have the mindset of, when I want to get back right with God, I'm going to go back into the organization. Is there anything else? I don't want to go off on a tangent. I'm going to let you see if there's something else worth bringing up, because you're right. He's like brilliant off the charts.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, one of the things that, in fact, I would like to read his book on this. He wrote a defense of the Watchtower's date of 607 for the destruction of Jerusalem, and of course that's essential for the Gentile times interpretation, 7 Gentile times, ending in 1914. But a lot of people, here's something that a lot of people don't realize this. They think that the Watchtower Society made up the 606, 607 date.
Yes, it was 606, and then it became 607. That's correct.
Yeah. But the fact of the matter is that in the time, in the late 19th century, that is what all the Bible dictionaries would say was the date of the.
That's right.
Like Pastor Russell didn't count back to 607. He started with 607, and he just took his date from what the accepted date was. If you picked up Unger's Bible Dictionary or somebody like that, that's the date for the destruction of Jerusalem. It was pretty well accepted by all the scholars in the 19th century. So
I've never heard that. That's really fascinating. Okay.
he started Gentile Times at 607 and decided that they would end in 1914.
Is he also the person that wrote the Gentile Times Reconsidered?
No, and that's the interesting thing. The other guy is a Scandinavian as well. That's Carl Olof Johnson, wrote Gentile Times Reconsidered, and he championed the 587 date.
Okay. Something about my dyslexia. Those two names sound so similar, and I know they're not. And I don't know what it is. Every so often, I get like two things that are definitely different.
Well, maybe because they're both sort of scholars in the Jehovah's Witnesses, and they're both Scandinavians. It's like me. I know for a fact that the memory in my brain for Luther and Hitler are right next to each other in my brain, because I very often I will say Hitler when I'm talking about Luther, and they couldn't
historically.
But there's a connection there somewhere in whatever the little chemical signature that's laid down in some neuron. I often will say Hitler when I'm talking about Luther.
Oh, okay. So you do get it. You do get it. And those words just sound so different, but yeah, okay, you get it. I've never met anybody who's explained it to me just like you did, and you so get it. Thank you. It's weird.
Beruli, he championed the Watchtower gate, and he took criticism for it. I remember reading this before, and there was a piece, somebody just mentioned something in the piece in the Wikipedia article that they called him an amateur. Now, this is something that I don't like about some academics. They think that you have to be, like, Beruli was not an idiot. I'm sure that he understood the arguments. I mean, I'm nowhere near as educated as him, and I understood the arguments that if you read Carl Olof Johnson's book, it's pretty plain evidence that he gives that the date, that the 587 date is correct. I mean, you have to ignore an awful lot of archaeology to understand, to come up with, to ignore what he says there. Like and so what ended up with Carl Olof Johnson was that I still remember when the book came out. One day, not long after he published that book, I was over visiting with Dr. Penton, and he said, "Here, I ordered a copy of this for you." He was at the time corresponding with Johnson in Sweden, and
How
when
cool is that?
book
Like a handheld copy, because I got the PDF. The thought of a handheld copy is so cool. Wow.
Yeah, when the book came out, Jim ordered me a copy. I remember he called me up one day and he said, "I got something for you. I got something in the mail for you. I want you to read this book."
Right on.
So the house, and we sat down and talked for a while. And explained who Carl Olof Johnson was, if we hadn't already talked about him
But anyway, he handed me the book. He said, I ordered, when I ordered a copy for myself, I got one for you. And so anyway, if you read the book, it's pretty convincing. Now, here we have in Rolf Feruli, this guy is a devout, faithful witness, so he's gone to great lengths to try and come up with proofs for the 607 date. And I would like to actually read what he had to say. And I also wonder if he still holds to the same view now that he's finally out of the church, right?
Mm-hmm.
They say ask who the governing body. I'm not gonna defend them anymore. But anyway, it's all pretty. It's peripheral in a way to the actual purpose of life, but it's still kind of interesting.
It is interesting, yeah.
Apostate.
Hey, Kurt, how are you?
Hey, I've been listening all night. I was going to tell Brian I've been loving your all's conversation, but Brian, your audio is sometimes almost muted and sometimes it's coming in clear. So I don't know what you're doing. Okay.
Okay. Well, I got it on speakerphone because I need to get a new cell phone. Because this cell phone, I can't hear it very well unless I have it on speaker. So
wow.
You know.
Yeah.
But anyway, okay, I'll remember that, Kurt. Thanks, Kurt.
Okay, I just didn't want to interrupt you. I just wanted to hear everything you're saying. Sometimes I can't, having a hard time hearing you, and other times it's clear. Anyway, go ahead, you guys.
I think he was rounding up, and he went and did some Googling, which I thought was great, and came back on and shared, which I love. And then we had a bonding moment over, dyslexia or something. It was fascinating. He explained it exactly how it is. I was like, wow, that was interesting. Getting names or words mixed up. But something I wanted to mention earlier that when somebody else was talking, I was thinking about it, and that is that high demand, high control groups that are, toxic and unhealthy groups do not want to allow you to mature and to socially advance. They want to keep you socially stunted. They want to keep you in a childlike position for the purpose of making sure that you have a dependency for them. And that's very important to them. This will happen even with a partner that's a toxic relationship. They want to make sure you don't have, say, maybe money or a place to live. Everything is in their name. And if you tried to leave, you would leave without being able to be equipped. So it makes it harder to leave, and it makes one more dependent upon the organization. And within the culture of the Watchtower, the organization is called Mother Org, right? So the dependency is something that shows up in many groups. It doesn't show up right away, but over time, much like that theory of a frog in water, and then it gets warmer and warmer. And the frog doesn't realize it's getting warmer and warmer until it's cooked. But kind of like that, if you can picture that. So when you think about that, it makes sense that when someone was trying to pursue any of their self-interests, it got shot down. If they wanted to do this or that kind of job, it would be shot down and presented as, dangerous, and that's going to take you right out of the truth. And it's better to pursue Christian, interests rather than the path that you want to go on. And so when you take the advice of those in leadership that give you this advice, it promotes keeping you socially stunted at a very young age. So it's not uncommon for people to leave the organization and walk out into society at large and not know how to function. And that is because we weren't taught how to function in society at large. We learned how to function within the organization, which is a subculture that is separate from society at large. It's a subculture, and we learned how to live in that environment. So when you go in, and I think that Taylor, the one that was a friend of Stuart. I'm not coming up with the full names. Stuart ended up taking her family out, her son, her daughter, her husband, and herself. Lauren Stewart. Her friend was something Taylor. I can't think of her first name right now. But I thought she explained it so well of what it's like when you first leave the org. It's like being dropped off in China somewhere and being told to find your way home. It's you're dropped off in a foreign land, and I'm just using the word China because she did, and we're both from the. It would easily, when you think of it that way, it would be very hard. It would be very scary, and plus the indoctrination of anybody that's worldly is out to use you and abuse you and spit you out. Spit you up and spit you out. That was always taught to us as well. So there's a combination of things that are used: fear, indoctrination. Just opening the book of my Bible stories and seeing many of the pictures of bloodshed. Just hearing the 4-year-old being taken to the back restroom because he's going to be spanked because he wasn't able to be still in the congregation for the meeting, and hearing the cries. These are traumas one after another that supports fear indoctrination, which leads to phobias. So people that leave and have panic disorders and phobias, that's actually normal. This is normal, okay? It's not a good time, but this is a common thing, not just amongst us ex-JWs, but amongst many other people that were involved in other groups. And that time frame of assimilating into society at large, at first, it's not uncommon to do really, really wrong, socially unacceptable things. Okay, people get pissed off and you don't know why, and it might click in because somebody explains it to you, or it might click in a few years later and you realize, oh, that's what I did. No wonder this person was so upset with me, and I didn't know what I was doing wrong. That's also because we were within a subculture, So these are actually strategic things that are done, and there's a combination of things that are techniques and tactics that are used to keep you dependent upon the cult. And again, cult is the base word for culture. And I do think of the organization as my culture of origin. And so I forgot where I was going with this, but anyways, there's different combination of things that are used, and you'll find as you get to know other cults or whatever, if you read a few articles or see a few documentaries, it's fascinating because you'll pick up on some of this stuff. As you're watching it, you'll be like, oh wow, that's love bombing, and that's doctrine over person. So that the doctrine is valued more so than the person who has, maybe a problem with a certain chair or a certain music or something that they're supposed to do to please Jehovah doesn't work for them. So they end up being told they're the problem, and there's shame and guilt and all this other stuff. Keeping people in fear, which is the basis of what is called complex PTSD. There is PTSD, and then there's complex PTSD. And what complex PTSD is based on is viewing traumatic events over and over and over again, plus, or experiencing traumatic events, over and over and over again. And I dare say, just opening up the Bible, my book of Bible stories got, just looking at the pictures and knowing the stories behind them can be traumatic for a young child, So there's a combination that ends up being used, and it's all strategic. I do not think that the ordinary rank and file Jehovah's Witness is out with any intent of deception. I do believe that they're wanting to please Jehovah. I believe that they obey what the governing body directs them to do, because they've been gaslit to believe that using their own guidance is dangerous, but going by the guidance of the organization is what God wants them to do. So even though their intuition, it doesn't feel right, they submit to following some of these things that are not good for them, and works towards actually something called learned helplessness, which is basically you're trained to not realize the power and strength that you do have, and you're actually equipped with it. But learned helplessness is that you learn to be like a victim mentality, not necessarily a real victim. There are situations when people are a real victim, but then there's this thing that's victim personality, like, oh, this whole world, this whole system of things, and you blame things on that or other things when you might actually be able to do something about a situation. So it works against empowering you. It works against you having a sense of being able to change anything. Yes, there's things in our lives that we know of that are really out of our reach, are really out of our control. So there's a lot of personal things you can do to be in control, and the organizations and other cults will intrude even to those things. So the less power you have, the less choices you have, the more oppressed you become. And when someone, their heart truly wants to please Jehovah, they continue to obey. And they're not stupid at all. They're compliant to what they believe Jehovah God would have them do. And that's a shame, because it ends up having many people in a place of oppression. I think next week and the week after, I'm going to have more notes on some of the stuff I got to learn this past weekend. And I love to hear different people speak about either experiences they've gone through, or usually what happens at these ICSA conferences, International Cultic Association Studies Association, is you'll hear professional therapists and researchers that have had a chance to do some studies and statistics to confirm where there may have been some coercion, or one group might have more abuse than what's normal. And these are very interesting things to hear, because it confirms some of our thoughts, like, I wonder if some of my mental conditions have something to do with being raised in the organization. Well, yeah, some of them do. Some people are prone to some mental issues, and then Some of people are not. But if you have both, you grow up in an environment that just mentally breaks your will, which is what is taught usually to do with the children as they're growing up. And not that every parent does that, but it's pretty much what's taught to get children to comply and to walk the right road, the narrow road, so that they don't go off onto the road of destruction. So, yeah, I love that kind of stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kurt, hey.
Hi.
I wanted to make a comment about the Watchtower organization being a cult. I think they are. It's taken me a long time to reason this out, but there's enough cultic behavior in the Watchtower where I would have to say that they are, but I do want to also say that I would look at it in degrees. Instead of just black and white. I would say the Watchtower would not be as big a cult as, I don't know, maybe the Moonies or maybe
Scientology.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I do. I don't talk about Scientology because I'm afraid of them folk coming over and telling me, what's your crime?
But there's enough, like I said a minute ago, enough cultic behavior. I was thinking about Russell a few minutes ago. For example, he made the statement that if you read the Bible on your own, study it on your own, that you would be confused. Now, from his point of view, I could understand that because by the time he said that, there were hundreds, probably thousands of people, Russellites in his group. They made the choice when they read his material to join this movement. And we all know that his 6 books and the Watchtowers were very deep. The Divine Plan of the Ages, they were very deep. He came up with a lot of ideas on his own. He copied some people as well. And me, for example, if I was there and I had come in contact with his, I don't know, a couple of his books, and I enjoyed them, but I went off on my own, studying my Bible on my own, which I may have been better off. But nonetheless, I would have never come up with what he came up with, whether he's right or wrong. We know his dates. The Bible students defend his dates today. They believe that Jesus Christ became present in heaven in 1874. So they're the best minds of the Bible students believe that's still the truth. But yeah, I know you know what I'm talking about. So the cultic is what I was going to get back to, where Russell, someone could say that the Russellites, the Bible students, were a cult. And I guess in the strictest sense of the word, maybe they probably were or are. And then the Watchtower later, as we talked a minute ago, there's a lot of their, policies in particular are cultic. And I hate that because it really don't have to be clean. Keeping the congregation clean is important, but it's got to be done in a logical, intelligent way, that most anybody could agree with. But they get cultic in that way with disfellowshipping and shunning to a great going further. Disfellowshipping people unnecessarily has happened so many times. The shunning is intense. Even though I believe in shunning, I believe it's scriptural, but the way they do it, I think, is too intense. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that because you had went to that cult gathering, and that was the topic. So I've been listening to you tonight, and you've had a real good program. A lot of people have been talking with you. So I just
hasn't it been fun? Yeah, I love it when people come in and, the conversation flows as it goes and people bring up different points. What do you think about this or that? It has been very good tonight. I'm glad you noticed. Yeah, that talk of Russell, if you read the Bible alone, he was actually talking about the studies in the scriptures. And he talks like those that, read the studies in the scriptures, they do well. Their knowledge is well on the Bible. But if they set those aside and just picked up the Bible alone, those, it's been shown, or it's been, it's told. It's another way of modeling, like I was talking about earlier. They're giving an example so that you won't do it, and that's how he's talking about it. That if you set the studies of the scriptures aside and simply read the Bible alone, you'll go back to apostate thinking. Isn't that interesting? You go back to apostate thinking. You mean mainstream Christianity?
Yeah.
But it's that beginning of expecting the followers to be dependent on the writings that he wrote, that it's needed, that it's important.
Yeah, it's it's a difficult, it's difficult. For me, I was very impressed with Russell. I was very impressed with those books. I have them all, like a lot of us do. But yeah, I'm happier, I'm glad to have that information, but I'm happier being free on my own to read and study the scriptures on my own. But yeah, from his point of view, I can understand his thinking, but again, it was quite cultish, for him to say that. Yeah, I think we all can agree to that. Yeah.
Yeah. The more things that one can recognize that another person is doing that puts you in a position of being more dependent on them and less self-dependent, or self-equipped to take care of yourself, it can turn bad. So pay attention to those things within friendships or groups or anything like that. It's just really wise and think of it as a possible red flag. Now, if you're going through that love bombing stage, there's something called fervor, and it's like this fervor that someone goes through is much like when you fall in love and you have this huge, that time when you have this buzz going on, right? You've fallen in love, or let's say you give birth and you look at your baby for the first time. A moment like that of just awe, and fervor. Or if you look at it, at the sky and see like those northern lights or something, you get a sense of fervor. An example too would be like if you go to a sports game and let's say they toss around a ball, like sometimes they'll have those big old balls that people are bouncing around, and if they start doing a cheer or we're for this group or something to that effect, when everybody's doing it at once, there's this fervor that happens that literally happens within this large crowd. That's something that we'll experience at assemblies. And when it's done, and I don't think the Watchtower does this so much, but other groups will, when it's done in such a way that has like a constant beat, much like the song Tusk from Fleetwood Mac. If you do that for a long time, it helps you go into a trance, and it helps you relax, and you kind of get a buzz from that too. So there's certain, and even some worship music. When you go to a church and you're very into the worship music, and the lights are down low, and there's things that can go on that can help that state of fervor. When somebody goes through these experiences, it's hard later when you're not getting that buzz anymore from these certain, I want to call it Malua control. You still remember it, and you still hope to experience that again. So it's harder to leave when you have found out that things are not kosher, or things are not settling well in your soul. You don't feel right. You can't figure out why a certain doctrine, you're not able to understand it. You question, and you don't really get a true answer, but you look around the room and everybody else is shaking their head like, yeah, it's like that. Like they get it, but you don't. Trust me, they don't get it, okay? They are just shaking their heads yes, because they don't want to get the reaction you're getting right now from whoever's doing the teaching of whatever the doctrine is at the time. You can ask a couple of questions, but usually you'll get shut down and talked to in such a way that's very shaming, very like put you off till later, sometimes even dehumanizing. So because you're not accepting the doctrine or how it's being presented, or you're questioning. This is the big deal about dealing with the narcissists, which cults have narcissists at the leadership. You must give all of your loyalty, but they never give that to you. But they demand it from you, and you are to give it. And that's evidence of being a true believer, is to show your loyalty even when things don't make sense, or you don't understand it. But yeah, yes.
Apostle Babe, if we believe that the scriptures are inspired.
Hello? Are you there? If we believe the scriptures are inspired, I'm seeing that so those that are on the phone have come to find it. Those 6 hours are over. I'm actually at a place where it's going on to 5 hours, that this show has gone on for 5 hours. And I'm thinking that if Rick doesn't directly come to the phone, I think we should let him sleep. But if it does wake him up and he does do the redialing, I'll talk a little bit more. But those of you that are on the phone don't hear me anymore, but those of you that are on YouTube probably do. But yeah, I think tonight's been a really cool night. Yes, Rick found it. Cool. Right on. Thank you, Rick. Maybe not. Maybe not. So it seems like he might have became aware of it and going to redial, but maybe not. We'll just have to, I'm going to give it a few more minutes. But like I was saying, we're getting to the 5-hour point of this show starting. And it's been quite an interesting night, the subjects that we've been talking about. Wow.
Live 6 screens conference calls. Thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. Please enter your PIN followed by the pound or hash. Thank you. There are 7 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
So
thank you, Rick.
This. What happens is this. You have millions upon millions of Christians that are all around you like trees. So we're already in a forest. What we do not need is a 501c3. Why? Because we already have a whole bunch of trees. See, it's already, we already have a whole bunch of trees. And you know what, Linda, going back to what you said about the My Book of Bible Stories and learned helplessness, I think. It's simple, because you and I already talked about this. For example, Genesis in the story of Dinah. It depends on how Watchtower has an article on that, on the My Book of Bible Stories, and it scares everybody. So there's only one side to the story. But it's like Kurt and everybody else says, if you just read the Bible on your own, or you read the Bible to your child, you're going to come up with a different viewpoint. You're going to come up with a different story. The problem with My Book of Bible Stories, that book, is it's always the same story with the same viewpoint, Watchtowers. But you and I talked about Dinah, and we said, hey, remember, Linda, you talked about going to a bar. I go, Linda, if you go to a bar, you don't want to go by yourself. You want to go with friends, because you got to be, bars can be a fun place, but it can also be a dangerous place. And I talked about that.
Yes.
I don't want to go to a bar by myself. I want somebody covering my back. And so when you're a father and a mother and you're reading the story of Dinah, it's going to be, you're going to apply it way differently than how Watchtower applies it. Why? Because you're not using their book as a guide. And I bet you if Kurt or Jason or Rick, who read the story of Dinah, we would all come up with different scenarios and different nuggets, like, wow, this is a great story. And so Russell was right. If we read the Bible by ourselves, we're going to come up with 100 different interpretations of how we can apply the story of Dinah in a positive light. And when you read it from the Watchtower's My Book of Bible Stories, it's only one side of the coin, one version, and that's the story, and I'm sticking to it. Don't deviate. This is the story of Dinah. This is how it's applied. And end of discussion.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with your illustration there.
Yeah. It's a great story, and Kurt's going to read it, and he's going to come up with something completely different than I would come up with, and what Linda's going to come up with, and that's why Watchtower doesn't want anybody deviating from the written story, because they got that. It's written that way for a reason, like Linda said, to scare children straight. We're going to scare children straight.
I'll tell you what, the message I got from the Watchtower was she put herself in a place of actually causing this. So it was very much victim blaming. And women do get a lot of that within the culture of the Watchtower. What did you do to seduce them? What were you wearing? You were coming on to them. How, a lot of victim blaming.
And the brothers were there to kill him. They were there to kill Sikkim, but they weren't there to go to the party with their sister. Oh, I mean, come on. So what I'm saying is, you're right. Victim blaming. Why don't we blame the brothers for abandoning their sister and letting her go?
Yeah.
Maybe the older brothers just said, "Yeah, I'll take you to the party. You're coming with me." Going back to your point, why are we always blaming the woman? Why aren't we blaming Dinah's older brother?
Yeah, exactly. I think it stems from Adam and Eve, and that Eve was the one that was able to be deceived. And women are perceived as a temptress, and to not be trusted, for men not to trust the women. So I think it's based from that.
Yeah. But I really think, like, you as a mother, if you read that story, you're gonna, I hate to use that word glean, right? But you're gonna get a lot of good thing out of it, and you can say, hey, this is a positive story. That's why the problem with these Bible stories, and a lot of times with not all religions, but some religions, if you read the Bible for your self benefit and not to teach other people, no, let it teach yourself. And it's just a book written for you. Then guess what happens when you're having a picnic at church, or when you're with people and you're talking, you're sharing. You're not. Watchtower does it the other way around. They use the Bible like a hammer to beat you down. It's not because we're going to use this book to teach you. It's like, no. If you read the book, if you read the Bible, and another person reads the Bible on their own, I said, I like that. I like your interpretation of what you got out of that story, Linda. This is what I took from it. And you're sharing. Hence the phrase, sharing is caring. But Watchtower doesn't share. Yeah.
And the story of the Samaritan, the Good Samaritan, and there's this person that was along side of the road that was, beat up and injured. The story, from what I understand, their cultures didn't associate with each other. So there's that. Yeah. But what I got out of that story was that the Good Samaritan was equipped with money and stuff that he could actually care for this man. He dropped him off at the inn, and he told the guy there, the owner, listen, if you end up having to pay, do more for him, I will pay for it. He was equipped. And that's a huge thing I get out of that. Yes, it was loving and goes across the lines of prejudiceness and stuff like that. But I remember so well that the Good Samaritan was equipped to be able to help him. And
good credit. Think about it. He had credit card before there was a credit card. You just said it. If he didn't have money,
he might have been known by that person. He might have already had a reputation with that person that owned the hotel or whatever it was. He might have already, been there a few times, and he knows he's good for it, or his word is good for it. We don't know. But I remember it just stood out to me that he was equipped to help.
And so everyone that's listening, what you're seeing right here is sharing is caring. We're not following the script of my book of Bible stories. Linda's read it. I read it. Sharing is caring. We're sharing.
Yeah, what that meant to you and what that meant to me.
You do this. Yeah.
Yeah.
And kudos, because a lot of churches do it. They do this. They share, and they share everybody's experience and everybody's viewpoint. And cults don't do that. This is our viewpoint. What did you think about this story? What did you think about this paragraph? Okay, next paragraph. What did you think about this paragraph? It's always about, what do you think about me? What do you think about me? What do you think about me?
Well, isn't it fascinating that it's called a discussion? Yeah. There's no discussion happening. It's more self-indoctrination. So you've prepared for the meeting, read it all, found the answers in the paragraph, underlined them, and then you go through that again at the meetings, which is, they call upon people in the congregation to give the answer that is in the paragraph. That's where all the answers are, in the paragraphs of the Watchtower, publications. There's no discussion. You can't go, well, I think this or I think that. That's, so yeah.
Yeah, like I'll give you an example, a good one, because that guy from Australia, he doesn't like the story of Elijah. I don't know how you say it why do you say the guy's name? Elijah. Who's the other one? Elijah and the one that took his job afterwards. Because in Spanish it's Eliseo. It's Elisha. I don't know. But
there's Elisha and there's two that their names almost sound similar. Yeah. One of them had a chariot and didn't see death, right?
Yeah, the other guy.
Okay.
Elijah and
Elisha, yeah, that guy. Because I always say him in Spanish name because it's Eliseo. But anyways, make a long story short, the story was, and he didn't like it, Brad, that how can a God, allow those kids to be? They weren't murdered. They were scarred. The bear bit them and maimed them, but they didn't die.
Oh, really?
What they don't understand. Yeah. So what they don't understand is this. It's real simple. It depends on how you look at it, but if he's looking at it from somebody who's living in Australia, but imagine if you're living in Mexico City or El Salvador or Iraq or Egypt, and there's
or East LA.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And there's a whole bunch of let's say East LA. You're living in East LA, and there's a whole bunch of kids that go and they say the same thing to Elijah, and a bear comes out and just rips in on all those kids, and it hits KTLA Channel 5 News and the mighty 6:40 a.m., which is all Los Angeles. Okay.
Yes.
This is what happened in that story. The Elisha had just cured a river that was causing illness. Women were not having children. You got to remember, these women didn't have Social Security, so they needed babies, so that way the babies would take care of them when they're old. Here they're trying to take care of their parents. There's lawlessness going around in the nation. And so here this man cleans up the river. The women are now able to have babies, and the elderly are being healed. So a bunch of kids go, and they weren't just kids. They weren't like your 5-year-old, 6-year-old boys. They were a bunch of mirandering thugs, like you see in every third world country. You have you have a bunch of kids, and they're causing mayhem. And so this man goes, and he doesn't kill them; he just has them maimed. So KTLA News and the AM 640 come in and they report it.
So it's almost like a gang.
Yes. Okay. So instantly, overnight, without a doubt, the whole nation found out about it overnight. And guess what? The next morning, the kids were doing. They were helping Grandma cross the street. Yes, Grandma, let me help you cross the street because I don't want a bear to come and do to me. What happens is there was a cancer, and he nipped it in the bud. Was it right? Was it wrong? I tell you what, if you live, and I'm not picking on Brad, but if Brad lives in Australia. And what I'm saying is this is why we never, ever, ever criticize the dead, especially the dead who lived hundreds and thousands of years ago, because we never walked a day in their shoes. I'm not saying it's right. What I'm saying is if 50 kids in East LA were maimed because a man was cleaning up the whole city, and curing women and curing elderly, and 50 boys that were up to no good were maimed. Well, guess what? 10,000, 100,000 boys all across the nation have been saved. because they wised up instantly. So what I'm saying is that
I do hear what you're saying.
Preemptive strike.
Yeah. So I'm not picking on Brad. What I'm saying, Brad, is that we don't know what we don't know, and instead of rushing to judgment on saying God is bad, we can say, I wonder what it's like to live in East LA with a bunch of hoodlums.
Well, I'll tell you what it was like. There was this guy called the Night Stalker, and he kept going into people's homes and raping people, like elderly and children. And eventually, the community caught him and beat the holy crap out of him. And he showed up in court the next day with this big old white thing across his head as a bandage, because the illegal aliens beat the crap out of this man because they were coming out of coming after their family. Do you think any of those got in any trouble? No. They were thanked by the police department for catching this guy. It was that's what happened.
The police department's like, yeah, we're going to investigate this. Wink, wink.
Thanks a lot. Like, and let me just say that the ordinary, and I'm not trying to be for or against, but the ordinary person that comes here, that's illegal, I'm going to tell you something. They are the best citizens ever. They keep low key because they don't want to attract any unnecessary attention to themselves. 3 or 4 generations down the line, that's when the gangs and stuff are happening. Okay, but not the ordinary illegal alien. That's just not the case. Okay.
But what I'm saying is that
that was a good illustration, Gilbert.
I have an opinion on what you just said since I was mentioned.
Yeah, baby.
Welcome.
So what you're saying is I think that story is bad because I don't come from a violent place.
No, I'm just saying. No, what I'm saying, Brad, is that a lot of times, I say this about myself included. I have air conditioning. I got a freezer. I got food. So I don't know what I don't know is what I'm saying. I never lived a day.
No, I understand. No, I got that part. But I'd just like to say I haven't like quickly knee-jerk reaction jumped to the conclusion that God is bad based on that story. I think my reputation with that story is that I have always been asking how it is possibly justified for that to happen. And if it can't be justified in a way that makes sense to me, then I don't know. Yeah, and I don't see, in my opinion, it makes God, in my eyes, look bad. But wait, I'm not done. You also said that the fact that it was like a lesser of two evils, that these complete thugs came out of nowhere and they were violent, they were causing havoc through the city, I guess you said, and that he nipped it in the bud real quickly by getting 2 bears to maim them.
No, I didn't say. I guess two evils. I think it was.
I got that idea as in because he was going around saving all of these people and making the city a better place. Who would really fault him for hurting 42 kids, right? Because he was actually doing all this good stuff, and then the next day those kids would have been better, right? They would have learned their lesson.
100,000.
Where in that scripture does anyone explain to the kids why the bears are attacking them?
I think
he doesn't. It doesn't. I'm looking at it and I can't find the part where he says, "Oi, stop being mean like that, or you're going to get punished." It sounds like the way the scripture's written that the bears kind of come out of nowhere and then start attacking the kids.
And not one kid died. So there's no coincidences here. Not one kid is dead, but yet they're all maimed. So here you have a bear who maims the kids but doesn't kill them. So
how did they learn that lesson?
So you would think.
How did they learn that lesson?
Now, what I'm saying is, if you go to Alaska and I have 42 kids, the bear is not going to maim all 42 kids. He's going to eat one and leave the other 41 away. He's just going to say, "Give me the fattest boy. I'm going to eat the fattest boy."
No. That's not true. That's not what a bear will do. That's, if all of the kids are violent, it will maim all of them until they're no longer a threat, and then it'll probably eat one or two of them. Yes, that will definitely happen. But it would if you're hanging around, if there's 47 of you hanging around two bears, and you're being aggressive, all of you are going to get hurt. All of you. There's just no question about that. But my point is, I guess, I loved the way you explained that, by the way. I reckon, if I'm to be honest, that is the closest that anyone's ever made it where I've gone, that is not too bad of a point. Saying that because of all of the good stuff he was doing and how much he was changing the city, and because you don't want to destroy an entire city, hurting 42 kids with magic bears so that they learn their lesson, and others who see it will learn their lesson as well. They'll see the lesson as well. That weirdly does make sense to me. It is like the lesser of two evils. But it doesn't actually say that they learned their lesson. The bears came out and just attacked. Hey, Baldy, bear. And it's like, at some point, someone should have gone, hey, what you're doing here is wrong. And, this is the punishment. Oh, okay. Sorry, that was my son Amanda commenting.
Let me just add one last thing. The last thing is that that he had power. He wasn't a king, but yet he had authority. So just because somebody uses the authority from God, and like King David used the authority, but he killed Bathsheba's husband. So
doesn't make it right.
So it doesn't make it right. But he made a decision, and if he abused his that's between him now and God. But I will tell you this, Linda, this guy proves my point and that I'm right. I should be a member of the governing body, and I should be in the writing committee, and I should be rewriting My Book of Bible Stories and make them really nice.
I agree with what you're saying right now.
So do I.
Glad I helped.
I promote GG for GB, even if I don't agree with him on everything. He will make a good governing body member.
But can I just say one more thing, GG?
Yeah.
One more thing. The only other person that's ever come close is another gentleman from Six Screen, and he said, I reckon Elisha just got angry. He has the power of God. It sounds like a more human reaction than a godly reaction.
Correct. And you know what?
And that to me also rings very true, that Elisha was like, well, you know what?
I don't have patience for y'all. I just cleaned a river.
Yeah. But the moral of the story, Brad, is that the answers, I think the wisdom in God and how He wrote things is that it doesn't give us all of the details, because I think King Solomon says that you have to search for it like gold and silver. So if you really apply yourself in your thinking cap, put on your thinking cap, I think we can find the answers that will satisfy us. But we have we can get a little bit of help. Like I can give you a little bit of help, but you also give me help, and little by little we help each other. And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I actually believe what you're saying in that, because why on earth would it be in there, that story, if it could be interpreted so badly? At some point when that was written, that could be interpreted to be oh, that's a great lesson. And that's why I keep asking and asking and asking, because, and I ask everybody, I've asked Susan, Rick, Linda, I ask pretty much everybody that seems to know a little bit about the Bible to see what their opinion is, because somewhere there's a reason that's in there. I just can't figure out why, other than, wow, God seems mean.
But we all have those questions. I have that with Judah, which is the father of the Jews, and here he is sleeping with his not sleeping with his daughter-in-law to give was the daughter-in-law. He had to give her a child, so because her son died, or her husband died, and she didn't have Social Security, so she needed to have babies. And
was that part of their custom
back then? But my question when I asked God, I hear the story of Judah, and I'm thinking, hold on, if he was with a prostitute and he got a whole nation And I'm over here. I'm not with prostitutes. I'm not doing anything bad. I mean, throw me a bone, God. Give me something. But we all have those questions, like, yeah, and I think it's healthy. I think it's healthy to have these doubts, but to chew on these things, and because I think if God gave us the answer, all of the details, then we would be lazy minded. We wouldn't think. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I definitely think the Bible is written in a way that encourages debates and discussion.
Yeah.
No scripture is so rock solidly clear that anyone can go, that's what this means. And that's the only thing that can be interpreted from this. And I think,
Yeah. And it shows our weaknesses.
that's obviously a good thing. Encouraging discussion is a good thing.
So that's the point. The point is that we're the weak ones because we don't know how to have conversations and debate. And I learned this, learning the truth about the truth. The problem is not the subject. I don't want to talk about politics or religion. No. The problem is I don't know how to talk about these things. I don't know how to give and take. I don't know how to dialogue. And so when I accepted that, it really has changed the way I view things. It's like the problem is not the Bible. The problem is me. I don't know how to have a give and take with my brothers, with my friends.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. This is Hitley.
Hi, Hitley. Welcome.
How you doing? Okay.
Good. It's really good to hear your voice.
Good. Hi. Hi, Brad. I just want to say, just interject something. We
Sure.
talked about that the Bible was no doubt made for us to have discussions and debates, and that's something that I noticed that with Watchtower, that what they use for the ministry, such as conversation stoppers. That term that they use, the Watchtower uses, is to probably stop us. And I just thought about it as you guys were talking, and I thought about it a few years ago as I'm, fading out and everything. That it's almost like the Watchtower wants, witnesses, the members, to stop having conversations, real live conversations, critical thinking conversations with people about the Bible and just about anything. And to the point that it affects even some of us, and it affects me, I could say, in my own, from my own personal experience, having a regular, meaningful conversations with people. You're like sitting there like a potted plant, not knowing what to say because you really don't know how to approach things. You don't know, like, if I take it, let's just say I want to say something from this angle. Oh, wow, and then if you say something, sometimes it's crickets, or sometimes it'll even really start to a fiery debate to the point that they want to fight. So it's almost like, to me, from my perspective, like Watchtower set us up for failure when it comes to speaking about, anything dealing with the Bible or just about anything. That's all I wanted to say, guys. Mm-hmm.
No, I've always said that. Watchtower set us up for failure. I've always said that. You're right. Absolutely right.
Thank you.
Well, and
I
also
agree with you. I agree with
what
you
you're
all.
saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To piggyback off what you're saying, I think a lot of those conversation stoppers were set up for us, not necessarily for witnessing. They make it seem like it's to place more magazines and things, but it's so we don't discuss with each other things as well.
Right. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Shutting the conversation down and the possibility of remaining in that thought process. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly, Linda. Exactly, Brad. And Gilbert. I mean, yeah, it's, oh boy, that's being really, really, of course, ungodly and unchristian for them to have done this to the people who are following their rhetoric.
Yeah.
That's really a sad thing. Even if affects you in all parts of life. For us as witnesses, how evil, how really heinous. Oh, you could go back to what you're saying, guys. It's just that what you were
I'm
saying
still pondering on what you're talking about, though.
gave me some some thoughts there.
I really like what you brought to the table. That really makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow.
It actually promotes us to not talk amongst each other. Hello, is there somebody else coming in? I thought I heard a new voice saying hello.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So where are you from?
Sorry, that new voice was my son.
Oh.
So
Hi.
Where are you from?
Italy? Oh, I'm from New York City.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I have a lot of constituents in New York City. No, just kidding.
Oh. Yeah, I'm one of them.
Okay.
I'm one of them for you.
In New York City. Wow. So you must have JW stories of New York City. I mean, and you also
Does she? I can't even finish the term. And then some. Okay. You don't even know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Girlfriend's got stories. Yes.
Wow. She must be seeing things in New York, because New York is a happening place.
Yeah. As far as the organization and a lot of other stuff going on the scene, but I'm just in my little apartment here and there, and I go and take care of what I got to take care of, and that's it. Whenever I'm dealing with activism too, I'm on the JW Reddit, XJW Reddit, and the discussion forum, and and I've watched the other videos. I've watched some of your videos, which were very timely and informative, and that's what I just basically do. I'm just Pamo, and I've been in I'm a born in also, but I'm just sick and tired of being sick and tired of being dealing with this this I call it a cult corporation. I mean, it's a cult. Watchtower is a cult and a corporation.
Yeah.
All wrapped up into one. So, but I'm glad the screens is set up, in existence. I could just listen, to differing views, point of views, everybody's point of view, and everyone's perspective, and their, life stories, experiences of what they've experienced with this organization and everything. So,
yeah, we push the envelopes here, especially on Linda's show. I think Linda's show is the one that pushes the envelopes the farthest. You have the other shows, and they kind of like they push it a little bit. No, man, Linda, like she overthrows the table and papers flying all over the place. Talking about the
Do I do that trick where you take the tablecloth and pull it out, and all the stuff's supposed to stay on the table? That'd be fun.
Yeah. Linda talks about everything. Machu Picchu. I mean, there's nothing Linda. She pushes an envelope.
But you know what? No, it gets us thinking, and I think it promotes.
Run by ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. This one's run by an apostate.
I know, man. I'm telling you. She'll talk about
your favorite apostate. Yes. Yes, your favorite apostate.
Six Screens too is that they have a lot of people from different countries. Like you yourself, Brad, is from Australia, land down under. A lot of people from different areas of the United States and Europe and Africa and South America and Central America and Asia, and that's what I love about it. We're getting a beautiful hodgepodge of people. So that's what draws me to it.
Yeah.
But as you guys were saying about when it comes to the scriptures, what I do notice too is that Watchtower likes to cherry pick.
Oh yeah.
And what you're saying, Brad, about what is said about those bears. You and Gilbert were saying about the bears. I notice now, since Yellowstone National Park which is in that's in Yellowstone's in California, right?
Wyoming.
Or in the middle? Excuse me?
Wyoming.
Right? Okay, Wyoming. What's wrong with me? Wyoming. They've been showing on YouTube lots of bear, and I'm glad you guys brought that up. Lots of bear videos about how some people have been approached by bears, bison, deer, different, mountain lions and what have you. And they just, try to keep themselves, away from the animals. Some people have tried to, like a bunch of crazies, challenge some of them, but in most cases they try to do the best they can, according to experts, to stay away from these bears. Now, in the case of what's in the Bible, it's like, as you said, and I'm glad you pointed it out, food for thought, that what Elijah did was a human. That was a human.
Yeah.
That was on a human. What you call reflex, like, get after them. Get after them, because any kid.
Kind of like when Jesus.
Nowadays, you boyhead, they would just leave them and look at the kids and say, "Oh, well, like either up yours or sticks and stones." Elijah called down bears to go and kill some kids. While kids nowadays are going through with guns, like they had a kid on in New York City last week. I think it's one of the 5 boroughs.
Yeah.
Last week, just was on a scooter, like one of those e-bikes, and just taking a gun and just random shootings. I mean, but in the Bible, kids are like just mocking. Oh yeah, he's boyhead and everything. You're gonna send a bear to kill him? I don't know. It just said to me, I thought that was pretty bizarre.
Yeah, he didn't.
For a long time.
Good point.
It kind of reminds me of when Jesus cursed the fig tree. You remember that? He was pissed.
Yeah. Which one?
The fig tree. Jesus cursed the fig tree.
Yeah, that's another one. For not getting food or something, and he just withers it up with his power.
Right?
Just like, screw you, tree.
Right.
So remember, God hates figs, not fags. Okay?
You're not gonna bear fruit no more. Boom. You're dead.
Now,
you castrated the tree.
Yeah. I said this.
Yeah.
I said this about, like, I know I got a lot of Christians upset at me, but I go, you know what? When I die, I don't have this, like, why is everybody wanting to go to heaven? Because Jesus says if he can't trust you with small things here on earth, how is it that you're going to go to heaven? I mean, he's going to give you a galaxy. If Elisha got some power and he maimed those kids, imagine what he's going to be doing with the galaxy. Supernova over here, galaxy explosion over there. I mean, so what I'm saying is if you just keep it simple, and Jesus was right. Gosh, I can't even trust you with a little bit of power. And look what he does. Look what happens with the Jehovah's Witnesses. You give them a little bit of power, and it goes to their head. So I just like to say, keep it simple. Don't, when you die, you're going to find out where you're going. Like, oh, Brad, you got window number 2. Oh, good. But just keep it simple, because
that's the one I wanted.
That, yeah,
that's the one you wanted. I love it.
If I can't handle this power here, why would I want to go somewhere else where I have even more? No. I'm happy here in kindergarten. I'm just happy going to the first grade. Next year. And I think that's what happens when you die. It's just like when you die. We got out of preschool, now you go to kindergarten. I think it's we go through baby steps, and this illusion to think that you're going to be in heaven with wings and like you're going to be.
That sounds like Jonathan Livingston Seagull.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, bring your ego down.
That's right.
Calm down.
The one they should have let, like that song from Oingo Boingo in the '80s. Leave your ego at the door. Ego at the door. Yup.
Yeah.
If anybody remembers that song. Yeah. I mean, they keep thinking of themselves as one of the scriptures says, more than usual. They keep thinking of themselves like, oh, I'm the big cheese.
Linda and I did a video one time, and then I edited it, and I told Linda, I go, remember, Linda, about Louis Armstrong when he's singing when the Saints go marching in, and naturally it's 144,000 when the Saints go marching in. The song goes, but he just wants to be in the number. He just wants to play the trumpet. So you see, that's a beautiful attitude to have. I don't want to go to heaven. I just want to go to the party, man. I want to clean the dishes. I want to wait the tables. Let's tone it down a little bit, guys.
Yeah.
Let's just tone it
down. Yeah,
Louis
Armstrong came from I think New Orleans when they have those party marches when they come through the through the streets, which is one of
the beginning of Mardi Gras and stuff like that.
Highlights of that city. He just wanted to only do that, He just, like you said, wanted to do that. But then when it comes to Watchtower, so many, that this is one organization. And I've also worked in the past for different companies and corporations and so on. I've never seen so much narcissism and arrogance. I want to push ahead, and I don't care about what Jesus said about the apostles wanting to be be ahead of this one and be superior to that one and so on. There's so many witnesses wanting to be number one. Number one, like a corporate ladder, number one, to the point that they start arguments and conflicts. And I mean, we're going to have arguments and conflicts as humans anyway, because everyone has a difference of opinion. No two person is alike and everything else. But there's so much dissension in that organization, oh boy, don't get me started, folks. Linda knows, don't get me started. Because
first of all, the organization pits each other against each other. They do that. So true friendships really cannot develop.
Every Jehovah's Witness wants a panda bear, but they don't even have a dog. Like, why don't you get a dog first? They're all going to have a panda bear. Like, no. Get a dog, Shit. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're right. They want. I want the panda bear. No. Why don't you have this little Yorkie first? Just take care of the Yorkie. Take care of the golden retriever, and then we'll move you up the ladder. But you're right. It's just more. I want everything. And Jehovah's Witnesses. It's all of us. It's and we just the beautiful thing about the apostates is that we're saying enough already. It has to stop. Enough. We're like Alcoholics Anonymous. No, this got to stop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Brad, I wanted to ask you real quick. Thanks, Gilbert. I wanted to ask you real quick. Have you ever thought about why they haven't put a koala instead of a panda?
Racist, man. Wow. Maybe because they want with the Chinese. I don't know.
Racist.
Well, yeah, they don't like the Aussies. I don't know. Why the Chinese? And there's no Chinese Jehovah's Witnesses in China. So you're right. You would think they put the koala bear because you got Jehovah's Witnesses in Australia.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I think maybe because all koalas have chlamydia.
Wait, what? This conversation has gone strangely wrong. But please explain. What do you mean chlamydia?
You're welcome.
Or kangaroo,
by the way.
A kangaroo or marsupial or something. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. I always found it I didn't mind because it seemed like the new system just had exotic animals. It didn't even make me I didn't even. Now that you mention it, shush, boy. I didn't even consider the fact that I would still be in Australia in the new system and only be stuck with Australian animals. I imagine myself with, not bears, but American animals. Because those were the sorts of, or pandas, the sorts of animals that were always in the magazines were never Australian, ever.
You know what? I never mind hearing your son. When he's just doing him, I never mind hearing him. But you do Dad however you want. And what's the story behind the
Well, hey, there was speaking of chlamydia. One time I gave this girl some amaryllises, those flowers, amaryllises, and I gave her flowers, and she goes, "Oh, they're so beautiful. Thank you for giving me chlamydia." And I was like, "What? You got chlamydia?" I was like, "No."
I'm obviously uneducated in this subject.
So I had to tell the girl what chlamydia. I didn't give you no chlamydia, girl. And if I gave you chlamydia, you had it before I got it. So like, I didn't give you no chlamydia. You got that on your own. Like, you didn't get it.
Lordy.
It was some amaryllises, and poor girl, Every time I see her, I always remind her about that. And she was cool.
Okay, Gilbert.
Wow.
But that's something though. Because I always wondered, there's so many other beautiful animals worldwide in different parts of the world. Why are they only hitting on the panda bear?
Oh, you know what?
When I was a kid.
Yeah.
You know?
You know what? Today there was a great comment from Cheryl St. James. She always comments on the comments.
Oh my God, that woman's like a trip. She's so full of knowledge. She's not just a commenter. She's a prolific commenter. Yeah. And she brings up stuff, and I'm like Googling it. Okay, I'll shut up now. Go ahead.
No. When I was talking to Rick, and I told Rick, I was telling my story, about my brother dying and stuff. And I said, Rick, no. When I die, I'll tell Jesus when I'm alive. I'll tell Jesus when I'm dead. No, I'm not going without my brother. And if I have to go to hell to get him, so be it. Like we're a family. Like what do the Marines say? You leave no one behind. And that's what the Jehovah's Witnesses don't do. We fight for each other. We fight for our family. You put up a fight. And the Jehovah's Witnesses are happy to go to Paradise Earth without you. I don't want to go to heaven. I don't want to go to a paradise. I don't want to go anywhere without my family. You have to fight for your family. And so Cheryl St. Germain says, I guess it was a Twilight Zone episode where a guy goes to heaven and he has a dog, and then they tell him that no dogs allowed, and he says, "Well, if my dog can't come in, I ain't going." He puts up a fight.
If there's 4 horsemen, we can figure out some room for a dog. I'm sorry.
But isn't that no? But, the lesson, Linda, is you have to fight for everything. The dog's not going to go in unless you fight.
Yeah.
If you don't fight, you don't love the dog.
Right.
And if you don't fight for your family, you don't love your family. You have to fight for everything in this life. And the Jehovah's Witnesses are happy to go to Paradise Earth and leave you behind. Hey, Linda, I'll see you later. I got 25 acres in Paradise Earth. That's your problem.
Yeah. So when did your brother die? Is this a recent thing? Or are you talking about it if?
He died July 4th, Independence Day, and I got a phone call late at night saying, "Oh yeah, your brother's dead."
This last July 4th of 2023.
I'm very sorry.
They're just disgusting. Okay, and it's so funny because that very same day, my brother Jesse and I, we did a video and we talked about how a lot of these people in politics and in business and in religion, it's all, they'll go to the grave hating you. They'll go to the grave, flipping you off and saying, you dirty, whatever. And they're so consumed with hate that up to their last breath, they're going to point the finger at you, how much they hate you. And that happened in the movie Ben-Hur when, Judah Ben-Hur's friend is dying, because he got trampled by the horses. And even in death, as he's going down in death, he's fighting. He's still fighting. And that's how these people are. Jehovah's Witnesses are so consumed with hate. And this is why hate is like alcohol. You have to be like Alcoholics Anonymous. You have to raise up your hand and say, I'm a hateful person. I used to be a hateful person as a Jehovah's Witness. You have to come clean. Because if you don't recognize hate, it will overpower you. It will sneak behind you because you never thought that you were a hateful person as a Jehovah's Witness. Ever thought that. But now that you're an apostate, you get it. You're like, oh my God, I was such a hateful person. So you always have to be checking yourself is what I'm saying. You have to remind yourself that you're angry, you're hateful, and there's a bad side to you. You always have to keep it in check.
Yeah. That's messed up, though. To mess with people's emotions and personalities and all kinds of things that make a person who they are. And then instead of trying to mold them into, like, as I always use as a phrase that I believe pays, Steph Ford. That you're a Steph Ford robot, individual, very little emotions, have no thoughts unless they tell you to think, no creativity, no individuality, and no conscience. That's why they have crisis for conscience. No, I mean, of conscience from Ray Franz. May he rest in peace too. It's almost as though we're flesh and blood, but everything else is mechanical, you know? And I'm thinking, okay, God, who they claim, this organization claims to worship and claim that they are being, chosen by, has given mankind free will, whereas they had used it in, I think, the former New World Translation, free moral agents and what have you. But then yet and still they're showing that, we're going to make sure that whatever free will that you have to live the life that you feel you should live, even if you're going by some of the tenets of the Bible, whether it's New World Translation, King James Version, the Diaglots, and so on and so on and so on and so forth, is, wow, you're not going to have it. We're going to tell you what to do. We're going to tell you how to live. We're going to tell you when to breathe, when to eat, when to pee, when to shit. Excuse me, Rick and Susan, when to do whatever, And it's really that one of the things besides the CSAs and the shunning and the blood bands and everything else that really tore me up to the point I was beginning to wake up and see the truth about the truth. I don't mean to make this a speech, a little mini talk or whatever, but
no, you're flowing just fine, girlfriend. Go ahead.
Pisses me off that this is the way it's done in this organization.
Yeah, it sounds like you're talking about putting on the new personality and then whatever else you're directed to do while wearing a suit that does not fit you. It doesn't.
That's a good point.
It's a cult personality, and that covers your authentic personality. It squashes it down, and it doesn't allow for your authentic personality to even show up because it gets reprimanded each time it does show up.
That makes a lot of sense, Linda.
It does.
I like that point that you said, a suit that does not fit. Yep. They don't want you to even have that. They don't even want you to even wear what's comfortable to you, physically speaking, and even literally. But yeah.
A lot of times when people leave. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Mom. Go ahead, hon.
So it's not uncommon for when people leave a high control group that they're not used to making decisions for themselves. So when they are assimilating into society at large, making decisions, that come natural to most people, is overwhelmingly anxiety promoting. And that's usually because what we've been taught inside of these kinds of groups is if you make the wrong decision, it will lead to death and destruction. So we were, literally indoctrinated to never rely on our own understanding and to not follow our heart because it's treacherous and who can trust it. We got trained not to. So to go and try to function in society at large and actually make choices, there's more to it than just being able to make a choice. There's a lot of past history that has happened that has trained you not to make a choice, to not trust yourself. So it takes a while for that to be able to happen. And the more you develop your own authentic self, the more you pursue some of your self-interests, read books you like to read, make a few mistakes that give you bad consequences. You will live through it, okay? And make some good mistakes that give you great consequences. You're going to gain your wisdom. You're going to develop your authentic personality. And that will conquer the cult personality that cults expect their members to put on.
That's true. That's true. I mean, especially when you said it's so difficult to make decisions because some of a couple of PMOs, but mainly some POMOs that I know. And one of my relatives, when she initially, about 2 decades ago, was disfellowship for something ridiculous,
So
She said that it was so hard to think about small things as far as even a vacation.
Yeah.
Because when she was in the organization, she was what they call at one point from the PME to play PME, and then she started with PMQ and she started waking up in the whole, ball of wax. And when it came to vacations and wondering if she should do this, if she should do that, if she should get with this person, with that person that was not a witness or something like that, would she,
Yeah.
When she, she was so, she was kind of upset to a certain point. My other siblings saw, because when she started to tell us that she didn't know how to approach it, she started crying. And we had to console her because it was just a small thing. It was kind of like a small thing, but she could not grasp the meaning of, because she's so used to when she went on trips to either be with witness family or be with witness friends. Not to be with anyone who was even studying. She didn't want to even at one point go to eat at McDonald's with someone who was studying unless she was able to, inform a witness and, and count the time. But now she's gotten to the point where she don't give a damn.
Good for her.
She went over to Europe with some bunch of friends about 4 or 5 years ago, and she enjoyed herself.
Good for her.
Maybe before, initially, it was like difficult. And I'm glad you brought that out, Linda, because that was really something else. Even affected me to some point, should I, shouldn't I? Because you're so that from what Watchtower was saying that you're gonna regret this, like that monkey that's on what do you call on Fall Guy, that monkey with the suit and the Watchtower, like, and had the finger up, like, you're gonna regret this. That like damn music, you're wondering.
I don't recall it, but once you did the music, I can see it. Yeah, Margaret Singer was talking about that it's hard for people when they first leave a group like this to make decisions, and because they've been so much of a servant of the organization or a servant of the group, they have neglected some of them, their own health. So, they might not have gone to a dentist in 20 to 40 years. They might not know what kind of clothing would look good on them. They, haven't put much thought to how to wear their hair, or they just don't have that sense of self-care or how to do self-care, because they've been this, caring for everybody else more so than themselves, because it was framed as so selfish. So, Margaret Singer was suggesting that it might be good to go shopping with someone that's recently left, maybe hit Ross or, one of those stores that aren't that expensive, and that you can get some clothing from these places, and let them know what you think looks good on them and point it out to them, and much like when kids are growing up, let's say when they start going to school and stuff, some mothers do this, they'll set out 2 outfits. Did you want to wear this one or this one? And the child will make a choice, and that's the one they wear for the date. But they don't take out the whole closet with every single outfit and ask the kid what they want to wear. So they start off kind of small. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to make it like some 3-hour event, little by little, as time goes by and you encourage them as they do make choices, they'll become more confident. But it's very foreign for them to make simple decisions like you're talking about.
And that illustration, there's a thing called trust. You have to earn. In order for you to have freedom, you have to earn the trust of your parents. And as the kid earns the trust of his parents, the parent gives them more and more liberty. And yes. What she was describing about her friend, here you have an adult who doesn't even trust herself. So once you start having trust in yourself, that you're smart enough to make wise decisions, you can go anywhere in the world. You're not afraid anymore. So you're right. A lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, as they're leaving,
don't get to that point.
They don't even know how to trust themselves.
Absolutely.
True. Yeah. I was 18 and 20 when I went to New York. I went to New York to visit Bethel when I was 18, and 20. I went to Europe, France and Germany and stuff. And my dad says, Gilbert didn't ask for permission. I go, I know, Dad. I go, don't you trust me? He goes, yeah, I trust you. I go, okay, I'll be fine. So my dad trusted me, but I earned the trust. My dad, I didn't say, well, you have to trust me because I'm 18. No, I had earned that trust, and I was confident. And when your parent sees that you're confident, that they don't worry about you. My dad didn't worry that I was going to do anything stupid, and that was the problem with your Jehovah's Witness friend, is that she didn't even trust herself. That's the condition that Watchtower. After all of those years of being in the Watchtower, the little bird doesn't even know how to fly. And like, no, at some point you got to learn to fly on your own. You got to, you got to trust. And she doesn't know how. She didn't know how to trust herself, and I'm glad she knows how to do it now. It's part of growing up. So in a way, they're still like little kids. They haven't earned. They haven't earned that trust. They're still babies, sucking on mama's chichi.
Right. And there's a time for that,
In child's mode. They have them in child's mode, but yet and still they want the young children to be baptized. And baptism is for them to at one way back, especially as I call it, GB 1.0, which is when that Sitlick and Schroeder and Barr and Barber and those other ones and Swingle and what have you, they had it so that you had to be well, not so much of a certain age, but when you are ready, most adult stages, like maybe an older teenager, like maybe 17, 18, getting, baptized or something like that, is because they know mature-wise that this is what they want to do and so on and so forth. This 2.0 with, Red and what I call Apple White Twin and Herd and explain everything to me, explain, and the rest of them, and even, Aunt Mo, Tony Mars, they were all, and with this new guy, Wilder, who has a big mouth about about that no one should it was another something else he said that about brothers not being if a person is not doing well, making it to meetings and everything, they're spiritually weak and they shouldn't be considered for marriage mate or for friendships and all this other kind of. It was on some kind of rant on. I don't think it was for the convention. One of my relatives said, but
it was Toni Morris telling the sisters to not consider marrying somebody unless they're a ministerial servant. Yeah, that was Morris the Third.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. They're reminding me of Toni Morris with that mess, and thank you. And the thing is that they have told them time and time again about when it comes to child baptisms. Oh, we don't baptize infants, we don't baptize children. And now they want kids as young as 5 years old in some congregations. They're getting dunked. They're getting dunked. And I'm looking, not only, like I said, I keep up with the Reddit, the XJW Reddit. I keep up with other, with the forum and other YouTubes and whatnot and certain other Facebook, groups. And I'm saying to myself, this is wild. This is really, really, this is insane and asinine. I mean, these kids don't even know, when most of them have to be told what to wear to school, and then you're gonna put an adult decision in front of them that if they make one itty bitty mistake, one tiny mistake, they could get excommunicated and shunned from their family, whether soft shunned or hard shunned, from their friends, from everybody they knows, and put something like in a situation where they're going to be put in prison to the equivalent of what do you call when a prisoner is unruly? Solitary confinement. Away
Yeah,
from home,
in the hole. Yeah.
they know, and everyone they know.
5 years old? Wow.
Yeah. Somebody on Reddit said 5 and 6 years old. They said they're gonna get the picture. I can't find the thread, but they're getting.
I put it. I have a
5 and 6
picture.
years old. I knew mom's name, dad's name, my sibling's name. When it came to Jehovah, Jesus Christ, about Satan, some Bible characters, and what kind of food, my favorite food, and what type of toys, and love Hanna-Barbera cartoons, especially Jetsons, and that's it. That's all I knew as a 5-year-old. Anything about answering any Bible questions or any questions and for baptism and then getting dunked. I didn't get dunked until I was in my 20s. And then I did that emotionally because relatives had passed away, and I wanted to mainly see them in the resurrection. Besides all of what the panda paradise of everything else, perfection and everlasting life in the whole 9 yards. I was 5 years old. I wasn't even thinking about this and giving no talks and field ministry and stuff like that. Please spare me. I wasn't even thinking about that mess. But then they want to push it on kids who are barely even or trying to learn the ABCs 1, 2, 3s.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I went off again on a tangent. I'm always ranting.
I gave my first public talk at 5 years old. No, just kidding. No, you're right.
Really?
Wowzers. No. Just kidding. No, just kidding.
Gilbert.
But no, you're right. You're right. 5 years old. Wow. Now, would you baptize your baby if you had a baby, brand newborn? Would you baptize him? I would.
No.
Oh, absolutely. I would baptize my baby the first moment. If I had a baby, now check this out, Linda. If I had a baby, I would be so ecstatic. I'd be on cloud 9. I would be jumping up and down. The first thing I want to do is baptize the baby and say, thank you, God. Not because you're baptizing the baby, but it's a tradition that people have in the Catholic Church. And really, at the end of the day...
Catholic Church, nothing wrong with that.
But but at the end of the day, if you, let's say, for example, you're a Native American, Indian, or let's say you're whatever, and you decide to have a tradition, and your tradition is to say thank you for this baby. So what happens is you have something so beautiful like a baptism of children, and then Watchtower goes and just ruins. Watchtower ruins every subject that they talk about.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. Everything that's beautiful and holy, like that, like baptizing a baby with water, and the parents are saying thank you, God. That's their way. They have to have a stupid opinion on that. Why can't you just let the mom and dad be happy and say thank you the way they want to say thank you? If the Jews want to do whatever the Jews do, let them do it. But no, Watchtower has to get involved, man, and have an opinion on every subject under the sun. And they just ruin everything, And and this fight, baptizing 5-year-old kids, man, that's a sign of desperation. I mean, wow.
It's a trap. And legally, or what we've been taught is that when you do get baptized within the organization, you're making a verbal contract and vow. Okay. And children are not mentally, they don't have the mental wherewithal to be able to go into contract. And so it's illegal to hold these children to this contract and tell them you knew what you were signing up for. That's an atrocity. And the kids don't know any better. They have an elder who is saying these things to them and holding them accountable to stuff, whether they knew it or not. And, I can't stand that. I cannot stand that they will study with children and not even check with their parents. Just start a study with somebody and never check with the parents. I think that should be totally illegal. But that's my opinion.
It's like they want to take ownership of every single human on planet Earth. I mean, even to the point that they even encourage grandparents if their children who are, adults and they have children, they're children of their own, are either former witnesses or never end, meaning they never end, and eyes never end. They never came into the organization. They might have read, the literature, or they were visitors, and they never, in the way that they're people that studied but never got baptized. They want the grandparents to take over, so kind of like custody of those grandkids, because they feel that the parent, which is their own children, are not fit parents. Who the hell are they to try to? And they're not the government. They're not Caesar. They can't go and tell somebody what to do in that case. I mean, theocracy, but it's a false theocracy. This is just a corporation trying to act like as though they have some final say or judgment into even people's lives, even to the point where they're going to challenge. Come on, I mean, who actually gave them license to do things like that when everything is under the cuff? And I'm glad that Ray Franz and so many others have even showed that this is all a scam. And as Rutherford, which he was no damn good, was saying it's a snare and a racket. Because and as Mikey of Kim and Mikey said, it's racketeering. They're racketeers.
Yes.
So my point is that they're trying to act like as though they got authority over trying to tell someone what to do in that case when it comes to kids and when it comes to babies, besides of course adults. But when it comes to kids and babies, that really frosted my cookies. I'm really oh wow.
Yeah, that's a very common thing.
You have to call me.
What grandparents will do if they're
like
child
upset now,
Yeah.
I'll cool down.
They're coming from a place where they believe that they have a spiritual obligation to make sure that their lineage, their child, grandchild will grow up enjoying the truth. I mean, it didn't work with their child, or their child got disfellowship, but they have this like the ends justifies the means, which is illegal because the parent is the one that's legally, in society at large, that gets to choose a spiritual path for their child. And the child is to follow, is to be in that until they're, of age, a certain age. But that's the law of the land but they have a very big sense of spiritual obligation to do that, to make sure that they'll have eternal life. And it's a tragedy because that's not their obligation. That's not, a freedom of religion whatsoever at all. But after a while, those grandkids will be turned against their parents, which is, parental alienation, which usually happens between couples during a divorce. And, when grandparents get involved with their sense of good intention to raise those children spiritually right, then, yeah, it can go really bad.
Yeah. Damn. That's messed up. It's messed up. And these kids will get upset and see that grandparents trying to make a decision for them is the wrong decision, really wrong. I mean, even taking away their childhood where they could have been able to play
did you grow up a witness?
and do everything. Yeah, I was born in,
So
but I know that my parents after a while they just were just, I think they might have been PIMQ. They were mentally questioning that they allowed me to do some things that I like to do, and my siblings and I like to do within reason. Within reason, in that my older siblings were saying for us not to get caught and have to be brought to the back room and blah, blah, blah. But we did what we just about wanted to do within reason of not getting reprimanded. And then, by the time we were over 21, we made our own decisions. And that was all.
Can I tell you a story about seeing a young girl get baptized at the Stanley Theater? There was
what is your name?
Mother.
Who's this?
David. It's Leather King.
Oh, hi, David.
I think I remember. Yes, hi, David. Yeah. Hi.
So I didn't get this the first time I saw it, and it made sense when they explained it, but there was this family there, and I noticed that there were kids that were there every week, every Sunday, every Wednesday, every Tuesday, you know what I mean? So I thought it was like, wow, it was nice, whatever, but the parents were extremely concerned about this kid. I didn't know why. And there was always, one night the mother was crying at one of the meetings, and I remember going to one of the guys who I was studying with. So what happened to her? Did someone die? Because no, her daughter really wants to get baptized, and she's kind of young, and we take this very seriously. And he explained that once you make this commitment, it's like you sign a contract with God. It's not. I watched her get baptized at the Stanley Theater, and the mother was crying, and I said, I don't think she was happy, because I think they realized that this could end up bad. Yeah, end up very bad. I think they're all aware of that. I don't know. I never. So since I've been there, I've never seen them push, children to get baptized. This is something new. I've never seen that.
So the one that got baptized that time at the Stanley Theater, how old do you think that person? Did you witness that, or did you know how old they were?
She might have been like 12. She might have been 13. I don't know. She wasn't. she was still a child, you know.
I'm sorry, I thought you just said you'd never seen that happening.
No, I've never seen witnesses be pushing that. As far as what you said before, you're saying that they're pushing 5-year-olds to get baptized. I've never seen that.
Oh, okay. It's very rare.
From the XJW Reddit, you know,
It's very rare.
one convention did it. They didn't say how far back, but they said a 5 or 6-year-old was baptized. But I think most of the people have said that they had the baptisms were like from age 10 on up, because I was in the congregation where a kid at age 11 got baptized. A little boy.
I mean, for the record, though, you know how it works, right? Like the elder has to okay it. I mean, it's not like she's just saying, "Oh, I'm going to jump in this pool." You know,
correct.
I don't know. I don't know who's okaying that, but I mean, I hate to laugh at
some
that.
elders okaying it since that. Okay, I'm sorry, David. Go ahead.
You know, I'm just I'm not trying to laugh at that. I just mean like, it's kind of, I don't know. Someone has to okay that. You know, someone has to say, yeah, we will allow this to happen. We'll baptize this child, etc. And is there a possibility that the child is terminally ill? Is there's a lot of variants that I think get left out these conversations when I hear them. Now, I'm just wondering if that's the truth. So
That's a good question. If somebody was ill, might they want to be baptized? You know, if they know they're going to, you know, die in a couple of years. That kind of a scenario does seem like something that would encourage a child to get baptized.
Well, let's just say that the child gets well. Whatever disease they have, they found a cure. The kid was, or maybe he's a donor or something like that. Kid gets well, however way, and realize, gosh, I made a mistake. You know, then what? I'm just saying, putting that scenario, another scenario attached to the scenario. You know.
Yeah, and people make mistakes all the time. In the Bible, Jesus was denied, right? And he was still loved. He still loved that man, and you know, I really believe that a lot of the people I hear on these programs, I don't think they're bad people. I think they're great people. I think they're very knowledgeable people, and I think some of them are very loving. Some of them were kind of like, you know, a little excited, but I don't think it's the end for them or for you or for me. There's no way. God's love, right? God understands you better than anyone else, and you know, I think that He understands the problems that you saw and you had, and you're going through. So, listen, I feel really bad when I listen to these programs, because I hear distress in people, and it stinks. I don't know.
And it's very tough for you because it's hard for you to identify. You know, I've heard you over and over again going, yeah, I mean, I've gone here and I've gone there and I've never seen that, and I don't identify with that. I haven't experienced that. So I can imagine the you know, the sense of why are these people talking like this when I don't experience it at all when I'm involved with witnesses, you know? That might be kind of, I would imagine that's hard for you to make sense of.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, like I believe everything you guys are saying, but you know, sometimes it's when you know, when you date a woman and people ask you why you broke up, and all you can talk about is like the horrible things that happened. You know, I mean, I don't. That's what it seems. I hate to say that. I mean, I'm not trying to discredit anyone's experience here or anything like that. But that's how I'm kind of relating it. I had a woman, the woman last night, Barbara, who was talking about a man who wouldn't apologize to her. That's what I got out of that, you know.
Yeah, and I remember that, and I remember when you called in, and I don't. I would suggest you Google later tonight or whenever. Google Barbara Anderson and Watchtower. She's a whistleblower that came to the point of being a whistleblower. She never, that wasn't her intent, but she came to a place where she could not help but to. But yeah, that story she was talking about, when she was saying that she never got an apology, he was instructed by somebody in leadership over him to say this apology to her, and it never. So that's part of why she was speaking about it. And then when earlier in the when the show started, even Rick had talked about, that this person was acting not like a Jehovah's Witness is supposed to act. So this story was not the usual Jehovah's Witness story of someone who would follow the rules and stuff. Like there's a rule within the organization that we don't take our brothers and sisters to court. So we don't sue each other. There's that.
Mm-hmm.
And
no, I understand that, but what I'm trying to say is when you're showing somebody who's never been involved with the organization, or it just seems like, I mean, I'm telling you this. I'm not. I guess I'm not suggesting this. It looked like kind of Karenish. It kind of looked like, oh, you didn't apologize to me? I'm gonna go tell everybody, and that's kind of ratty. I don't know. I hate to say that about her. I don't know her.
No, I can understand why it looked that way today. I can understand that. Like in 2002, she was part of Panorama and one of the first people to expose the pedophilia within the organization, along with Bill Bowen, and maybe Google him too. Both of them were very much part of the first exposing, and so because they both came to a place of coming across things that they could no longer not see any longer. Barbara Anderson was a historian. She was doing things in positions of more access to places that most women would never get access to within this organization. And I don't know if you know the kind of culture of the organization, but women, if you're born a girl child, you're pretty much lower than low. You're not even in society at large. Like it's like before suffrage, before we even got any rights. It's like that. It's that old school. So the way that we're taught as women to submit to our partners, or pretty much any man in the congregation, and especially any elders, it can be a good thing, or it could be a very vulnerable thing for women, and they might be instructed to do things that they would not normally be. Their conscience would not normally be okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never lived that, so I can't even relate to it. The only thing I can relate to is wanting power that someone else has, maybe, and being jealous of it or something. I don't know, and I'm just telling you the truth. I don't.
Actually, this organization is.
I really try to watch what I say over here. I'm so sorry. I really, really try to watch what I say, and I normally don't do that. I have the comedy channel. I say whatever I want, And
no, I appreciate that. If you ever if you ever want to get involved in an organization where you can go up the ladder and have positions of authority and power, this is the organization for that. You can find yourself within the organization rising in power rather quickly. Women, on the other hand,
step on people and hurt people's feelings and do all kinds of things while you're at it to rise up to that corporate ladder. And I've seen it time and time again, And now Watchtower doesn't care. They don't care anyway. As long as you do their bidding, they don't care.
So can I ask you guys a personal question, like both of you, about your existence after leaving your congregation and leaving the organization? Do you still have a faith? Like, do you still believe in God? Do you still love God? Do you still worship God?
Yeah. I still believe in God and Jesus Christ. I pray every morning, every night. I read a Bible, not necessarily the New World Translation, but I read a Bible, and I still say thank God and praise Him and everything. I still believe that He's in existence. I mean, that's one thing that was a takeaway from the organization. I don't believe that there's one faith that that's being chosen, but I believe that everyone, has their thoughts about, their own belief system, and I respect belief systems. I respect it. If a person wants to leave another religion for another religion, that's their business. That's their choice. Yeah.
Have you joined another congregation?
You mean joined another or another religion?
To worship Jehovah.
I've been to when I was P&D toward PMO. I went to different congregations because of the fact that maybe about 3 because of moving, relocating, but the others have been due to the situations in the congregations, not so much with elders, but with other ones who were with different titles and popularity and everything else, and some of them who wanted to just play dirty tricks and cause the problems like character assassinate and not only me but my family members. I went through it and I was like, I'm done because even though each congregation has different people in it, they still have the same elements of some personalities, and it's just that it's a cluster, what of people some people trying to destroy other people. Because some of them may want to say, well, I don't like this person. I don't want this person to serve the true God, so I'm going to make sure he or she or them don't get into the new system. I don't want to be in a panda paradise with them and everything else, so I'm going to give them a problem. And they give problems to witnesses more so than a person gives on another person's job. Whether, I've been on jobs where where some people are not even trying to climb the corporate ladder and they're not given any problems. There's some people trying to climb the corporate ladder and they weren't given any problems either. They might have a little bit of well, I really don't think much of so-and-so, but I'm not going to stop them from trying to get a promotion or trying to get a new office or trying to get a raise and everything. In an organization, you're not given a damn thing. And people are trying to still give you problems to the point that you want to put your foot up there, hoo-ha. And I felt many times doing that,
Isn't it weird? Because you see this everywhere. Like, you see it. I believe that 100%. But you see this on YouTube. Like, so I'm in a community, and this community, they're just filled with the dirtiest, like, low life people, and it doesn't like they're never going to get anywhere. A lot of them live with their parents. They're alcoholics, drug addicts, etc. And they just beg for money, and they know they're never going to get anywhere, and they do the same stuff. They do the same stuff you just said, and I saw that when I was a garbage man. I saw that when I worked at a deli. I see that everywhere in life, and I just think that it's sad that you have to put up with that, especially in the truth. But it shouldn't be a shock. I just think that if that was going on, I just wonder how hard people tried to separate themselves from it. And I guess I'm not going to judge you, but I just wonder, like, is it even possible? to separate yourself?
I try to, as much as I can. I have my relatives and my close friends who are not either, they're not studying anymore, or they have stopped going to meetings, or some of them, are PMOs, and some of them are PAMOs, just like me. And I do associate with my DF and DA relatives and friends. I do. I mean, we went to the movies a few months ago. We went to the movies, so it's and we went out to dinner, and we've traveled, together and whatnot have you. So I really don't really worry about anyone who's PME. I have one friend that was PME, but she's beginning to turn. She's PMQ, and she's talking about being PMO because she's not all that sure about the organization. So yeah, add that to my list. Of people I
What
associate with.
what does that mean? I don't know what that means. PMO.
Oh, there's in the XJW community, PMO means you're physically in and mentally out, meaning that, okay, there are witnesses who will be physically in, going to meetings, field service, counting time, whatever, maybe even giving talks, even though they feel it's against their better judgment. But they'll do it because they don't want to be, if they show any doubts or anything, or be, labeled as apostate, they can be DF, and they won't be able to associate with their family anymore. They'll be shunned, so shunned or hard shunned or whatever. So they try to stay in the organization, They try to stay in the organization. And I have two of my siblings are that way, because they don't want the other one, a couple of other, relatives to and family members who are PME, just plain PME, to kick them off. They have some friends who are PME. They don't want them to kick them off. I have one of my friends is PMO who has all her family members except for her and another sibling who are the PMO, but they don't want to have their super PME family members to kick them off. Super PME meaning they're physically in, mentally in, and they have these privileges of service or titles, and they're being put on, Kingdom Hall parts and circuit assembly parts and everything, even district or regional convention parts, and they don't want to lose their friends. They don't want to lose their family. They don't want to. One of them is afraid that if they have been turned PABO, they may have to be kicked out of the house that they're in. And they want to have the shelter, even though they have a job and their own car. They want to have the shelter and have communication with their family.
Would you mind if I came back in a little bit if you're still up? Because I just gotta jump out of the car real quick. I'm driving right now. I just parked.
Oh, okay.
My other question, and I'm gonna go. And if you're still around, I'd love to come back up and talk to you. But do you really think they're gonna shun 5-year-olds?
They can. Yep, they can. If they do it to an adult, they'll do it to a child. They'll probably say, well, let's say the 5-year-old has friends who are in the organization of like 6, 7 years old, maybe, 4-year-old, and they're baptized, and they're not baptized, or they could be baptized too. And let's just say that they get DF. Their parents are going to tell them, well, you can't be with little Billy because he hurt Jehovah. He's this fellowship. You can't play with him. No more play dates. They'll do it. If they are subliminally influenced, they'll do it. I mean, I don't know if sometimes maybe the elders may not agree with it, but there are some witnesses who make their own rules. That's one of the reasons why I don't want to deal with the organization. There are witnesses that make their own rules They don't care what the elders' books say. They don't care what the GB 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 6.0 would say about anything. Some of them will say, "Well, I really don't like the fact that so and so got a slap on the wrist and everything. I don't like him or her personally. I'm gonna shun them anyway." Boom. I'm gonna get others to do the same. Boom. Which is, I think, is an immature way of looking at things, not a mature adult way of looking at things. And they'll do it. Some of them with titles would do it. Some of them without titles would do it. This is an organization where it's a frickin' free for all. They don't have any love. They don't really care for anybody.
I had to shun my own cousin when he was a kid and I was a kid. We were all we had several family members. And he got disassociated. He wasn't even baptized, and we weren't allowed to talk to him at all for no reason. He basically because he was he wasn't even. And
that's what I'm talking about. They'll do it. They don't care.
That is true. So just so you know, yeah, a 5 or 6 year old, yes, they will, especially if they get baptized. If they get baptized, all the rules. They're black and white. There's not even a gray area on that.
Nah. Yeah. It's either or nor. You know, they either or. They don't. You know, it's as they say, us against the world when it comes to witnesses.
And it's not even a.
When it comes to Watchtower, they don't care. Yeah. It's as long as they have their objective of control A. And B, money. They don't care. That's why, you know, myself and many people on here, Linda and a lot of people, you know, Rick and Susan and a whole slew of them, you know, everybody else, you know, got Gilbert, Brad, everybody just like, forget about it. This is heinous. Let me live my life.
If an adult, say a father or a mother, of a 5-year-old ends up being disfellowshipped or disassociates, and they're trying to get back into the organization while they're in that state of being disfellowshipped or disassociated, their children will not be, their children will be shunned as well. That's not uncommon. Not on every case.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Linda. Yeah.
Yeah, very true. Yep. And
make no mistake, you're right. They will be shunned as well.
Yep.
Shoot. Oh, please. I mean, I've been to it. I'm not gonna hold you too long, David. Like you say, you're driving stuff. But and I think I told you this a while back, Linda, that behind the scenes, that there was a guy in one of the jobs I was at, you know, and it was a company that government contracts I worked for. Something happened where he had done something wrong, where it wasn't even for him to be put in jail, but for him to be put on some kind of probation. And the probation was that he couldn't get they did something with his pay, they only gave him like half his check and all this other kind of stuff and what have you. And when they found out that he was being framed by somebody else, a couple other people in another department that did not like him, they found out about it. It didn't really catch the news, but they found out about it. So during this time, when he was put on that type of probationary, I thought that maybe some people wouldn't speak to him. People didn't, would just look at him and jump all over him and everything. They didn't treat him badly. And then in another city sector where my sister worked at, there was when it comes to education, there was a teacher who had a verbal altercation with a kid, The kid threw a book at the teacher, and the teacher ran away. But then the kid took the book, another book, heavy book, and threw it at the teacher and tripped the teacher. So then when he was trying to get, the teacher got tripped, and then he got, something happened where where he was trying to defend himself. The teacher defended himself. The security guard came, stopped the whole situation. He lost his job, was put on like a probation, and they took him to court. You know what? During the time that he was on the probation, everybody, even the other students, liked this teacher. They really came over to him. They came to see him. Some of them because he didn't live too far from the school. A lot of people came and saw him when he went to get his check from the school and everything. They did not, even the principal, who was forced to do what he had to do according to the guidelines of the school at the Department of Education. He came over to see how he was doing. They did not ostracize or shun him.
Yeah.
You know? They
Yeah.
didn't ostracize or shun him. Oh, well, you went to defend yourself against this kid, so we're gonna, and you were put on probation to be working in another building, someplace in New York City. So we're gonna ostracize or shun you. They didn't do that to him. They went out when he got his job back. Everybody was happy. I mean, there was love bombings then, but they still, however way they showed respect to him, love bomb or not, before the incidents and after the incidents, they didn't treat him like shit. They treated him very nicely. They treated him with respect. I thought to myself, this is Caesar. This is a job over by with a department that's governed by Caesar.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to go for the attention like that, but it really kills me. You know, that this organization is a corporation that's done like this. But there's government corporations where government entities where they don't even treat people like that. Their corporations making more money than Watchtower, where they don't even treat people like that. There are other, religions where they don't even treat people like that.
Not really.
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
It's all good. No, you're talking about the experiences you've had and what you've observed. And that's not the norm when somebody breaks the rules within another organization, that once that announcement is made that, they have a consequence, the whole staff doesn't take it as a cue to shun them, which is what it's like within the organization.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tom,
This is the first about anything I've ever had. I like it. I'm going to set this on my dashboard.
I'm hearing a lot of background noises. Does somebody have
me too. I'm hearing background noises as well.
In the background?
Yeah, me too. Is that a TV or radio?
Oh.
What time is it here?
There you go.
I got it. It's New York. I gotta get up and have to do something. David, it was great talking to you. I gotta get up and do something. I gotta take care of something at 9:00. So it's nice talking to you guys. I try to see if I could be on next Saturday.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. I'll take care of everyone. Nice talking to you. Take care.
Nice talking to you too. Tom, are you still here? I recall a story that you weren't even baptized, but somehow you were disfellowshipped, which really isn't how things are supposed to go.
What do you mean you don't like it? I tried it. No, I like it.
So I'm hearing a lot of background sound in the background. So whoever's listening, can you push *6 and
He said he doesn't want coffee.
I know, but he said he needs 2 cups of coffee and then out the door, so he hasn't had any. So you can bring that. Oh, so he changed his mind. He just lied to you. Yep.
You want the AC out and the
boy.
in?
Okay. Are you still there, Tom? Is anybody there?
I just muted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. I muted. I'm going to mute again. Bye.
Okay. So Hitley said goodnight, and that's sounds like there's nobody else on the phone. Is there anybody that wants to bring up anything? There's a few minutes still. We're going on the 7 o'clock hour. So if somebody does want to bring up a subject, we can talk about it, or I can end the show now. It's up to you guys. Okay. Sounds like we're all talked out, but tonight's been pretty good. There's been quite a few different subjects that we've been able to just kind of run through and speculate and have different thoughts. And I'd really enjoy having a subject come up and to where we can speculate and say, gosh, it could be this, or maybe it's that, because I think that encourages critical thinking to where you would think of other possibilities that maybe wouldn't have come to your mind before. So I really enjoy being able to do that. And then hearing other people's suggestions or viewpoints. I tell you, I've heard things that on this show that people have suggested or talked about that I never even considered. And I'm really thankful for those comments and those suggestions. I've learned much from this audience, and I just am very, very thankful for you. I had a really good time at the ICSA conference last weekend. I'm hoping to have some notes for you next weekend to give you either next weekend or the weekend after it. Like I said earlier, I'm still at that stage of taking in what I'm learning. And because of my learning disabilities, it takes me a while, and that's okay because that's just how I am. But once I've got it, I've got it. So I'm cool with that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to bringing some of that to you. I always enjoy getting to do this show. It's truly a highlight of my week. And even last week, after I was at that conference, which I got to do over the remotely, so I didn't have to go to the location, I even listened in to Six Screens that night. And it was just nice to be able to listen in, even though I wasn't up to talking, because I had been going to one thing after another through this conference. It was just super comforting to hear different people talking and sharing their thoughts. And I look forward to it every weekend. And I'm very thankful for those of you that call in and take part in it. And sometimes I'll get a comment from like Linda Lowton. She'll give me some information. By the time I see it, it's like information about a subject we talked about, and she just like, here's something. It's so cool. So yeah, I appreciate that too. So yeah, so I'm getting ready to say goodnight. It's about the show's gone on now for about 6 hours and 53 minutes, and I've really enjoyed tonight. Thank you so much for being a part of it, and those of you in the future that are listening, I'm glad you're here too. And when and if you're ready to call into the show, please know that you're welcome to. And if that's not something you want to do, I'm fine with that too, and it's all good. So I'm going to say goodnight. This is Apostate Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate, and I will catch you next weekend. Okay, good night.